All right, so we're live. We're going to go in 3, 2. Oh, fuck, I fucked it up. 3. Oh, fuck, I fucked it up again. 3, 2, 1. Max, do you know who this is?
Boba Fett, maybe.
I am shocked you know who this legend is. Oh my!
I've seen the first 3.
You know he's back, right? You know he's back. He lived.
Yeah, I haven't seen the new shit.
Yeah, he killed that Sarlacc, and he's back. He's going to have his own series and everything. But anyway,
cool story, bro.
This is the way. What's up, Max? Are you finished? You got your beer. You're relaxing. A good day of reindeer herding, I would expect.
Yeah. Herded a few reindeers. One got lost, but I luckily found it.
Oh, good. Because that's what Finnish people are, nomadic reindeer herders. You know what, dude? We got a lot. That's what I read anyway. We got a lot to talk about today. So I think it's time we just drop that intro. All right.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 119 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, a.k.a. Lefty the Great. And to my leftish, rightish, right over there is the nomadic reindeer herder himself, Maximus Mortis. What's up, Max?
What's up? I'm doing good.
Thank you for coming on. I know it's late there in Finland. I know you had a long day of herding the reindeer, and extracting their milk, whatever you guys do with reindeer over there in Finland and all that type of stuff. So good job. Good job. How are you, man?
I'm doing actually pretty good. I've been chilling. I've been working though, but I've been still mentally I've been chilling and preparing for the eventual melting of the snow and having a track to race on.
Is it still snowing there? Is it still the ground covered in snow and all that stuff?
We still have snow. It snowed last weekend, but since then it's been plus 2-3 degrees, so it's slowly melting away. Okay. The roads are already pretty clear, so.
All right. Well, that's good to hear.
And it feels like it's springtime.
Sweet. Well, you know what, Max? Before we go into our podcast here, I have to say a couple of thank yous and shout outs to some people. So I want to say shout out and say thank you to all of the NNRC Squad around the world. You guys share these podcasts, listen to them. I mean, we greatly appreciate it, man. And without you guys, none of this is possible. So thank you to everybody that listens to us. Whether you like what we say or hate what we say, thank you for listening to us because it helps. And, it's the love that we get as well as it's greatly appreciated. And we thank you. Guys are liking you on her too, Max. So we have a couple of specific Max questions in the questions this week. So people are liking what you're doing as well. Shout out to the patrons of the podcast. Shout out to the patrons of the NNRC. Thank you guys. You guys are helping me do things here, helping keep the bills paid. Guess what? I booked the ticket. I'm going to be in America, hopefully May 6th to the 22nd of June. So 6 weeks in America. I'm going to do Silver State, go to California, hopefully for a week, come back over to the East Coast and stay at Mike's, and then we're going to go do some RC stuff there and then head up to the Nationals, and hopefully I don't get kicked out of the Nationals. And, we're going to have fun, and we're going to be covering the races and, NNRC style, and, I'm excited for that, and that happens because the patrons help out, and we take that money and we stash it off and we go. So thank you for that. If you guys wish to be a patron, the link for that is in the written description of this podcast. And hey, thank you to the awesome companies that support us. Obviously, we have Maximum Mayako, our title sponsor, Maximum Mayako, Maximum Performance, Maximum Support, that is Mayako. We're still waiting to see pictures of this phantom buggy that Joseph has designed. Still haven't seen it. Still have not seen it. Can't believe
I've seen it.
You have?
Well, yeah.
Of course you have.
He practices in Finland, you know?
Yeah.
I get a sneak peek around the corner.
I'm sure you did. So I guess they should be dropping some information her soon. Joseph hasn't told me anything, so it's interesting to see what they drop her soon. Shout out to TNR Fuels, man. Thank you to Chris Nelson and his family. This is a fuel company run by a family-owned fuel company. He's a racer. It's fuel made by racers for racers. Check them out. They're headed down to one of our other sponsors, which is Sun City RC Raceway, for the TNR A Main Challenge Tour that's happening this week. This weekend, I believe it starts Friday. $3,000 in giveaways. Everybody that goes there, have fun. Good shout out to Sun City RC Raceway for their support of the podcast. They need a big race like this, and their facility is awesome. And hey, they're getting it this weekend. So everybody have fun. Beach RC has some things going on for Easter. I'm going to talk about that when we get into our segment on it. Thank you to Brent, Lucas, and the guys at Beach RC for the support. They've been a long time supporter of the podcast. Tekno RC, shout out to Matt, Danny, all those guys at Tekno RC. I think Tekno RC has got the biggest, heaviest lineup in 8-scale racer right now. You can't argue with that, I don't think. The amount of stars and talent that they have in their lineup is excellent. So shout out to them, and thank you. Also, another long-time sponsor, JQ Racing. Shout out to all my JQ Racing family around the world. We're like baby kids. We don't die, we multiply. So we're still here. We ain't going anywhere. Don't worry about all that stuff. Manscaped.com. Check them out. You know, cut through the jungle and find your manhood. Manscaped.com. Use our promo code. All this stuff's in the written description. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, another long-time sponsor. Hey, please go to papawillies.net. Use the promo code NNRC in all caps. You save 10% off your order and get some traction in your life. This is some good stuff. I want to see guys using this in the off-road scene. Really good in the oval scene. Let's get it in the off-road scene and get using that. Racecraft USA. Oh man, have you followed Racecraft USA, Max?
Their ads are great.
I know. Did you see the last one?
Understand the table, but the ads are great.
Yeah,
the ads are the value of the brand.
Yeah, man. They just released a new ad with Wally. It's like the good, bad, and the ugly. It's so funny. I love them guys. They make everything fun, and that's how it should be. We should have some out of the box thinking, and I love that.
We should have a sense of humor.
Yes, most definitely needed in RC. Shout out to Wally Builds. He's dropped some new stuff in his shop. You can get ready to race packages. Check him out. Show Wally some love. One of the best RC mechanics in the industry. Of course, House of RC. They're a big supporter of the podcast. We're a big supporter of them. Thank you, Connie, for your support. If you haven't filled out your House of RC profile, it only takes a few minutes. Go there, fill it out, and that will connect you to everything RC right now. And of course, RCGP, we are desperately waiting for Driven number 3. Don't know when it's going to happen, but I heard it's going to be soon. So, thank you for all the support. Thank you to all the sponsors. Remember, everybody, showing the sponsors some love, shows the podcast some love. Go show them some love, please. We have affiliate links. We have promo codes. Check them out. And I just have to send some condolences because I always like to, when somebody in our RC family has some issues or somebody passes, we come together. Aaron Royston, his mother passed away this past weekend. Not this past weekend. I think it was last week. And our condolences go to you, bud. You headed out to the A-Main challenge this weekend, and I want you to go have fun, hang around your RC family. And I know it's a tough time, but you will get through this, and you have our condolences. So, Maxie, you dropped the video. You've been busy. We haven't really talked. You've been working night shift and working middle shift. What was your video about again? Was it aerodynamics?
That was a bit back. I think the last one was add-on wage, but I'm actually dropping one this week. It probably should be up by the time this podcast is up.
Okay, what is it about?
It's about anti-geometry.
Ooh, now you're going to have to probably explain that a little bit to me.
Yeah, so pretty much what this means is like anti-squat, anti-dive. So just the angle of the arm by looking up the side. And what is it actually? Because a lot of the times people only talk about anti-squat and they don't probably even know properly what it means. So trying to explain that.
You know, we actually have a question about kick up and specifically for you. And it's all about kick up and anti-squat and all that stuff. So maybe they will have to go watch a video to get the full
I actually saw the question and I read through it and I thought of any way to answer that question simply, and I couldn't find a way. So I'll probably have to say to this guy to just look at the video. But yeah, I'll give him some answer at least.
All right. Well, Max, it's nothing been going on. I went to a crawling event this past weekend, and I went with my son, and I went with my buddy who I met him at the tracker, a Dominican guy, and he fell in love with RC, and we've been friends ever since. He's not the best driver, but he loves it. And he went on and done this, and he had such a blast. My son had fun. And you know what? I was thrashing away last week on my rig, putting all these new parts on it. You know, like I'm going like full nerd on this thing, like brass front knuckles, all this low down weight to keep it, you know, to make it heavier and to keep the weight down low.
Yeah. You have weight on the tires?
No, like on the hubs. I had brass hubs, and then you have you can put weight on the tires too, but I didn't.
Yeah, I remember people like put like I don't know how much, but a lot of weight just under like the rim.
Yeah, because that's where you want all your weight down low from your crawling up and all that stuff. Man, I drove all the way down there, all excited. My car looked good. You know, all these new parts from my buddy. I got a whole bunch of parts from this guy in Poland, Artful Dodgers, and all these skid plates. So happy, proud of what I've done, right? 5 minutes into my run, I break. No, I didn't break, but basically I should have drilled out the bushings where the bushings go in the brass knuckles. So it looks like it was just too tight, and it kind of just worked the nut from underneath it, and that came off. And then I lost a diff out drive and all, and then I was just like, I was trying to follow my son. Then I realized how out of shape I am climbing up these hills, and oh man, I nearly died, like, you know, but I needed the exercise. It was fun. Everybody went ahead of me, and I got back and, you know, just sitting off drinking water, and then it was cool, man. I really enjoyed this. I really enjoyed the scale stuff. I know it's not racing, but I tell you what,
but
breaking 5 minutes into that run felt like breaking 5 minutes into a 45-minute main. And I was just like, I almost wanted to go take my other car from my mate. So give me that back. I want to go drive. But he was having too much fun, and that's what it was all about. So Lefty didn't get to finish his route. His son did, which I was very proud of, and he had fun. And then they had like bashers there. So they had guys with like 6S Reavers, like racing up and down the sand of the river, and just, it was people having fun, you know, reaching out to that bashing guys to try and get them to come in, and people just had fun. I had fun, and then it was in Santo Domingo, it's in the south of the island, so it's like a 2.5 hour, 3 hour drive, and then we came home, and it was a nice road trip with my son and my buddy, boys day out. I'm loving scale. I like scale trail, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, I actually kind of like crawling and that stuff because it's so chill. It's like sort of like you can just hang out, and then someone drives the car, and then you just like have a good time, and like it's still RC. It's not like racing. You actually have to focus and like you wrench, you try different stuff.
Well,
like,
exactly.
Even if you're just taking it easy, it's like you have to focus on it a lot more. Like this like scale trail stuff it's just like hanging out and having a good time.
And you know what? We lose, you know, as racers, we lose touch on that a lot. You know, especially me, like sometimes, you know, we think about just racing and whatnot like that. We desperately lose out on not lose out. We forget about the having fun part, you know? So
yeah.
I've lost you. I don't know where you are. Hold on for a second. I lost you for a second. Oh gosh. Oh, there you are. Okay. I lost my page.
I got you all
So all good, man. Nothing else really than that. You know, we do have some news to talk about. There was some racing going on this weekend, and you know, some announcements and stuff like that I want to touch on. So do you have anything you want to talk about before we go into the Manscaped RC news, Max?
Can't think of anything.
You're probably your life isn't probably that exciting right now. Work, beer in your attic with your hoodie on.
Well, I mean, I consider my life pretty exciting. I get to like think about stuff, learn new stuff. I read about all kind of shit. So, I mean, it's pretty exciting.
As long as
I could consider myself an introvert, so I'm not really struggling with this COVID thing.
The funny thing is, you consider yourself an introvert, but you're very outgoing when you're around people. But I see the introvertness in you when you always got that hoodie on. And I noticed that, and we analyzed that, and we figured it out. That's your way of not seeing people. So I get it. But I mean, the thing is, when you get going, you're such a good, it's so fun to be around you. So that's why you own her, dude. So I don't really have much else to talk about. So I think we should just go straight in here to the Manscaped RC news. This part of the podcast is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below-the-waist grooming. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. They obsess over their technology developments to provide you with the best tools for your grooming experience. Manscaped is trusted by over 2 million men around the world. Join the movement for all your below-the-waist grooming needs. I've joined the movement. I use my Lawnmower 3.0. I love it. You guys should get one too, because your wives will love you. And maybe, you know what, they can use it too. This isn't gender specific. It's developed for men, but it can be used by women as well. And you can use it to trim up your beards, get some replaceable blades. You can use it in the shower because it's waterproof. You could use it in the dark if you wanted to. I don't know why you would be shaving your balls in the dark. Maybe you have to do it real quick. I can't guarantee that, but it says you won't nick your nuts. So go ahead, shave your balls in the dark and see if you don't nick your nuts. But thank you to manscaped.com. Check them out at www.manscaped.com. Use the promo code NONAME in all caps and you will save 20% off your order. And you get free shipping. So thank you, Manscaped. And thank you to everybody that's buying. If you buy a Manscaped product and if you got the balls, please tag us in it. I want to see it. Don't send me a video of you shaving yourself or anything like that.
Yeah.
Just say, hey, look, I got this. And, we're cool, but I don't really want to see you shaving yourself. So thank you. Thank you to everybody that has supported it. It's greatly appreciated. All right, Max. Okay. I'm not going to dwell on this much because, I'm recording this after I recorded with Joseph. And we kind of talked about this for a long time. He even made a video about it. But, hey, 1 year of work and study groups, and EFRA has a new logo. Yay.
I mean, to give them credit, the logo is pretty cool.
It is.
1 year of work, cool. But cool. It looks pretty cool.
I'm not going to go too deep on this because I'm getting a logo made right now, which I'm going to talk about right here in the next thing. But, hey, I love EFRA. I'm a bit disappointed with this 1 year doing a logo. So much more could have been done in 1 year of COVID. Nobody doing anything. Lots of time to focus on what to do. I hope they come with some more stuff here, better than this. So we shall see. Yeah. All right. It's funny because we've been saying this on the podcast for a few weeks, and then last week, as I was telling you, I said we're gonna make. We just came up with the idea as we was talking about making a virtual cup. And actually, I'm going through with it. I'm going through if it's going to be called the NNRC Cup. It started at DNC, so Ryan Mayfield's in the lead because it's pro class and it's pro nitro buggy. Sorry, people. I would love to do open and intermediate, but I just don't see where we can get all the same people at these races, so it's a little bit difficult at the moment. But this is a virtual cup that's going to be using DNC, PNB, Silver State, and the Nationals. And why those races? Well, I think those are the 4 races. Well, obviously DNC's happened, but I think you're going to see all the same guys at PNB. Maybe 1 or 2 won't. That weren't at DNC will be there. Silver State should be the same, I would say. And then, of course, everybody's going to be at the Nationals. So the idea, I'm actually getting a trophy made for this. I'm getting a logo made for this. I should have it by tomorrow. It's not going to take a year, by the way. And I'm getting a trophy made by this. Matt Owings, he's a JQ guy. He's making the trophies for PNB. He made the trophies for Josh Garbage race as well. Really great metal worker. He's making me once I get the logo, we got it all sorted. And this isn't like an actual cup. Nobody's going to get the trophy. You know what I mean? It's just going to get so if Ryan Mayfield wins it, he's just going to get his name engraved on it. And he's going to be the first NNRC Cup champion, right? And it's nothing serious. I just want to have fun with this. Give us something to talk about. Let's see how a series could go if we actually had one. You know what I mean? And I said this on the podcast last week, and now I'm actually going through with it. So we're going to have an NNRC Cup. Stay tuned for that and point system. And this is all going to be through House of RC too. So everyone's going to have to go House of RC to check this and follow this. So it's funny that I said that on the podcast last week. And then this week I saw Joey from the Dirt has started his US Pro Cup. And that's going to include DNC, Lone Star, Silver State, and he's going to do 2 East Coast-ish races. Right? Now, I had a few people say, oh, Joey, still your idea or something like that. I said, no, I don't think it's still my idea, but I think definitely we've been pushing towards something like this. And actually, Joey, with the Dirt and Lone Star and Silver State, that's 3 races that he can do this by. But also who can do this is Dave at Racetime. You know what I mean? Because he has 5 races that most people will attend. So,
yeah, come on, like if these 2 guys work together, they could have had an American National Series for the past like 5 years.
I know.
Like such a lost opportunity.
Well, he's
but at least they're waking up. It's good.
Well, to say this, Joey's always wanted to do this. I would say this. He's talked about doing it before.
I would imagine.
He's talked about it before. I hope he does it this year. But we also know that if it doesn't make money, it doesn't make sense. So
yeah, but like I can't see why he wouldn't make money, because all he has to do, because he already has live RC there, so it's not any new expense. So all he pretty much has to do is put up on his website just the results and the standings. So all he has to do is count the points and put it up on his website. Nothing else. Then give a trophy at the end of the year and market it as, hey, this is a series. So actually, this might make him more money, because some of the pros who don't go to the other races now may be like, well, I probably wasn't going to go there, but now it's a series. I just want to go there for the exposure.
Right.
So probably there's like nothing he could lose on this, and there's so much he could gain. So it's like a win-win scenario for him. And to me, it seems weird why this hasn't been done before, especially like if we work at Racetime, they don't have to change anything. All they have to do, hire live RC, put up a website, say, this is the American Cup, put up standings there, done. Yeah. You have an American Series. I mean, if they want to do it properly and do it like RCGP did, then it's going to cost money. But if they want to do it just a cheap way, they can do it. And I don't think he's going to put quite a lot of money on this, because DNC already happened. Hasn't Lone Star happened as well?
No, but they're doing this next year. And guess what?
Next year.
It's $10,000 cash giveaway. Thank you, RCGP, once again. I'm sorry, as well, because you're giving $10,000 away to the winner after a series race. Wow. You know what?
Has he given any details though? I thought it was this year.
Well, no, it's more 2022. 2022.
So, okay, so what's the details about this?
He says more details to come, but it's just he has 3 of those races already, and then he's been he's been doing some East Coast stuff, so he's looking to do some races on the East Coast.
So he's already doing the 3 races, so no extra cost. Then East Coast races are gonna give him so much money because there's so many drivers there. So if Joey ever listens to this, and I hope he listens to this, please, Joey, do this. Contact Mugen. You have Drake and Mayfield. Contact HB. You have Ogden and probably some other guy. Contact S-Works. You have Lime and Hackett. Contact Tekno. They have like 5 guys. Say, hey, please attend these events. I'll give you all like a spot, like a video spot by Live RC. You get like this extra exposure. If you just attend these events, we're going to say like you guys are a team and you guys are working as a team. You get more exposure. You don't really have to pay anything more because the entries are already pretty high. And in the end, no one's going to have to pay more. Everyone's going to benefit, and it's going to look more professional. It's like everyone wins. No one loses. So to me, like if he wants to go all in, I think what he should do is to have like a race format where after qualifying he has like the pro, like the guys who qualify straight to the main are like the pro guys, and then he does like spots on every one of them, interviews them, has like press conferences, and like after qualifying, because you have the results, you can just interview all like the top guys, and you don't have to change even the race format, just change like the media presence around it. So just change it so that it looks like these guys are the pros that attend every event like RCGP did, but just have the normal race. So make it look like you're doing what RCGP is doing, but don't actually change anything. This is like the cheap way to do this and make it look cool. If you want to do it, I would still want him to do it the way RCGP does it, because that's actually better for the racers.
Mm-hmm.
But if he wants to do it cheap and make it look good, just like do normal race, but have the media make it look like it's a US series like RCGP is. And I really hope he does this, because this is the cool thing that he can do. And this is what everyone has been wanting for so long. Like, imagine, like, just like the storyline of it. Like, you have the team Tekno, you have the team Associated, you have the team Mugen, you have all these guys, and they're not doing anything different. You're just saying they're doing something different.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like faking it all, but it doesn't look like faking it, because it's actually like people can see it now. They don't have to find it and look around the corners. Oh, those guys are actually attending all these races. Rivkin won the first one, Mayfield won that one. They are now, you can see it like it's front and center. Hey, this is a series. These guys are rivals. It looks cool, even though it's still the freaking same thing.
Yeah. I'm all for it. Let's do it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And we can do it in Europe if the Masters is Europe. And then I still want the RCGP thing, but you know, it's change is slow and very slow. I mean, look, it took a whole year to get a logo change. So, you know.
Yeah. Well, actually, I want to just add on to this that if, like, I don't think this, if you do it like the way I explained just then, you're not probably going to attract any outside sponsorship, because it's not very organized. If you want to actually attract like a Monster Energy or whatever you think of, you have to do it the way RCGP does it, in my opinion, because everything is more professional. It actually, you can sell a race series, not just random races that you call a series. So
and also get some spectators.
If you want to get like spectators and like big money into it, you have to make it look like it's actually a huge deal. Like in reality, like if they show up at the track, they're going to see, oh shit, the pro guys are coming, and they look like pro guys because everyone's wearing team shirts. They have these team tents, and like they look like, okay, those two guys are that team. Those two guys are that team. And it's actually just that. But if you want to make it look like inside the RC world that, hey, we have a series, this is the perfect way to start it out. Especially if you don't want to invest so much money into it. Like RCGP had to invest quite a lot of money into that. And they made it work, in my opinion, at least. And they just need to keep it going. But if you don't want to invest money, the way I just explained how Joey could do it is the best way.
Yeah. It's better than nothing. I mean, it's only took, 20-something years to do this? So I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. I think Dave should do it, or maybe work together as well, and they can have a whole East Coast, West Coast thing.
Yeah, but to me, they should do it together. So you could have like the West Coast. Like, I don't think Joey would actually even need to do his own East Coast races. They could just do a series together where they split the profit. Like the series profit, you know. Well, they could have sponsors for the series specifically.
You're talking about a lot of cooperation right there, Max. And you're talking about a lot of we need to make. And it's no offense, because I have nothing against these guys making their money. But
greed and cooperation doesn't go well together.
No. And speaking of Dave and race time, I know we give him some flack, but I like what they're doing lately. Like, they got the trophies, that he's doing the Jumbotron, he's got live RC coming. He posted up yesterday, Wicked Weekend is looking to do a capped race with a different format. And I say, fuck yeah, let's do it. Why not? Wicked Weekends was a little bit slow this year because they did it at SMB and it didn't get as many people. It rained and stuff like that. So they will probably go back to where they do it in Atlanta. But why not? It's one of the races that probably will get packed. But this is what I say. Cap that race, charge more. Right? Charge slightly more so you can make your money, because you still have to make your money, right? Cap it at a certain number. Cap each class at a certain number. You know what I mean? And do a different format. Give people more run time. You ain't there till 1 o'clock in the morning. You could go home at 7, 8 o'clock, go out with your friends, enjoy it, and make it a race where people actually enjoy it. Like, okay, I'm saying people enjoy it, but you know what I mean? Where people see, hey, I can run one class. I can run 2 classes and get so much run time. And I don't have to be up at 5:30 in the morning because my main starting at 6. It starts at 8, a decent time. And I could be out of there by at the latest 8 o'clock in the afternoon. So I think you should do it, Dave. Get it done. Let's see how it works. If it doesn't work, you just go back to the normal way. But I guarantee people's gonna be like, this is better.
Yeah, I mean, the downside to this is if you do it so that you just cap the entries and don't change anything else, it's not going to work. Because these guys are used to, like, having, like, these guys going to be complaining, well, my friend didn't get in. Because these guys are used to races like this. So for them, change isn't like, because if I go there, I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to race to midnight. I don't race to 1 o'clock. I don't want to like race 3 classes. I want to race 1 or 2. So for me, if I go there, because I'm used to having like schedules and stuff like that, for me, it's like obvious that, hey, this is not good. But for them, those people who race there, they're used to it. So if you change it, you have to do it like the way RCGP at Thunder Rally did. I probably didn't hear one negative comment about the way the RC2 class was there.
Well, I heard negative.
To do it properly.
I heard negative. What I heard, but you know what I heard negative? People were complaining because they were driving too much.
Oh yeah, well that I heard actually. Yeah,
and
well,
I
negative was people were driving too much.
Yeah, they were like, well, you said we was gonna get. You weren't lying when you said we was gonna get a lot of run time. They got a lot of run time, and most people only used 2 sets of tires the entire weekend. But there was some complaints. I'm not gonna say there wasn't. Like people couldn't understand Everlap. Even my dumb self, I didn't figure out Everlaps to the last main, like, you know, we can watch it.
Yeah, but the thing is that's the freaking best software ever. Like my RCM, which we use in Europe, is like it gets the job done, but at the bare minimum. Live RC, apart from all the glitches and all that, and like the how to find your race, it's incredibly dumb. But like you see your top 10, top 15, all that's good. So Live RC is like almost there, but like Everlaps is so freaking good. Like, okay, I'll explain this. So at Philippines, I looked into it because I was like, okay, this is a new thing. It looks pretty cool. So I looked into it and see what I could do. So I was like, hey, I was doing pretty good laps, and I went to check Ongaro's laps, and I clicked it. And I could compare my laps to Ongaro's laps. I just clicked him and clicked myself, and I could compare them. I could see my laps and the Ongaro's laps on the list. I was like, oh my God. Then I could check my run, every single run I had together. They were like next to each other. It's just so good. People don't realize it. People don't want to spend that extra 15 to 30 minutes to actually see the features there are that you can use. You have to just see yourself. It's so much better when you see what it actually does. It's just so far ahead of anything else out there. I mean, I can't say if it's as reliable or as Live RC or MyRCM because I don't really know, and they are really haven't got that for so long. So I don't know about that side. But just like the info you get out of it is just, there's nothing like it. Everlaps is.
I didn't realize the power of it till after the race. You know what I mean? Because I was so busy. I didn't, and I get that. That was very confusing for a lot of people. I think the biggest thing with RC2 was just people weren't like used to so much track time, and like people just like, man, we've been driving too much. But that's what we promised. Yeah. And I think a lot of people were confused with a lot of things. But that's to be expected when you do something like this.
Yeah, so actually, this is what me and JQ kind of argued a lot about during the season, because we stayed at the same hotels, and when he was doing the schedules and stuff, like we were planning how this is gonna work out, and like when he was doing this with David, I was always kind of like, hey, like people are used to the old stuff, so you kind of have to take it easy on them. I agree with him that if you want to do it properly, you have to do it properly. Like everything needs to be properly. But to me, like some things he could have or Dave, because David was pretty much in charge of everything. They could have just eased on a bit. So just like if you bring in Everlaps, bring in Everlaps. If you bring in a new format, bring in a new format. But just like take it easy on them. Like, don't bring everything at once. And people are like, because especially in America, in Europe, it worked pretty okay because people are used to seating, people are used to qualifying like that. They're used to having the 3-minute warm up and then the race, which America people don't have. It's one lap and then you just start.
Yes.
So I remember in America, people just like running and they're like, wait, the race hasn't started yet.
I know.
Like, come on, guys.
I know.
So like, especially in America, it's, yeah, I mean, I agree the way they did it. But to me, at least, you should have probably explained it a lot better or something like that. But in the end, though, most people seem to enjoy it when they just got it.
I think so, too.
But, yeah.
That's a good thing, though. People complaining about too much track time. I think that's a good complaint.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
But I mean, anyway, enough about
tooting
that horn. But I'm all for this, man. And I made a post on this, and as soon as when I said up the charge, people just, you want to get more money. I said, you charge more, you give more. And what I mean by give more, and I'm not, I don't consider open practice, quality track time. I don't consider that. Yes, it's fun. You can wait in line when it gets too busy. Give everybody the same amount of track time. Give a practice schedule, 3 rounds of practice, seeding practice, whatever, on the first day. Then, whatever. That's, for me, that's what I think is really good. Like, open practice is like, and it's for club races. That's what open practice is.
And you know what? I think the best argument for this is when people say, hey, well, the entry, like for example, Neo, the entry fee is like £200 or something.
No, it was $100 and almost $200, I think.
Yeah, well, around $200 or whatever, but it's pretty expensive. And then like the DNC is like, I think it's 90 nowadays per class.
Yeah.
Around there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we actually counted. So with the $200 you pay at Neo, you pay half as much per minute at the track as you do at DNC. So actually, DNC is twice as expensive as Neo. Even though it looks like on paper, hey, I'm paying $90, and at the Neo I'm paying $200. Actually, what you end up getting is it's like like 50% off. Like if you could pay Neo entry fee would be $400 if the track time would be the same, like comparing with the track time. So the ratio between money you pay and the track time you get is half the price at Neo than what it is at DNC. So don't just look at the first number you see. Actually think about, hey, what am I getting out of this?
Yes, and not remember when you run 3 classes, man. 3 sets of tires.
That's that too. Like even the thing like if you run 2 classes, let's say you run 2 classes at DNC, and even if you run 2 classes at DNC, it's almost the same price as RCGP or Neo,
more.
And you still. Well, okay. Well, it's like $20 more or whatever.
No, RCGP is 125, and two classes at DNC are 180.
Oh, okay. Well, let's compare to RCGP. So it's more, but still running RCGP, you run more. 1 class at RC2, you get more track time than running 2 classes at DNC. And the thing is, let's imagine a race where you run 3 classes, you pay the same amount as you pay for an RCGP race where you run just 1 class, and you get the same track time. I would argue that running 1 class for more track time compared to running 3 classes for the same amount of track time is more valuable running that 1 class, because you feel your car, you can focus on that 1 car, you don't have to have 3 cars around, and you don't have to mess up your race schedule and all that. Like, oh, I run truggy, my buggy feels kind of weird, then you get used to it and you run all that hassle is not worth, even if DNC was cheaper, if you run 3 classes than what RCGP is running 1 class, even then I would argue it's more valuable to run 1 class properly than run 3 classes half-assed.
Well, see, you're missing out on the other thing here. It's not always just about track time. It's about the chance to make a main or get a podium. That's what running all these classes do.
I don't know.
So, I mean, to me, I would
argue against that.
It's nothing wrong with that. You can do that. But I think I don't know how they're going to do this at Wicked Weekend. But I definitely think you should up the price a little bit. Like, I think you should, If you want to run 3 classes,
you have to.
That's your choice. But if you can, if you want to run 1 class and you can run 1 class at this race and get as much run time as you did running 3 classes at any of the other race time events, and I'm not including open practice. We're not talking about that.
Yeah,
that's
totally depend.
That's then go for it. But if you want to run 3 classes and you know that this is a cap race and it's going to be more money, but you will be in a comfortable race, if you want to pay all that money, then go ahead. You know what I mean? But there's people out there that may not want to pay that money and they want to run, but when they go to these races, they know that they have to run multiple classes in order to get proper track time. But if you know you can do it with 1 class or 2 and be sufficient, then it will be all right. So I hope they do it. Please do it. And I can't wait. I would love to go to Wicked Weekend. We'll see. It's in August, I think. So I've always wanted to go to this race anyway.
I want to actually argue against your point about people want to make it the main. I think people want more head-to-head racing. So, like, at European races, even if you had, like, a few qualifiers only, you will always have that 20-minute main. In America, you might have a 7.5-minute main in Nitro. That's the thing, too. So, let's say you have less track time, but more of it is racing. That's more worth it. So if you run 3 classes, you might get a few more. You get 2 more 7.5-minute mains. But is it really worth, let's say, having like RCGP, you had that 20-minute bump-up main, and you also had that qualifying race. Like, you already there get more track time than you could ever get running like let's say DNC and running 3 classes. You get more head-to-head racing. I mean, obviously, if you make the main, but it's the same in RCGP. If you bump up, you get more and more track time.
Yeah, of course.
I remember some people ran like over an hour during the bump-up day because they bumped up so many times. People are getting exhausted about running.
I know.
because they weren't used to it.
Oh, man. How about I just got to say this. The LCQ race at Thunder Alley when the thylacine just... Yeah, that was one of the best finishes ever. Like, I'll never forget that little bump and Little Bump and Hergzig were battling, and the thylacine Aaron Dex was just behind. I was like, oh man, I really wanted him to make the main or bump because they only won, and I just had to bring that up because that was such a good race. And they made that bubble on the last jump at the last corner, and Dexter was just right behind him. And whoop. I was like, that's so cool. That's what you get. That's the excitement from LCQs. I have people against LCQs too, man. I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't get that.
I don't get that either. All right, enough about that. I hope Wicked Weekend does that. Let us know you guys' thoughts on that. We went off on a tangent on that. All right, Max.
Yeah.
We did have a
with
big
these topics.
With
these topics, it always seems to happen.
I know. So we had a race. J Concepts. The J Concepts Western Carpet Nationals at 702 Raceway in Vegas. I wanted to bring this up because the GOAT was there and Rivkin was there, and actually
wait. This is not the right class.
No, I know. I'm giving a shout out to More a Crime because he won 2-wheel drive. But I'm still gonna say that he has to. If he doesn't, he needs to. He's gonna say he's moving up to mod next year. So good. He needs to move up to mod and nitro. So,
if any of these guys have finished top 3 in a major stock race before, they would need to move to mod the next race.
Well, you missed our debate last week: stock versus mod live.
Yeah. I don't really think this topic is debatable.
Well, it was fun. It was a lot of fun, and
stock doesn't even exist here. Right, so
let's go to. Well, this is Brock Champlin's home track, so he TQ'd and won. That's a good win for Schumacher. But I'm sorry, we know Brock's fast on carpet. We know that, super fast on carpet.
Yeah, I mean, this is like if you did. This is like good result for him. This is not like, hey, he won. It's like, okay, he won.
This is
like if he didn't win, I'll be like, hey, he practices here all the time. He runs the best car for carpet. None of these A cars are pretty good on carpet, but like TLR, like, come on, like these guys probably never run on carpet. At least I would imagine so. And
the carpet
Schumacher
master.
Only runs the carpet.
Right, exactly. Schumacher pretty much only runs on carpet. Yeah. But Brock won, the GOAT in second, Rivkin in third. Look at that. TLR on this is good. This is what I like to see. The TLR AE
I'm actually
rivalry.
I'm actually pretty surprised Rivkin wasn't second, but Rivkin is pretty good on carpet, and associated cars are generally really good on carpet. So
Yeah.
I didn't watch the main. So
yeah, I just watched them briefly. It wasn't an EOS track. It was cool, but when you see those EOS tracks,
yeah,
it's a little bit
the
different.
US tracks are way harder.
Yeah.
The American track seems to have much better flow, and like the carpet is much like more forgiving. The EOS tracks are just like they're crazy, and this is actually I'm kind of surprised. Like the Schumacher 4-wheel drive is like out of this world. So
Yeah,
I think AE have actually just brought up the game with the new one though.
Mhm.
So it could. I haven't driven the new 4-wheel drive, so I can't really comment on this. But like the Schumacher 4-wheel drive less at DOS seems just like so over anything else.
Well,
I mean, we haven't seen Jon around in a while, so can't really say. But
well,
yeah, I was actually pretty surprised seeing this.
Well,
but I mean,
Rivkin-
good win for Spencer.
yeah, Rivkin won this. Brock in second. I do that because that's all Paul Heyman does. Brock Lesnar's into Brock.
Where was
Lesnar.
Cole Pollard in two-wheel drive?
Yeah, let's see. But the GOAT in third. I have to say this, Associated won the week this week, even though this is a great result for the GOAT.
Yeah.
Associated.
Yeah, Associated won.
I think the score is like 2-1 now. I've lost count. But
yeah, but I would even consider against Brock, this is a win for Spencer because this is Brock's home track. Remember this. So
Tollard was fifth in two. He's a silent assassin. He is, and he's good in 8 scale too.
Yeah, but he's kind of like he's under the radar quite a lot.
Yeah,
like he doesn't get that same exposure. Like drivers like Van Dalen get much more exposure. And Cole Tollard is actually pretty versatile. He's really good in 10 scale. He's pretty good in 8 scale.
Speaking of,
like
yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So
speaking of drivers that are disappeared, where's Alex K? I haven't seen him around for a minute. Alex Kuzawowski or whatever his name is.
But actually, I don't think he runs carpet. I'm not sure. And this is just he does
because he lives up in Connecticut.
I don't think I've ever.
But he hasn't been racing at all.
I don't think I've ever seen him run.
I haven't heard about him in I mean COVID too, but he's just kind of not around, and maybe he's in school or something. I don't know. Just kind of it's a really smart thing to
because
do.
he was like one of the fastest up and comers at one point.
Yeah, and he's just disappeared.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Mm-hmm. So
weird.
This was okay. A good result for Brock. A great weekend for Cav too and Rivkin. But yeah, we got to give this weekend to. Well, I guess we got to give it to Schumacher. But I mean, in the TLR,
I don't know. I would actually give it to Spencer because this is Brock's home track. Like that's a big deal, and they didn't change the layout. Like if they changed the layout, then it would be free real estate. But it's the same layout, and Brock's been practicing there for I don't know how long, but every post he makes is from this track. So,
but you see what I see.
He should have dominated.
I see the GOAT. He's just doing this steadily.
Yeah,
he's doing
but
what
that's what happened with
best.
S-Works as well.
Yep,
that's what happened with S-Works as well.
That's what Cav does best.
But I'm still worried about the 8-scale platform. That's
well,
that's
he
not
needs a little
working
bit more
him.
time on it. You put a note on her SMJ wheel shims. You should have put a link on her because I didn't see this.
Okay, so this was for touring cars. So SMJ, this point I'm trying to make here is not about this wheel nuts. It's about the more broader thing. So the SMJ wheel, it's not wheel nuts. It's wheel shims. So it's these soft shims. So it's a flexible material like a sponge or something that you would put on top of the hex. So when you would tighten your wheel, it would, like, if you really moved around, it would have some like movement to it. So pretty much like if you would have a softer wheel or something. But touring cars pretty much always have spec tires. So people were like major clowning on this on Facebook. I saw everyone is like, hey, this is like hoodie, like blah, 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 what is this? Like next they're gonna release the premium O-ring or whatever. And then I saw this one post because I was like, no way they're going to release something this dumb if it isn't actually like beneficial. Like if there's nothing to it. So I checked the comments and I saw one guy say, hey, this is actually a real deal. And So yeah, pretty much how this works is just that you will have that softer feel on the wheel, and with spec tire races that could benefit you. And I believe how this actually works is because the surface you're running on is always like having a little bit of roughness to it, so the car is like shaking all the time when it's running. And with touring cars, the shock speeds are really slow. Like with off-road cars, you can see the shocks can take a lot of the shaking motion, but with touring cars, the springs are so thick and the shock speed is so freaking slow that it can't really counter this like really high frequency shaking of the car. So I think this actually sort of balances that out and gives the tire more contact while you drive. So that's my theory. If these actually work, this is my theory on why they work. But I haven't never tried it. I don't know if it actually works. But so okay, that all being said, everyone pretty much was on clowning on this, and like there's actually some science and some actual good things about this.
Right.
So no matter what you do, if it seems weird or odd, people will clown on it. So for example, Serpent had an 8-scale car with the rear shocks in front of the arm. And there's a rumor going around that it was better, but they switched the shocks with the rear of the arm because people thought it was worse.
So they had it on the front, like where...
front of the arm.
I've seen people do that, like on the JQs, you know, like Chris Morales.
And I've tried it, and it works. Yeah, I tried it, and it works. It's probably better at some tracks. So they switched it to the back only because of people who bought the car thought the car wasn't working for them because of that. So they thought, oh, it's not as good when the shocks are in front, even though they probably just messed it up in the setup. Like they would just didn't bother to fix the setup and just complain about that. That's one example. And there's plenty of stuff like this where people do something different that is actually better. Like the cap forward bodies in 2012. If you watch my aerodynamics video, by the way, they got it right in 2013. Then people went back to the cap backwards because like, oh, this is much better on high speed, which it is maybe on like super high speed. But then on jumps and any sharp corner, it's worse. The cap backwards bodies, that is. And if you watch my aerodynamics part 2, you can hear the full explanation about why that is. But people have these misconceptions and they have their beliefs that are based on nothing at all. And then they just like spoot around until they have to be like really, really convinced about things. They don't think about it. Everyone needs to like stop and think, hey, it seems weird, but hey, this actually works pretty damn well. So yeah, that's just my take on this. I just actually accidentally saw this and saw people clowning on it. And I was like, yeah, there's got to be more to it. And there was.
Well, most of the people talking on Facebook are like me. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So I wouldn't know what I was talking about anyway. But now that you talk about it, I was also thinking maybe it affects wheel width as well. But then they have to fit a certain...
Yeah, but you would obviously compensate for that. So that's not the thing. You could just use no motion.
Well, we used to
think about this because they sold 2 different stiffness. So it's a flexible material. So
it's all suspension.
Tunable thing.
Suspension stuff. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that's all we have for this. You know, I think we should. I don't have any more news. And it's kind of slow.
I think that's for the news.
The news.
Yeah. I mean, come on. It's winter, COVID. What kind of news could we have?
I don't know. But you know what? We do have a lot of questions. So I think it's time to go to the Beach RC Bench Racing Q&A.
BeachRC.com, the racers' one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, JQ Racing, Pro Circuit Racing Tires, Nitro Lux Fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
And thank you, Beach RC. We actually have a message from Brent at Beach RC because the BeachRC.com virtual Easter egg hunt is back for 2021. It's bigger and better with more gifts and a grand prize drawing. Every order placed from 12 p.m. EST on April 4th to 3 a.m. EST April 5th will get your name entered into a drawing for the ultimate RC Easter basket. But that's not it. Tons of shoppers will find Easter eggs in all sorts of places. We can't tell you where they are, but you will know when you see one. So get those carts ready and good luck. Rules and instructions will be on beachrc.com early next week, as well as sent out in the Beach Nation email. If you are not already a subscriber, if you're not already a subscriber now, would be a good time to become a Beach Nation email subscriber to get all the latest news and updates from beachrc.com. Also, I was told free peeps in every order next week. So go to beachrc.com, use the affiliate link if you can. I tried to do my Charlemagne Prime voice, but it was kind of difficult to focus on his voice and read that at the same time. So next time I'll get it right. Charlemagne's Prime is this like toy guy that I watch, and he's like got 1 million subscribers and all this type of stuff. So thank you, Beach. yes. Thank you, Beach RC, for your support. Please, guys, go check them out. Use our affiliate link that was in the written description of this podcast. It definitely helps us out. And thank you, everybody, for the questions. So our first question is from Chris Boyder, a.k.a. Gatorman. What's up, Chris and Gabby and Midnight? Can a pitman run onto the track and fix a broken car during an A-main? No, he cannot.
No.
He brings it back to the pit and fixes it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's
and
it.
also, Marshall cannot do it either. Let's say, okay, with 10 scale and ball cups, that's a gray area for me. Because if it's like ball cup and it's like pop and back in, okay. But if it takes more than 5 seconds, leave it on the ground, that's it.
Okay, I can agree. That goes with 8 scale too.
Yeah, if 8 scale, you have your body fucked up or something is between your arm or I don't know, whatever, like something small.
Mm-hmm.
Then do that. If it takes more than 5 seconds, mechanic comes, takes the pits, fixes it. Done.
Simple. Not on the track because you have to restart in the pit, I believe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, Josh Garvin
Yes.
of Scale Racing Sports, I believe. He's the guy who behind the Blue Ridge Nationals, Summer Sizzler, and it looks like they're also doing a race at Clemson. They're going to have live RC there too, so this is another East Coast indoor race coming up, indoor races coming up. And they've been a big support. Excuse me? No, this is SRS, Scale Racing Sports.
Okay.
Josh Garvin.
Okay.
They
new
have
thing or
excuse me?
is it a new thing or
Well, they started about 2 years ago.
Before.
So, you know,
Okay.
They're getting there. They're getting there.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually the question. So if you guys don't know him, please go check out SRS, and they're putting on 3 races this year. Summer Sizzler, then they're doing a run at the actual campus or gym of Clemson University in South Carolina. And then they're doing their Blue Ridge Nationals, which they have in November. So this is the question about pills. And I don't know if we have time to answer this because you said there's no quick answer to this. So I think he has to watch your video. But let's ask his question. Talk to me about pills and the pivot angle of your arms, both front and rear. Why would you want to run them flat? Why would you want the leading edge tilted up? Why would you want the leading edge tilted down? What are you trying to improve with this adjustment? Corner entry, exit, drive, corner entry, or exit, steering, or is it a suspension thing? Smooth track versus bumpy. Thanks, Lefty. Thanks, Max. Max, do you have a quick answer for this?
So I think actually the first time I read it, I thought he wanted to act about everything about the pills, which is kind of hard to completely answer because like moving the arm any which way is like the basic fundamental change in a car that you can make. But pretty much, so actually the video this week that will be up is about exactly this, which is like anti-squat and kick up. So if you look at the car, like you have the wait, I have to see this. So the rear arm is kind of like this. And the front arm is kind of like this. Mm-hmm. You know, both are like up like this. So if you look at just the rear arm, what it does is it has anti-squat. So it will sort of work against the squatting motion of the car when you go in power. Then if you would have it the other way around, it would actually be pro squat, which would mean that when you go in power, it would actually squat even more. So that's the basic principle of it. Then in the front, you will have kick up. So if you have the rear arm like this, you will have the front arm like this. So kick up in the front. So the front edge of the arm is up. You will have kick up, which means you will have pro dive. This would mean that when you brake, the front end would go down more than if you would have the arm flat. The flatter you have the arm, the less it will go down. And if you would angle it inwards, like the leading edge would be downwards, it would mean that you would have anti-dive, meaning it would be stiffer once you brake. So this is like the very basic thing about it. And there's a lot more to it and a lot more like how this really works on track. But this is the very basics of it. So if you angle these rear arm towards the center or angle the front arm towards the center, you will have anti-squat and anti-dive. But we angle the front arm, the leading edge up, which means you have a kick up, which in other words could be described as a pro dive. So that's the very basic explanation of this.
Josh, I think it would take 30 minutes to describe everything you asked. So you know what? Max's video is dropping her, and guys should check it out. Max Mort on YouTube.
I'm pretty sure he also asked about like the toe angle as well, and I have a video about that as well. And that's also what you do with the pills of the car. Yeah, and that's as well much more complicated. But the videos give you a much better understanding of the whole concept if you actually want to know. Yeah.
Thank you for the question as well, Josh. I think you wanted more to know about like when to use it and what they do. But I mean, that would be a very long answer.
Yeah, I'll go through all that in the video, sweet. And that's like there's so many different things.
Sweet. So check them out, Josh. I know that's a long question, so it's best done with.
But it's a good question.
Yeah, it is very good.
It's that type of questions are the important ones.
Yeah. All right, Connie Swenson of House of RC. I want to hear Max Mort's take on body aerodynamics. This is going to be another long answer. Mm-hmm. I've seen his videos on the subject, but some people just state it's a placebo effect. As an example, look at how X-Ray described the positive effects on their latest body design, which many stated was an obvious copy. It sounds on the description that this is one of the most important things you can change on a car, like saving many tenths of a second. But we see many races where top drivers lose a wing or something on the body, gets broken, and they can still drive as well as before. What is the real effect? Is this just marketing? I want hard facts, not feelings. He also goes on to say, X-Ray's description of their new body, the redesigned sides of the body improve stability at higher speeds. The round front cab and profile make the XB8 easier to drive. Some of the redesigned downforce areas increase the speed of the car. The central fin and the roof help control the car more precisely, making handling more predictable. Overall, the new Easy Body is the most significantly improved performance offer body we have designed. This is all you, because you've been preaching this for a very long time.
Yeah. So let's get the wing brakes mid-race. People do better laps. So if you go to a big race, most of the times these top guys run their fastest laps in the end, where they're trying to catch someone or whatever. And you watch their tires after the race, and they're completely bald. Now, you would never argue that running bald tires is faster than running new tires. So what this comes down to is these guys, and me included, if I'm mid-race and my wing falls off or my tires go bald, I just have to drive harder. It's harder to drive. It's harder to do that same lap again and again, and I have to put much more effort into it. So with this aerodynamics, you will get the same speed with much less effort, you know? Mm-hmm. So that's the same with new tires. You get the same speed with much less effort. So, and that's also the thing, like if you have a car that's awful, most of the times you can run almost the same lap times with it. It's just much more difficult to do that lap time again and again. unless like obviously you can have a car that's just pushing a lot, which is impossible to run fast lap times with. But like if you have a car that's hard to drive, you can still be pretty fast with it if you just push it to its absolute limit. So that's to counter that type of argument, like, because RC in the end is very much like driver based still. It's not like if you have the fastest car, you will be the fastest driver, like let's say Formula One is. But that's just to take that argument. And then to people who say it's just a placebo, I would say, yeah, it can be a placebo. Let's say a front scoop or whatever. Most people won't probably even notice it, and especially if you aren't really used to setting up your car or trying different things, it can be a placebo. But I've tried this so many times on so different conditions, to back, and every single time when I have a cap forward body, preferably with the side wings, it's always A, faster, B, much easier to drive. So with aerodynamics, the biggest difference I feel is just that you have much more trust in the car. It gives you that extra grip that you can trust in the car, and you can go where you want. You could think, like, as I said earlier, with both tires, you can have that best lap at the end of the race, but the trust in the car is minimal. Like, you just like pushing it to its absolute limit without having any good control of it. So that's how I think the best way to describe aerodynamics is, you wouldn't want to start the race with both tires if you can start it with the new ones. And you would want to start the race with the badly designed body and wing setup if you can start with body and wing that has good downforce. So that's the way I would counter these arguments. And it's really hard to...
Your biggest opponent against this is Joseph, and he says it's all placebo. But then I like Greg. You know how Greg is. He has a carburetor that's 14 years old, and he believes in all this type of stuff. So Greg swears on these. But remember that guy who used to in Singapore that was making the JQ bodies at one point?
Yeah.
So Greg has like 3 of these all painted, and it's like, these are the last ones. These are the best bodies for hot rod. It keeps the car. So I said, are you serious? It's like, yes, I'm dead serious. I said, but JQ says that's all placebo. JQ is full of shit, Greg. But he swears on that this body works way better at hot rod because of the slow, it's lots of 1.8, tight 1.8s and all this type of stuff.
Yeah, and I think it's the cap forward body with the sides that has some angle up. So it makes a lot of sense. And I believe him completely. And Greg actually knows his shit. He tried different wings, and he even though Greg sometimes jokes about this is like bullshit, but he knows like this makes sense. And also one thing that Greg does is he cuts the droop, where the droop screw, you screw it into the chassis,
Yeah.
He cuts those off in the front because those catch the jump faces. He also never runs the JQ stock bumper. He runs the race form one or something like that, because that has less the ODE bumper, because that has less angle to it and it doesn't catch the jump faces. Those type of things are like, people would say, oh, that's just bullshit, that's placebo, whatever. But then you try it and you actually like think about it. It actually works. And I haven't done it now in my associated because I didn't want to ruin my new chassis. But in JQ, every time I got a new chassis, just cut the front pieces off. I always run full droop in the front anyway. So that's that. And what comes to JQ, I think he knows that the body makes a difference, but he wants to make the car work first. And I do that myself quite a lot as well. For example, last summer, because I didn't know the car, I don't want to put aerodynamics or new tires on it like all the time to have like the best possible, scenario, because you want to know where the car is bad. You want to know where the car is letting me down before you put all these other things around it. And the best way to find it is not to have all these, I would call them aids, but it's just like, it's just a complete to complete the car. The body and the wing are a big part of it, but having like new tires all the time, having the best possible aerodynamic setup of your car, you're going to have a much harder time identifying the issues with the car. And I really believe, and I'm pretty much 100% sure, this is why JQ is against like this thing, talking about bodies, because he wants to make the car work first and then put all that other stuff on top of it, which is completely understandable. And I do it myself when I test a lot of times. But yeah, I mean, if people like, even if it was placebo, whatever, most of the time I put the normal body on.
Mm-hmm.
Then I have two bodies. I've done this multiple times. I have two bodies, one without the wings, like the cap forward body, one without the wings and one with the wings. I go drive with one without the wings. I drive. It's kind of hard to control. I make lap times. Then I'll put the other one on, go drive, easier to drive, 2 times faster, put back the normal one on, again, 2 times slower, harder to drive, put the other one on, 2 times faster. So you can say that's placebo. I don't care. I've 2 times faster with the other body. So, yeah.
I remember, I'll never forget when we was at Thunder Alley and Chris Morale was like explaining all this to Joseph. Remember, because he had this side pods on and he was all into it and Joseph was like, that's bullshit. It doesn't work. Placebo.
Yeah.
And but you know who else believed in this heavily was Carson Wainermont.
And I actually, if you watch my aerodynamics video, he is very much included in there. His body designs.
I haven't watched it yet. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to just people listening. Yeah. Okay. It's a long video. It's one of my longest ones.
I know. It's hard for me to get in science mode nowadays when I don't race. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't think my target audience is you per se.
Of course not.
You're like more like, you know, talking about like the RC scene.
Yes.
So.
All right. Yeah. Adam Duckett.
Well, actually, I'll say one more thing. Okay. So, the Toyota WRC car, the rear wing. When you're going, I think 100 kilometers an hour, it's 90 kilograms of downward force from the rear wing alone. Only the rear wing. So if you take the rear wing off, it would be the same as taking 90 kilograms of downward force when you're going 100 kilometers an hour. So if you just scale that down to RC, it's a pretty significant difference. And if you look at F1 cars, the downforce those cars produce is so high that if you lift, it's heavy. Just lifting, the force in the wings is higher than if you would do slam on the brakes in a road car. There's so much like drag and downforce in the wings.
Sweet. Sounds good. Yeah, man. So I think it makes a difference, man. I understand why Joseph probably doesn't like it because he wants to make the car work. And that he probably thinks that's like Band-Aids or whatever. But I also think it goes in part and package with doing all the little things to your car. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So. But setting up your car is easier to not have those around, in my opinion.
Sweet. All right. Adam Duckett. What's up, Adam? How you doing? Adam's a big dude. He's like 6'10" or something like that. He's just one of the.
I'm like 5 foot.
He would definitely rip you to shreds. Like tear you in half like a wet paper bag. Cool guy, man. He used to play football. Loves RC. What's the worst style of qualifying?
Worst, EFRA qualifying, 10-minute runs. Best, probably the RC2 class. Just regular EFRA qualifying, last round decides by race.
Did you do not like the heads up qualifying?
I like the heads up, but you can't do it for more than like one race. You can do it for 2 or 3 races, but to me though, the heads up, the issue with the heads up is that it was 4 rounds and it was only 1 heat. So for me, it was like if I had 1 bad round, after that I just started testing stuff because all rounds counted. Because the difference was if I had 1 bad round, so let's say I ended up in the last place, and most likely I was going to start 9th, 10th, or 11th, or something like that. Anyway, no matter what I did, I would like, if I would win, I would maybe get like a 7th starting spot. But most likely I would be starting like 9th, 10th, or 11th. So if you have one bad round, there's no point of like trying anymore unless you're like, okay, if you're Ongaro or Ronafalk, you have to start in front. But for someone like me, there's no point in like trying to be trying to win the race. Well, obviously there's point trying to win the race, but no point of trying to like finish really high all the time. It's more benefit to just test stuff and then pick up a few spots in the main. So that's why I didn't like it. I actually told Joseph and David I would have liked us to do like less rounds, so let's say 1 or 2 rounds of those, or then go to like F1 style quali where it's just best lap, because that's like the super poles are so freaking fun to watch, because like that guy's going around the track like, oh, he's gonna make a last corner and just like pushing to the absolute limit. Because in the end, it's only like one heat of cars. And like when you have like 200 entries, then you need to have like some consistency, because some guy just kind of get a huge hot lap somewhere in there. But that's why you need, with more entries, you will need to have the 5-minute runs, in my opinion. But with one heat, and especially with like 12 cars and the way RC racing is at now, there's really no point in running that much, like 4 rounds of heads-up racing. I mean, it was fun, and the racing is fun. But in terms of like qualifying, like I wasn't really worried where I'm gonna end up in qualifying, because if it's a 60-minute main, I'm starting 9th or 11th. Who fucking cares? You know,
for sure.
So that was my, and that I said that from the start to David and Joseph, but. I mean, for the lives and all that, it's show. Probably they get much more content. Dude. Yeah, for the show, yeah. But I think I tried to argue this with them, that Super Pole, you can get a lot out of it. Super Pole, you can get hell of a lot out of it.
They do it in on-road.
But yeah, and it's freaking fun. But worst one is 10-minute qualifiers, IFMAR style. Best one is probably RC.
Why don't you like the 10-minute qualifiers in IFMAR style?
Because that's like
racing, isn't it?
I don't know. That's like, yeah, it's like you're driving a main by yourself. Yeah, sort of. You know?
I could see that. All right, thanks for the question, Adam. Frankie Nunez, he asked how to avoid tire ballooning on a 6S or fast cars. Well, I'm assuming he's like, wow, I saw some tire ballooning this past weekend on that Revo, man. That thing flipped over, and that guy kept that thing pinned.
Oh yeah,
and that firm went. And that thing went about 100 feet in the air. It went whoop.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't really know. I think you got to run heavier diffs like that could, but that's not gonna stop tire ballooning.
I mean, if you have only the inside tire ballooning, thicker is gonna help. But if you have like both front tires ballooning or all tires ballooning, probably the only thing to help is like a thread pattern that's not like pins, that it's like a thread, so it has like more stiffness to it, or than just a stiff tire compound.
Yeah, you gotta get the hardest tires you can get. Maybe, I know like Proline has some, like if this is for bashers or whatever, they have some strapped tires, belted tires that you can use.
Yeah, belted tires, but that's really rare. I don't think
they have
that.
Them.
I mean, Proline have, but like it's like only, I think Proline is the only brand who has them.
Yeah, for mostly for bashers. So I'm not, I assume Frankie's a basher.
I mean, I don't think any racer runs 6S.
But you can also, I know guys are using strap and tape inside the tire as well.
Yeah, that can work.
Put it inside the tire.
If you want to try, gluing the foam might help.
Yeah.
Gluing the foam to the rim, but 6S is 6S
crazy. A lot of power, man.
Yeah.
6S a lot of power. Benjamin James, what's up, dude? This guy's got a great, this dude's got the best radio voice ever. He was calling the On-Road Nationals here recently. I've got a B62 on the way, and it's my first two-wheel drive buggy, and I'll be running it on black carpet. Should I make any adjustments to the kit setup or keep it box stock while I learn the buggy?
Yeah, well, I have only run my B6 on Astro, so I have no clue.
Well, this is like EOS carpet, so...
what I always do, I just go on like Petit RC or just associate a website and look up a setup for carpet. I mean, start out there, and if you have local guys, ask them.
Yeah.
But it's the difficult part about this is, especially in 10 scale, there's so many different surfaces, and a lot of people run, like, let's say in America they run carpet, but they run J Concepts tires, and in Europe we run different type of carpet, we run Schumacher tires. So it's a completely different thing. It's not even close to the same. So the setup is going to be, similar, yes, but like the little things is still open. But I would imagine the box setup is the best way to start out.
Yeah, I would go for that.
If you're running for carpet and you have the B6.2 and not the D version, just the regular version for the carpet, then just run the box setup.
Sweet. Troy Nicholson, why is the sky blue? Well, I think it's science. I think it's reflecting off the ocean, isn't it? That's why it's blue. Sun reflecting off the ocean.
Who?
I don't know.
Me?
No, he's just asking crazy questions. Why is the sky blue?
Oh.
Why are there locks on stores
sky blue.
Why are there locks on stores that are open 24 hours? That's actually a good question.
That's a great question. Yeah. Maybe for holidays.
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought the first question was like, why is this guy blue?
No, why is the sky?
Yeah. Well, actually, if you want to know why, well,
no, we don't want to know why.
No, we don't go there.
Joe Zaire Jr. ran out of talent. How you doing, Joe? And Ryan Greenan over there with their awesome podcast. I call him Savage Joe because he does go savage. And he just got himself an RC8 8-scale kit. So he goes, even though AEE refused to have a team in the RCGP, they still advertise Ongaro winning their kit box on the point 2. What are your thoughts on this? You know what my thoughts are? Good. That was the point of RCGP. You know?
Yeah, better late than never, you know?
I'm glad they did
acknowledged it.
That gives some credibility to it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think actually for the second season,
AE was on.
It was on. It was associated Scampi Rosso. It wasn't only Scampi Rosso anymore.
Yeah. So that would have meant Rivkin.
Yeah, that would have been cool. Yeah. You know, having like Rivkin there, like first American, and Saxton was definitely on board.
Cole was Saxton the first American. Remember? Then Lutz.
Oh yeah, well.
Then Cav.
Yeah. Well, Cole is sort of like he's sort of an outcast in America because he's from the East Coast. Yes. Everyone else is like from the West Coast. So. Yes. Yeah. Well, I think Saxton was pretty much in like since when everyone went to Thunder Alley. Yeah, everyone loved it there. So.
I hope they come.
They just were a bit late to the party.
Yeah, I think they would. I think they were on the fence when it happened. You know what I mean? When it started, but once they saw Ongaro and the attention that he was getting, they was like, okay, this is worth it.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what RCGP was there for. Even though they didn't sponsor it, and maybe it's not absolutely fair to the other companies that sponsored it, it was a unique case because the team that put him in ran associated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right. Jacob Gonzalez, since you guys want to do race organizing without classes, give an example of the schedule for the day at a large race, Sunday Nitro Buggy Day. How would you get this done so that bumps don't race back to back and you're not short on marshals on each heat? Also, how would you get the lower guys that know they won't ever compete at a top level motivated to go race? They know they won't be competing for any sort of podium spot when they are in the C main. All right, so Jacob, if we do actually, in the rest of the world, they run IFMAR style, which is ladder style mains. So you have a one, like it goes in numbers. Yeah, mains aren't ladders. But they go to one, like it depends how many entries you have.
So you have the semi AB, quarter AB, 1/8 AB. So it's always A runs first, then you bump up, then you have 30 minutes of time to prepare for your next bump, and then you go again.
Yeah.
So it's actually pretty cool because people run to the pits and they're like trying to fix that, change the air filters, put a new set of tires. That's like, I remember like, especially in Finland, because we had like, we were trying like to get everything done in one day. So it was only like maybe 23 minutes. Like pretty much like we run races back to back. So you had like maybe 20 minutes of time to change the set of tires to get your car ready. So it was like crazy. Like and Euros, I remember when it was like rain races, and there was like people who like ran. They have a huge advantage because they know how the track is. They know the wet spots and all that. So people bump like freaking 10 times.
And don't you have to provide your own marshal? Or don't you have to marshal before your races?
No. At Euros, it works in a way so that every country has a designated spot. You know, so if there's 12 spots on the track, let's say UK has like 15 or 20 drivers. Every driver has like, they just like, let's say the team manager says, hey, you go then. Like everyone just decides I'm going to marshal there. So every country has to fill a spot.
Okay. I get that.
But yeah, I remember it was crazy because they were like rain races. So the cars were like full of mud. So these guys run 20 minutes, then bump, then like clean their cars, change tires, sometimes put in a new engine, then go back again. It was amazing. That's the best way of racing ever.
I think that would be hectic for most people, but also these races have less entries though. So you have maybe you have a little more grace time in between your races. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, the Euros has 160 entries.
Yeah, but that's nothing compared to these races that we see. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 160 class.
Actual entries, bodies, not.
Yeah, and that's only one class. So you could start. I've seen people who started like, let's say they were 130 after quali, and they ended up in like top 50 or top 30. So they bumped all the way through. That's crazy.
So his next question is about how would you get lower guys that know they won't ever compete in the top level motivated to go race? Well, I mean, we're here to race RC cars, and it can only be one winner. So it can be one winner and 100 losers. So are you here to race RC cars, or are you here to win? If winning is your look, we all want to win. We all want to make up. No, this is okay. Let's reverse this a bit. I think this comes down to winning, yes, but more people don't want to be in the D main and come all this way to run a 10-minute main. Right? You know what I mean? So I think that's a big thing too, so they can get more runtime. So this comes down to the inherent issue is that when you have so many entries, the lower mains are gonna suffer. You know? So if you have less entries and you actually, like coordinate it better, where like you can let's say in the 132nd main or whatever, or let's say you're in the E main, if we put it that way, the E main's still getting 20 minutes. You know what I mean? 20 minutes of runtime, and then they bump up and stuff like that. If this was that way, so and also, man, it's like. Not like I get it. Well, we can do it. Remember, we had that caller who he wasn't on the, was you on the line when he called? No, he wasn't. But he was talking about how they do it in England. Basically, when you like where you finish, like so from this certain number is the pro class. From like 1 to 20 is the pro class.
Oh yeah.
Then 20 to 40 is the intermediate class, and then the such and such to sportsmen.
Well, they have a rating. So if you finish like let's say last year you finished 20th in the series, you get I think they have like F2, F3 or something like that. So if you finish like I don't know exactly, but for example, if you finish 10th, you are in the F1 class. If you finish 20th in the series, next year in the F2 class. So it's like they have the winner for each class, but all compete in the same race. So that's one way to do it. But also I think if you're going to have this argument, like this is the same argument people give for participation trophies for kids. You know, like if you're going to have you're ending up giving everyone prizes. If you're going to have this argument, people always want to win. I don't think it's about they don't want to win, because at least here in Finland, these guys don't give a shit if they win or not. They go to the
reindeer herders and people that run nomadic, fighting Vikings and Russians and all that type of stuff.
These are still people. So they go to the race to have fun. They go to the race to race, you know.
Right.
Like these guys finish second to last, and they're laughing because they got to run a 45-minute main. We had this race series in Finland.
Different attitude.
Yeah,
you got to understand.
We had this race. I don't know if Americans are this dumb, then I don't know. I don't know what to do.
No, I don't think it's that. I think it comes down to they don't get the track time. You know what I mean? When you're in the E-main.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But here's what you do.
Finland.
You just give everybody mains the equal main time. Okay, obviously the A main and the C main can have the same amount of time. That's just not going to happen. But then where you finish, say from 1 to 20 is the pro class, and then where you finish from there, like say 20 to, if you finish 22nd, 21, 22, 23, there you go. Here's your intermediate class. You won the intermediate class. Here's your first trophy. Here's your second place trophy. Blah blah blah. Right? Then you go to, let's say from 40 to 50. 40 to 60 is your sportsman class. Okay, you came first, second, third in your main. This qualifies you as the winner of the sportsman class. You still got a podium. You still got a trophy. You still get run time. And we don't run a whole excess amount of classes. This is what the guy, Eric Cesarno actually called in, said this, and I couldn't understand it. Wally and I couldn't understand it. And Rowan was in the background messaging me like, this is exactly what we do in England, Keenan. And we, but I think this would be a good idea, but it's just not going to happen because people just.
I don't think it's necessary though.
People want that trophy, man. People want that trophy to motivate them to keep them
I don't think they do. I don't think they do because, as I was trying to say, like in Finland, these people they get there. Like the way the all races work is we have the ladder system. So we have the semi AB, quarter AB, blah blah blah, and everyone gets their 20-minute main. Mm-hmm. Then they bump or don't bump. If they don't bump, that's it. But there's a catch to this. After all that is done, there's B main, C main, and A main. So these people get that extra main as well. So they get the 20-minute bump up main, and then they fight for position in the C main. Mm-hmm. So they don't get a trophy of winning the C main. They don't get anything, but they get to fight with guys at their level for only position, not only that bump up. That's like the coolest part about this. So these people just enjoy the racing. They don't give a shit about trophy or winning. They enjoy racing each other, having fun with their friends. You know? Well,
this is part of the illusion that we've created in the industry, and everybody thinks they should win, and they want to win because they think they're gonna. I get it. People want to take home hardware. I get that. We all want to do that, you know. But at the end of the day, dude, there can only be one winner. One winner. Yeah. Even if you have 20,000 classes, there can only be one winner of that. If you have 14 classes, there's going to be one winner of each of them.
Yeah, but we talked about this, I think, one of the first ones I was on last fall. We talked about the two-class system they have in Italy, the F1, F2. So F1 is sponsored / pro guys. So people who get their stuff maybe for free or like are pro, you know? Mm-hmm. And then you have the F2, which is like the open class. So that's all you need. F2 is like people who pay for their shit, people who do it for the fun of it, or like they just maybe are not that good yet. So like kids and stuff. So the winner of F2, you get that trophy because you are like not a sponsored guy. You're not an established guy. Then if you're in pro class, you get that podium if you win it. But if you have like pro, then you have a 40 plus, you have a sportsman, and everyone gets a trophy. That's like just giving everyone participation trophies. It's hey, you went to this race. Here's a trophy for you. You know, or like there's no point to it.
Could we break it down where we can say, okay, like kind of how we do it, you know, okay, we take the top 12 40 plus guys and give them a main. We take the top 12 juniors and give them a main. 15-minute main.
Yeah, that works too. Yeah.
Could we do that with intermediate and sportsmen, you think? So we don't have to have a whole separate qualifying form. We just take. Yes, you could. Yes, you could.
I don't think
but it'd be too difficult.
But I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that's necessary because I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, is it that important for these people to get a piece of cardboard to go home with?
It's
like, really,
it's
like,
part of the machine that we've created, man. It's part of the machine that we've created, and it's just part of it. I get it. I
mean,
look.
to me, just winning a main is cool. Like if I remember when I was a kid and I raced my first races. I was like in a C main or something. Like I was racing my first races and I won the main. I don't care if I got a trophy or whatever. I won the race. That's like what's the fun of it? You
Max,
race and then you win.
You got to understand.
You know?
You come from a different culture.
Yeah,
You're 19 years. You're 20 now, right?
Yeah.
So you're 20 years old, and you've traveled around the world and did all this type of stuff through RC and been around people. You know, different culture. You think a little bit different than maybe your average 20-year-old in America because you've been able to travel and do things and see other things. No, I know. You, I think you're very mature for your age.
We never had participation trophies, so maybe I'm just like missing the point here.
Well, that's
maybe
a thing.
I haven't
That's
grown
a
up
thing
in
now.
the
That's a thing
participation
now, and
trophy
everybody
culture.
has to win. Everybody has to win so people don't feel sad, and it sucks. But at the end of the day, I get it. You want to win. Well, if you want to win, not everybody like. Hey, man. Just because all right. Here's a prime example. I want to be a millionaire. Like I do. I love to be it.
Yeah.
I got to work my ass off and figure out how to do it. You know what I mean? But not everybody can be a millionaire. You know, so.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
I don't know the answer to that because the classes aren't going anywhere. And you know what? I actually am over the hill. We are going to have one class. Let's have sportsman intermediate. Let's have them. Let's figure out a way.
No.
Let's figure out a way to use them to make stepping stones in RC and not just have people just staying there forever and all that type of stuff. Let's actually use, if we were smart, we would be like, all right, these young kids, they start out in junior, they go to sportsman, they go to open, and we would have a pathway to becoming a pro with these classes, but we're not. Because people want to stay there because they want to, or people drop down from pro to open because they want a longer. It comes down to this too, man. People want those longer mains. They want that 30-minute mains.
Yeah.
But the issue is when you have 3 million entries, you can't give everybody those longer mains. So I think that's what it comes down to more. Like, who the hell wants to go to a race, spend all day there qualifying, and you get a 10-minute freaking main? Like, and that's the only time you get to race.
Yeah, but the issue they created with having so many classes, they just fixed with adding more classes, just that people could get more runtime. So I don't know,
man. It's a conundrum.
I would still argue that Americans don't really care about the participation trophy they get from winning sportsmen.
They do.
I would still argue they don't really care about the trophy. They just care about going to the race and having track time. So if you would have 2 classes, pro and open, and that's it. Everyone gets good track time.
Yes.
Everyone gets at least 20 minutes of main.
I can agree with you.
They would be happy.
I can agree. Everybody wants more race time. Everybody wants it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't think the trophy is the thing they want to run sportsman. I think it's a track time they want to run sportsman.
That's what I said that. But I know people that live for those trophies, man. I know people.
I hope there aren't many.
Well, you know, I have a whole bunch of them up on my wall there, but that's more just for memory and stuff like that. But we didn't have no sports.
Yeah, but I hope people don't go to these races just for the trophy. Like, man, I hope there aren't many people like that. I have that much faith in Americans. Yes, still.
Well, it's not just an American thing because it's a human thing. Everybody wants to win. And
but like no one, like we don't have that go to race and sandbag to win a trophy. At least I haven't seen it that much. We don't have
it happens. It happens everywhere, man. It just doesn't happen. It happens everywhere.
Oh, it happens, but like the chances to do that is tenfold there in America.
Well, because of the classes.
You have so many classes.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
So, all right, we go off on tangents too much.
Yeah, I know.
Kyle Munson, which color wheels are faster? At white, why is it yellow?
It's yellow because you can see them. They look cooler, and white is kind of boring. And they get dirty also. Yellow wheels, when they get dirty, they look even cooler.
I think you can see them easier too.
Yeah. I think actually the visibility with yellow wheels is actually a big deal for me, at least. I feel like, especially when it's like the track is sort of like light, and it's just hard to see like the pipes and all that. It's the yellow wheels actually help you a bit.
You know what?
That.
When you're racing
I've been I've been pretty fast with both wheels, so
when you
I don't
race
think
on
it
a
affects your
budget,
speed.
you go. It doesn't matter what color you go. You go for the cheapest wheel.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, it don't matter if it's pink. You use it. All right. Adam Reevy, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? 1 stage or 2 stage idles? Just kidding. I just wanted to fuel the flames. Oh, I think JQ got in something like that. Jay
The
Zellner.
new meta is 3 stage idle.
Yeah,
That's the new meta.
okay. Jay Zellner, is Max back? We still actually get answers to the questions. JQ is good. JQ gives good answers when he actually cares, but that's rare. What's up, Jay? I agree with you. Jason Sandlin.
Yeah, I don't know what's up. Like the last one, he was like really uninterested. Is he like actually busy or what's going on?
he had a Mayako meeting. So,
Yeah.
we actually had to get back and record. But this week he was very engaged. So you know how JQ is. It's like the wind. It comes and goes. So Jason Sandlin asked, does anywhere know where any 10 scale tracks are in the Sarasota Brandon area? This was posted in a Florida racing group, so I don't know, dude. I'm not from Florida, so I'm sorry. All right, we have a couple more. We have 2 more questions here, and actually, I wanna talk about this. So these are Instagram questions, so I don't really know who they are. But J32 Bucks, he asked, why is it hard for a newbie to even get a partial sponsorship from your local guys once a nobody and became a somewhat reputable person, and now they turn their nose up to any newbie but go after the more well-known racers instead of giving back to the people where you started and who you raced with? I just don't get it. It's not hard to give back and be humble. Well, I kind of wasn't sure what his question was asking, but he was like, yes, it was like a local guy that started racing forever, and then that one local guy who happens to start his own business and gives out sponsorships, but not to the guys that started out with him, but to top racers instead. All right, I'm going to answer this way. Yes, you should give back. You know, you should give back to your people. You should that you started out with and all that type of stuff. But also, I feel that there's people who should want to support you because you are from that area and you're trying to do something. So I'm not saying that he shouldn't give you guys a break, but I'm also saying maybe you guys shouldn't ask for a break on that. And if he's your friend and you know him and you want to support his business and you want his business to grow, support him. Don't ask for a discount. As for him sponsoring outside, like people out of the industry, out of your area, maybe he's trying to grow his business in other areas. So he has to sponsor people there. Yes, he should sponsor some people in the area. Of course, he should do that. But I'll use me for an example. You know, I'm from Bermuda originally, and you know, I was one of the guys that actually helped start off-road racing there. You know what I mean? It was me and a couple of guys and some cones in a field. I was deeply involved in Bermuda racing for many years. Some, you know, maybe I would take a few months off and come back or whatever. You know, it's like that. You know, you get involved, you get girlfriends, you do stuff, life happens, you lose weight, you're having fun, stuff, all that type of stuff happens. So to say all of that, I was deeply involved in RC in Bermuda, and even up to my accident when I had my accident in 2005. I had just come back from an RC trip. You know what I mean? So I was really involved in RC in Bermuda. Now fast forward 15, 16 years. I'm working in the industry, right? I can say I'm working in the industry. I've been doing it for 4 years now. I don't, like, you would think that, like, everybody in Bermuda would have a JQ. They don't. One guy has a JQ. You know what I mean? It's Salty Joe, which is fine. I don't expect them to support me just because I'm Bermudian or whatnot. And you know what? I'm more than willing to give them discounts because, yeah, you know, that's how it goes and whatnot. So you can get a discount. Some of them tried it. They didn't like it. That's fine. I'm cool with that. But I think what it comes down to is, like, I kind of look at, like, I remember one time they got on me. That's like, oh, you should give this guy a free car. And I was like, I mean, I would love for this guy, because he was good. I said, I would like for him to drive JQ. You know what? I would love it. Like, young Bermudian, black Bermudian guy, he's good. You know, I would love to see him run on a JQ because, yes, I'm Bermudian, and I want to see the, like, you know, I would love to see it. Like, I'm probably the first guy from Bermuda to ever work in the RC industry ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No doubt about that.
But I get it. I get it. Like, even I get it. You don't have to support me. That's fine. I'm more than willing to give you discounts and all that type of stuff, because that's the nature of the beast in this industry right now. But even with the podcast, man, I mean, I get it. We joke. I'm in the WhatsApp groups and stuff with guys and all that stuff. But it's like sometimes when I talk to guys, they think I'm just talking out of my ass. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, no, I'm telling you this is how it works. And they're like, no, I'm like, no, I'm telling you this is how it works. I know because I know. You know, I'm her. Like, I'm not reading this and I'm her. I know. People tell me this and people, you know, and I think some of them just don't believe that. Or maybe they're just like, oh, Keenan's just a dumb, like, you know, this is Sam Keenan from back in the day. So to say that if your friend has a business, or you know a guy that has a business, support his business, man. If he wants to give you a discount, go ahead. Like, I see lots of, like, as I don't know, man. Like, I don't ask for nothing free. I barely ask for discounts. The only person I ask for free stuff for really is like Beach RC to help me out with giveaways and like Papa Willis and some of the sponsors and stuff like that. So if I get this guy's point too. He's probably like, oh, this guy's got his nose in the ear and he doesn't want to support it. Are you frozen? Oh no, you're blinking. Okay.
No.
Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. I'm going off on a tangent again.
No. You were doing good.
So my point to this is like I want to give God, like, oh, so I went back to where they wanted me. They was like, well, you should give this guy a free car. I was like, man, I can't give this guy a free car, because when I give somebody a free car, I give you a free car because I want you to help me sell cars. So I always said this to people: if I give you a free car, that means you got to sell me at least 10. You know?
Yeah.
And if you can do that, then great. I mean, there's some people that don't do that, but at least, and I said to guys, I said, I would love to give this guy a free car or the best discount. I will give him the best discount that I can. But does that mean that he's going to go get, I know he's not going to go and get 10 sales in Marina. We only have 15 people racing at the most, 20 people. So I have to think business sense. Like, I can't give that guy a car. It's not like, and he's good, but he's, it's hard. Like, yes, they'll say, oh, you're messed up. You don't want to support your own people and all this type of stuff. It's not that. It's just, it doesn't make sense financially to do that. It makes sense financially. If he was traveling more and going and doing all this type of stuff, yes, of course. But Bermuda's market is this big. Like, you know what I mean? So it's a 20 mile. It's just weird, man. To answer this guy's question, yes, I think you should. If you're a newbie, you shouldn't be fun. You shouldn't be worried about sponsors. Number one, we see that too much. Yeah. Newbies coming in and thinking they should get sponsorship. No, I think there should be a rule that if you haven't been racing for 2 years, well, if they had an actual federation that they could track like your membership and all that stuff, then we could do that, but we can't. Like, as a newbie, you should be worrying about finding what you like in a car, what company you like to support and all this type of stuff, right? And then go from there. And if this guy opens up a business and he's from your area and you race with him, yeah, maybe he should give you a discount. You know what I mean? But understand this, that guy has to make money as well in a very hard industry that is hard to make money, and he needs to get his product outside of his region. And it's like, if you're in America, and nationally in America, you know what I mean? Or around the world. So he has to sponsor people outside of his region and all that stuff to get his product out there. Yes, he has to sponsor people in his region too. But also, I think if you know him, if you like what he's doing, support him. If he gives you 10% off, 20% off, appreciate it and be happy. You know what I mean? Or pay full retail and help his business even more. Because if he goes, if he isn't making money, that business goes away anyway. So you won't even be able to get a sponsorship from it. So maybe that's not the answer that the guy wants to hear, but that's my answer from my experience as a quote unquote team manager. And sometimes you think the most support's gonna come from your own people, but it doesn't. Like, I'm sure Joseph feels like that sometimes too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you would think that everybody in Finland should be running a JQ car, but it isn't like that. Well, Joseph is also a big reason because he pisses people off. But
there's 2 guys running JQ in Finland,
right? But you would think that the only guy to ever design a car and do it, and that he in Finland would have. He probably had more back in the day. I don't know, but I also know Joseph.
When he started, we heard a lot.
I also know
But
Joseph, so he probably pissed off half the guys that were
yeah.
running the car.
Without my dad and me, there would have never been any JQ guys really. Like the first 2 years, JQ was really active in Finland, but like since then, me and my dad just took the Finland team management. And actually, 1 year we had top 5 secured. Like a few races, we just have top 5 every car with JQ. Yeah, and that was only because me and my dad like got good guys to run JQ. We had Pekko, we had one fast guy who was local at one track. We had Jonas, me, and then JQ, and we had like actually pretty fast guys. And we had this one guy who actually died. He was like pretty young. He was like 25 or something.
Really?
He was really fast. Yeah, he just died in his sleep. It was really like it's just like surprise.
That's sad.
Yeah, that was it was a few years ago already, but
yeah. I don't know, man. RC's a funny business, man, and it's taught me a lot. And man, I just think you should, if you believe in that person, you should support them. Like, you know what I mean? If they want to give you a discount, it's nothing wrong with asking for a discount too. I get that, but I mean, you wouldn't walk into a Walmart and say to them, "Hey, can you give this to me for 20% off?" Like, you know what I mean? I get it. And I get in automotive sales and all that stuff, you haggle and all that stuff too. So I don't know. It's a hard question.
I would put it this way. So if you think nowadays the way companies sell anything is exposure. So you want as many people as possible to see your product. So you have a chance of attracting as many customers as possible. So let's say every 10th person who sees that car wants to buy it. You expose it to 100 people, you have 10 buyers. You expose to 1,000 people, you have 100 buyers. It's really hard to, right? You can maybe like switch it a bit if you have a good team manager, if you have a good team driver or whatever. But that's basically like how most companies work, like not RC, everything. Like everything works pretty much like that. So if you put up a business and you have a bunch of local guys, all of those guys know that business. All of those guys like already have all the knowledge they would need. So you would like, okay, I get it. Like I would obviously give discounts to my friends and all that just because, hey, like I would help them out, but I would not give them it for free or like I would even take some money for myself because like I'm not gonna go out of my way to support the people around me. I would need to focus on the business, and the only way to have your business function is to expose it to as many people as possible. So if you need to sponsor a guy to get one to race somewhere, you want to go to some other track. You don't want to sponsor anyone from your local track because you are already there. You don't need a guy there. You are there. So you need another track, and then you sponsor those guys. And that's the only way you can get as many like guys running the car by having as much exposure as possible. So that's why from a business sense, you should never support the people around you, support the people elsewhere. Obviously, if your friend is like, hey, I would like to run the car, can you give me 20% discount? Well, hey, okay, I can get still some money between, and I would have my friend run my car. Like that's what you do. But you don't do it so like, hey, I need to sponsor all of these guys on my local track, but now I don't have any budget to sponsor anyone elsewhere, you know?
And if you give all your product away, you soon will not be selling product. You'll not be selling product for long.
Yeah.
And people have to understand that. I mean, people have to make money in order for things to make sense. So, you know, like I don't get what it is with people thinking that people shouldn't make money in RC. I think you should. But I think you should give back to RC too. So that's a lot of things. But and also, man, if you're a newbie, don't worry about getting sponsorship. Like I see too many newbies worry about getting sponsorship, and then like they got so much pressure on themselves. And I'm like, dude, like take it easy. You're just racing RC cars. You're not gonna be a pro guy at this. Like, all right, one more Instagram question, and it comes from Hyperfox 2.1. He says Joe's US Pro Cup gonna take away from RCGP might be problematic. Maybe. No. I mean, maybe the companies choose to just support his race and do it the old-fashioned way, but
well, did they support RCGP the first year? Any of American companies?
So I mean,
no, it doesn't matter.
I think it's still good. I think there's enough room for everybody to go on. Yes, I think it's great for America. I think it needs to happen. Don't get me wrong. And but we also need to. It's not just about a series. We need to change a lot of things. Like, and you know, and
yeah,
I still like. Yeah, I don't. I think what like I know people say, all you guys do is toot the RCGP horn. Look, man, if RCGP never happens again, ever happens again, it's done something positive in RC. That's all I have to say.
It's done something that no one else would have ever done, I don't think.
Yep. And guess what? It's making others step up their game. So
yeah,
everybody can have their series. They can have a US series. They can have an American series. They can have a European series. RCGP can be the World Series. That's all it comes down to.
Yeah, the issue with this is always when Europeans do a series, it's always a World Series because Europeans like, well, we gotta include Americans, we gotta include the Asians. Americans don't care. Like Supercross World Series is American. Baseball World Series or whatever they call it, just America.
Well, the World Series in the Major League, what I would like to see is more Americans go to Europe. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like what Americans always do is they just hold everything in America. Like with RCGP, they don't want to go abroad. They want to hold everything in America. With Europeans, it's always like, okay, let's put a European series, but let's include everyone else. So like with RCGP, like Joseph could have easily made just a European series with David. But then what they did is they wanted to make a World Series and they wanted to include Asia and America and all that. And it made it like much more difficult.
Mm-hmm. And expensive. Yeah. But don't get me wrong. Yes, I know the companies are going to.
I mean, that's the only way to do it. Like long term, that's what you need to do. But for some reason, Americans always like keep everything in America. Like with motocross, there's no actual World Series.
It's the biggest market. You think about it. They consume. In RC,
not by
it's the biggest
far.
Market. It's just
RC, yeah, but like in anything else, like in motocross or like F1 is the only thing that's pushed through. The only thing. Well, maybe like endurance racing, but F1 and World Rally Championship are the only thing that actually pushed through. Really.
Oh, you mean went from Europe to America?
Yeah, like from like European-based series, which is bigger than like even in America, it's bigger than what the Americans have. Like in Americans think F1 is bigger than IndyCar now, but with motocross, they don't give a shit about MXGP.
Well, because Supercross is the number one. Supercross is they have the names, dude. Like MXGP
even
is
the
good.
Outdoors.
Yeah, but MXGP is good, but Supercross is the best thing for television, and that's what sells. You can see it all right there on TV.
Yeah, but the drivers, I would argue the drivers in MXGP are almost better, you know?
Well, I mean, it's been proven at the Motocross the Nations and stuff like that, you know, when they have, and that's the good thing. That's like, that I think the Motocross Nations is actually, no, we're going off on a tangent again. We're going off a tangent.
We need that in RC.
Yes, we do.
Wasn't
need
RCGP
that in
trying to do that?
Yes.
MX,
yes.
what's the RC
MX
of Nations?
Yeah, RC of Nations type of vibe.
Yeah.
Which I think is good.
I remember.
And a cup.
That was a great idea.
Yeah, and a cup that eats like a Riders Cup. The Americans versus the Europeans, or you know what I mean? Or each country versus each other. And they win that cup and they pass it on. So, yeah, of course it's going to affect RCGP because companies will choose, because it's cheaper, it makes sense. Most of these companies are based in America. They're going to choose to.
I mean, yeah, but which company is not going to attend RCGP, which attended it the first year, and attend the American one?
Yeah.
Name one. There's none.
Yeah.
So.
Look, I want it to happen. I'm happy with it. America needs a series to determine a series. They've needed it for a long time.
Yes.
And I don't care. I don't care who's doing it as long as we get it done, because it gives us something to talk about. It makes it exciting for me as a fan of RC. Max, we've been going for a long time. Are we gonna go in? Are we gonna go do your Sun City RC Dawn and Quiet moment? I think we should, and then make it quick, and then we go, because it's 7:00 here, and it's probably in the morning sometime there for you. All right, so that's it for the Beach RC Bench Racing Q&A. Thank you to everybody that sent us questions. We greatly appreciate it. We rant on. We usually do when I get with Max. So this is gonna take a long time to get through this podcast. Thank you to Beach RC. We greatly appreciate it. Remember, everybody, please use the affiliate link in the written description. It helps us out a lot. And show Beach RC some love, shows the podcast some love. It's time to go on to the Sun City RC Down and Quiet segment.
Sun City RC Raceway, the home of El Paso's world-famous motocross-inspired 8-scale off-road track. The Showers family has over 20 years' experience creating one of the premier tracks in the USA. Their world-class facility has everything: handicap accessibility, advanced skate starts, space for parking RVs, trailers, and lights for night racing. Follow STRC on Facebook under Sun City RC Raceway for updates, upcoming races, or host your own race.
Thank you to Joey Showers, Christian, and Corbin for the support of the podcast. A great family with a great facility down there in El Paso. Good luck to everybody that's attending the A-Main Challenge Tour this weekend. Have fun. Send it with responsibility. I wish I was going. I'm not going to lie. So thank you to them for their support. Max, you had a dawn and quiet thought this week, and I'll let you take it over.
All right, so as it's pretty obvious right now, there's been a lot of these guys putting new videos out. The Infinity guys been putting up videos. Now X-Ray guys have been putting up videos with Hagberg and Coelho. And
Hagberg's been doing it for a while.
Hagberg, okay, but Coelho has started. He hasn't done. Okay, but Coelho hasn't been doing it for that long. Mm-hmm. I don't think so. And I think the Americans are getting also more active on this front. So one thing I thought about this is, like, I watched Coelho's engine tuning video, and yeah, it's okay. But like, if you compare his video to JQ's video, it's just that Coelho isn't a car designer or engine tuner or setup guy, even though he probably knows quite a lot. Mm-hmm. He's a driver, and he's a world champion. You know, he's like a superstar.
Yes.
Same with Ronnefolk, and Ronnefolk already gets this.
Yes.
So same with Rivkin, and same with Fend, and same with all of these guys. They are like superstars. They are not like the setup guys. Like, I mean, I'm not a superstar, but I know my setup, so I make videos about setup. JQ is not a superstar, but he's really good at setup, and he has his freaking own car company, so he can talk about setup. But these guys, they are like these guys are the heroes of the RC world. These guys are the Ayrton Sennas and Lewis Hamiltons of RC. So with these videos, they should make themselves look like it. Make yourself look like you're Ayrton Senna or Lewis Hamilton or Kimi Räikkönen or something. So we were talking with Kieran before the podcast, and I had this perfect analogy. So let's imagine you're a huge fan of Kimi Räikkönen. He starts making some YouTube videos, and he talks about, well, today I switched my front wing angle, and I tuned this in my car. Mm-hmm. Come on. Like, maybe some technical guys might like it, but Kimi is not the designer of the car. He's the driver. So people wouldn't like him for that. People like Kimi because after he retires a race in Monaco, he goes out of the track, gets on his boat, and gets drunk with his friends. He has a brand. Yeah. He's a superstar, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's like cool. Like, yeah, I like Kimi because of that. Like, that's what these guys need to create. Like, for example, Ronnefolk with his videos, he creates like, hey, I'm this RC world champion. I'm a cool dude. Look at me. Mm-hmm. Like, he doesn't try to portray, hey, I know everything about setup. He probably knows quite a lot. But, like, that's not what he is. He's an RC driver. He's an RC pro. And that's what these guys need to put front and forward. And especially when they're doing the content on their own, they can choose what they do. They should, like, embrace that. They should embrace, hey, I'm a freaking world champion, you know?
Yeah. I get it. There are value to these videos. Like Rivkin's videos are well watched because he's he's given setup help and all that type of stuff, and he's also he's also kind of given a little glimpse into his in his house, showing his dog. Like, I like that type of stuff. I really like
I would enjoy if Kurt Wagner did the setup stuff. If like they call him the coach.
Yeah,
like if he did the setup video, and then you put Spencer in, and he's like, "Hey, I'm hanging out with my dog. I'm going out to the track." Like, hey, that's the superstar, and Kurt's like the setup guy. So that would be more beneficial for the racers because Kurt probably knows more than Spencer, and Spencer would probably say the same. Not probably, definitely say the same. So you want Kurt to explain the setup, and you want Spencer to be the superstar, you know? And like, it's cool that Spencer has this like, hey, I'm helping you guys out. But like, I don't think that's his job really. Like that's the job of TJ or Kurt in Associated, and with Bertin or with HB, and in Infinity would be, I can't remember his name, but the guy who's designing the cars. Those guys can be the technical guys. Those can be the technical heroes. Like with JQ is like with his videos, people like him, oh, he's the technical guy. Jake is not a superstar driver. Koelho, Rivkin, and all those guys are. And Ronafok as well. Like, but Ronafok, like he, I think he was too early though.
Yeah.
People didn't really get it.
Yeah.
But now when this thing is popping up, if like all of our top guys start doing these videos and say like showing off, like, hey, I like if you look at on like YouTube, there's a lot of like professional skateboarders and stuff. They just film like daily vlogs, and people are like huge fans of them because they're so good at something, and they just want to know, hey, I want to know what this good guy does in his life. They don't care about, hey, I have this new truck, so I tune him like this. No, they care about what he eats, what he like drinks, what he smokes, whatever he does, you know?
Like people
that's like the culture. You need to embrace it.
Yeah, like people are following Ronafog's building his house, like renovating his house. People are following that on Facebook. I agree with you. I'm not saying like I'm glad Coelho is doing these videos and getting out there because
because it's better than nothing.
We're talking about one of probably the most talented guys to ever touch or control right here. You know what I mean? And his mental focus is insane. Like, you know, I get it. I get everything that you're saying. I get all of that. I think these guys need to embrace that and embrace it, and people want to see this, man. I want to see it too. I loved, like, I remember when Ronafog first went to the Philippines and he did that video and he took his camera guy, and then he came to RCGP, took his camera guy and all that type of stuff. Yes, it's been a little bit difficult because, you know, they're not racing during COVID and all this type of stuff.
Yeah.
But it's better than nothing. But man, it will be like, these are the superstars. And
and the thing is,
I get it. They want to be private too. They need some privacy, but when you're at this level, you have to understand that that's one of the things you sacrifice is privacy, you know? And they have to, I think they need to embrace this, build their character and get people vested in them as well. And I like that. I like that idea. And I think we need more of that.
I just had the best thought ever.
Gosh.
You know, Drive to Survive with F1. That's just drama inside the driver's life, what these guys are. There's no, well, Mercedes has this double diffuser in the rear. Mercedes has this floor that... No one cares about that shit if it's new people. Like me, I'm a huge fan of F1. I've been since I was like a fucking kid. So for me, I care about that, hey, Mercedes has this type of diffuser. But for someone who is not familiar to F1, they want to know, oh shit, this guy is like really feeling the nerves here. This is so dramatic. This is so cool. Like, new people want to have something to latch on to because they don't know the sport yet. They want to know, they know the people is much easier to know than the sport. So you need something to latch on to, and then you get dragged into the sport, you know? Like with JQ, his type of content, if you're new to RC, you don't give a shit. Like when he says, well, you need to tune the upper needle, like needle, is there needles in cars? What the hell? Like, no, like, but if you have a Coelho and he's saying, well, I've been practicing, it's been kind of hard and the pressure is immense, and tomorrow is going to be a big day. People are like, oh shit, like he's actually putting his life into this, and this is cool. Like, even though they don't know shit about RC, they can see like, oh my God, this is cool. This is like, and that's what we need to do. Like, if all these guys did that, maybe they get 1,000 views on their video, 10 guys do this, every day they get a new guy in and they're like, oh my God, this is so cool. I want to be like him. And they buy an RC car for themselves or for the kid or whatever, you know?
Yeah, I agree. But we need that at the races too. I said this.
Yeah.
I've said this a few times. I said it to JQ in the rant, in the rant, which is coming. I know I'm talking about things that I've already recorded, but we're not utilizing our pro drivers to the full extent, and we should demand more out of them. Yes, they're there to race.
Yeah,
but it also remember Joseph's thing about branding. You know what I mean? Like even you right now, sitting there in your hermit hoodie. You know, we need to get away from that. I mean, look at me. I got my black shirt on. You know, this is RC guys' uniform, black shirt. Joseph's,
I don't know.
S-Works doing a good job of it actually with making their guys.
Yeah, but I don't think that's an issue because like motocross has its own culture.
Yes,
because motocross has that loose shirts, and F1 has these tight shirts. Everyone has the same thing. Like, and skateboarders have a completely different culture.
Well,
I don't think that's like.
Well, let's put
I
it
don't
that
think
way.
that's the biggest deal.
You know who the pro guys are at motocross races, like because usually they're almost dressed alike. You know what I mean? Or they have their bikes look very similar and stuff like that. So, okay, maybe.
Yeah, but that's like we can do that. We can do that in RC. Like we have the team guys have special clothes or whatever. We don't have to change the style. We just have to make it so that it's distinctive.
Yes,
you know,
and at least like make it. You know how Joseph was a stickler. You must wear black pants. You know what I mean? And black Dickies pants.
Yeah, but that's one thing. Like brand yourself. It doesn't matter what you brand yourself into, but you brand yourself into something that people recognize. You know, if you're just one guy with like everything same as everyone else, you're not gonna stick out. But you need to brand yourself into something that is distinctive. You can have a guy with their hoodie if everyone has their hoodie on or whatever. But like the brand needs to be something that you can see, oh, those are those guys. And you see the cars and they have that cool paint scheme and everyone has that same color starter box or like stuff like that. And also, just to go back into what I was talking about before, the pro guys, I think the best way to utilize the pro guys is first, win. Second, make a brand out of yourself so that people outside the sport can see you. The guys who are team managers or car designers, your first goal is create a good car. And the second goal is make yourself look good inside the industry. So the pro guys should advertise outside the industry, make yourself a brand, make yourself something a random person can latch onto. And then for the designers like JQ or Kurt at Associated or TJ, or Bertin at HB, those guys should be like, hey, you're our team guys, you're people who like RC. They should be talking inside the industry, and the pro guys should be marketing outside the industry. Because in the end, the designers are creating product for the customers, and the pro drivers are creating entertainment for anyone who wants to have that entertainment.
Why do you think, like, remember MTV Cribs? That was so popular because people wanted to go in and see that. Like, I like this stuff. Like I mean, Cole Ogden's kind of doing it with his his crazy antics and all that stuff. Like that's craziness. I'm not into that, but it's at least it's something. You know what I mean? And Cole's the wild man and all that type of stuff, and is doing always that. They're all young, so they're having fun after hours at races. I'm fine with that. But yeah, something has to be done, man, because well, you also got to understand that a lot of these guys are very introverted too, and
yeah, but like F1 guys aren't. Come on.
It's weird, but it's
like motocross
is required in F1.
Those...
That's the thing; it's required in F1. It's part of the
but
deal.
It's required here as well.
Well,
but motocross is like those guys are the best, and skateboarders as well, because those guys are like cool. You know, they have like that cool thing.
You know,
RC, F1, and even WRC. Those guys are like kind of like nerdy, and they're just like cars. Like they don't have that cool factor to it. You know,
Coelho lives in Portugal, man. Show me where you live. That's what I want to see. Because I can't go
like
there.
go to the beach and film it, and then like say tomorrow I'm going to a track, and like whatever Ronapug's doing, he's doing pretty good with it, and that's like we need more of that. And then when we have enough of that, we have this like idea that pros are something other than like these guys don't make that much money.
Right.
They make a good living, but they don't make that much money, but make it look like you're actually doing freaking great and your life is amazing. And then people are like, oh shit, I want to be that guy. And then they start RC, or then they just want to be like, I want to be that guy. But then just realize, hey, this is actually just pretty fun doing this just for fun. Yeah. So like, that's like, have something you can latch onto from outside RC.
Yeah, I agree. You know who I'd like to see? A day in the life, or Marco Barufalo. I think it would be fun. Yeah, you know how he is, like, I don't wear it. Oh yeah, you know how Marco like. But it would be great. I mean, we have these drivers like Ryan Mayfield likes to go out to the dunes. I get it. We have to have some privacy and all that type of stuff too. I get that. I would love to see Ryan Mayfield out there shredding his side by side or 4x4, or out there running a RC, because he loves RC out there in the dunes. That's what he likes to do. That I think as fans of RC, people want to see that, and that's desperately lacking from RC. I agree with you 100% on there. Max, anything to add? Because we've been going for a long time.
Not for now. I think I said it all pretty well. Just that like we need to make clear distinctions between these things. Like technical guys are technical guys. Pros are pros. And
well, here's even me. Let's take me. JQ gets upset when I don't ask technical questions, right?
Yeah.
When I interview people, but I don't care about setup and all that type of stuff. That's not. I know some guys like to talk about that. I let them. That's not my interest. My interest is getting to know this right here. What's making this tick? That's what I care about. Where'd your journey come from? That's the story I want to tell. That's what interests me, and that's what I like talking about. Joseph can be science mode. That's you and Joseph's job. Science mode setup. That's fine. That's needed. You know, Hagberg's good at that as well. Coelho, yes, of course he knows setup and stuff like that, but he is a superstar. Lives in Portugal. Let's show us a little bit about your life.
I think he has more value in being a superstar than he's being a setup guy. There's plenty of setup guys that are better than him, even though he's good. But there's plenty of like even X-ray designers. Why don't you have Martin Beyer or Martin Hoodie making those videos about how to tune an engine or how to set up a car? Those guys designed the freaking car. Yeah. They should know it better. Yeah. Not Coelho, who you're driving the car. You're the superstar.
Well, you know what? I'm just glad that he's making videos and he's running nitro off-road.
Yeah.
I like Coelho.
But I'm just trying to direct all this into the right way that I see it.
I agree. Hopefully someone gets back to him, and if he I hope it would be good, because you live in Portugal.
And he has and the thing is, like, his personality is so great also. Like, he's so easy to like, but I think he has more potential in just, like, being himself and not focusing too much on explaining things to people inside the industry, just making himself like a brand, you know?
Well, I think all RC guys can go from that and branding themselves and maybe creating a character. I'm still waiting for my dream RC guy who's going to have no qualms about saying, I'm going to kick ass and take names, and let's do some wrestling promos. Like, before we go to races. That's my goal. That's my dream. People think I'm crazy, but I guarantee you people will watch everything that racer does. And that's the good thing.
Yeah.
Max, thank you for your time, dude. I've got to go on. Now we're going on to the interview with Brian Nunez from Horizon and Losi, which was a great interview as well. So I'm going to go chat to him. And it's late there in Finland, so go get some rest. You got to go work in the afternoon tomorrow. Thank you for your time. When's your video dropping?
I hope it's dropping by the time this podcast up. So Friday, I hope Friday afternoon, but maybe Saturday.
Yeah, because the internet in Finland isn't that great, I'm noticing.
Well, my internet is pretty good, but it's just the editing is still on its way.
Yeah, that's why I don't worry about all that stuff. Thank you, Max, for your time. Shout out, say goodbye to everybody, because now I'm going to leave you and go on to the main interview. See you later, Max. Thank you for your time. It's time for the Tekno RC main interview.
Tekno RC. Tekno RC. Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their products. Tekno RC. Excellence in engineering. #Tekno Takeover.
So a couple of weeks ago, I did a live with my buddy Tyler Zavido and Sean from RC Drag Talk. We was talking about the King of the Streets race, and we had a lot of people calling in. And this one gentleman called in, and we had a little internet problem. So I heard what he was saying, and I had to get him to repeat it all over again. And I didn't even know who I was talking to. And then he told me who he was, and then Sean and those guys told me who he was. So I'd like to introduce Brian Nunez. Now, Brian, I don't actually know your full role at Losi, I believe, or is it Horizon that you like? I'm kind of confused here. So tell us a little bit, like, what is your job title at Horizon, TLR, Losi?
Yeah, so my official title is essentially I'm the licensing manager, and I also deal with creative marketing. So that's my official role, which sounds kind of confusing, but.
No, I get it. I guess you're in charge of, because I know Horizon, Proline, with all these scale products that you guys are making that are now in the RC world, you have to get licensing for that stuff. So I believe that's your job, correct?
Yeah, pretty much. So I'm the guy that negotiates all the terms. Once we kind of have an agreement, I'm the guy that works with that licensor or licensee to make sure that it's legit, Ford, Jeep, whoever maybe has to approve the design. So we have to walk through all these steps before it actually reaches the market.
Interesting. I want to talk about that a little bit more because I don't know how that works. But I always like when I get people, because I don't really know you myself, but I always like to find out how people get into this crazy thing that's RC. So you're 29 years old. You're right from Rancho Cucamonga, so you're right there in the heart, in the mecca of RC SoCal. So you've kind of been around this a long time. How did this all start for you, man?
Man, it's I'll try to give you the short story with the tidbits, but for me, and primarily, so growing up, my dad made it a thing to get us more of like a Radio Shack, which was like old school Toys R Us style RC car every Christmas. Mm-hmm. That was kind of our thing. So I've literally grown up with radio control all my life. My dad was a big car guy. So from there, when we moved to Walnut, my neighbor, actually, his friend had an RC car. So I heard a HBI Nitro RS4, zipping up and down the street, which obviously catches your attention, and walked up to them. Hey, where do you buy that? I want one type situation. And that was Tony's Hobbies back in the day. Not the current Tony's Hobbies, but the one that was in Hacienda Heights before. That was my first ever hobby shop. And that was back in 2000, Christmas of 2000, that I got my first hobby grade RC car. It was actually an RC10 GT gas truck, similar to this one here. That was before the XXXNT was announced. And then the big pivotal thing for me is that shortly a few years later, my parents opened up a furniture store in Covina, which was about 6 months into us opening the store. Around the corner, literally 8 businesses down, was the Elite Hobby Shop, which was a big hobby shop for the on-road scene back when Revelation Raceway was all on-road.
Okay.
So I was the kid that after school I'd go, to the shop, with my mom who was taking care of the shop, and I would always just finish my homework and go to the hobby shop. So I essentially grew up in a hobby shop as a young kid. I was always around it. Then the next pivotal thing was my first job was actually at a hobby shop. It was actually at the Hobby People in Rancho. So that was, my first legitimate job. I kind of got to use all my knowledge, as you would say, working there. Eventually that Rancho shop closed, and then I moved over to Chino Hills there for a while. And I think kind of the next pivotal thing is, Hobby People didn't sell Losi products, even though Losi was a brand that I primarily was attracted to. But they did sell associated product. And at that time, the GT2 and gas truck was still somewhat popular, but it was definitely on the downward trajectory. And it went on sale. And as an employee, you got pretty good discounts. So I built the GT2 and started racing the JBRL series in 2008, 2009, I believe. So then I grew up racing JBRL, and that's kind of when I started my network. Kind of started talking to people, knowing who's, not only the racers, right? Back then you had the big, Adam Drakes of the world, Jerry Tebow's and all that kind of stuff, but also the people that were kind of in the background to kind of get to know them a little bit if you pay attention at these events. So then here's where it gets interesting. I was going to school for engineering at the time. I was in a calculus class, and I was I had a buddy in there that I didn't know outside of class, but, if he missed school, I missed school. We talked to each other. What was the homework? Whatever, yada, yada, yada. And literally on the last day, we took our final, and I'm wearing my Losi sweatshirt. And he's like, hey, by the way, you always wear that sweatshirt. Like, do you race for them or anything? And I'm like, no, I'm not sponsored or anything, but I am going to go to Nitro Cross in Arizona this weekend. And he's like, oh, cool. I'll tell my dad, keep an eye out on you. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like, who's your dad? And he's like, oh, it's Bill Jarrett. He's the president of Losi.
No way.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, cool. Never really thought much of it then. That literally left my final, went to Arizona. I TQ'd Sportsman at Nitro Cross 2009. Pretty much started up front, was up front. I think it was like 42 seconds to go. My throttle servo got stuck, wide open, went straight into a wall, blew a rod, destroyed itself, right? And
this is gas truck, right?
No, this is now buggy. Okay. I'm racing the Losi 8 at this point. Okay. Sorry. So then, this is the 8 scale. The 8 2.0, I think, was at this time. Motor blows up, and I lose. I got 4th. Most guys would kind of start throwing the toys out of the crib, and like, man, I was so pumped. I was so excited. I'm giving people high fives, coming down the driver's stand. Everybody's excited. And I'm walking back towards the pits with my broken car, and this super tall gentleman, super professional, comes up to me, and he's like, I just really want to commend you for, your composure, keeping your composure. A lot of grown men out here would have not done that. So I just want to, give you my respects for that. And he's like, my name's Bill Jarrett. And I'm like, wait, you're Bill Jarrett. Like, I'm Brian. He's like, oh, wait, my son told me about you. No so all of a sudden there's this connection. Wow. So that's how I met Bill Jarrett, and Bill Jarrett kind of got to see me kind of naturally be a good sport, I guess, which I think really went a long way for him. And then that was it. Probably a few months later at RCX in Pomona, which was a really big show, expo that happened here. It was on a Sunday. They were kind of super slow, and I saw Bill Jarrett standing up at the booth, at the Losi booth. So I walked up to him and said, hey, like, I'm an engineering student. I kind of want to pick your brain on what kind of qualities you guys look for, what classes should I be looking into in order to come work for you guys one day. And I think 2.5, 3 years later, I got denied 3 times for an internship, but finally in 2012, February 13th of 2012, I got hired as an intern at Horizon.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what? That's a really great story, because you just don't know who's watching you,
That's a big thing, man. It's huge.
And even better, like, you shouldn't be, like, any day that I don't really get upset when I used to race. I never really got upset when I would lose, or I would, I'm just happy to be there. Maybe there's a time where you get a little upset, but to be at a big race like that and just come off and show that shows somebody's character right there. And obviously he picked up on that. And I guess you said you was really a big fan of Losi from the get-go. What was it that influenced you to be a Losi fan from a young age?
The big thing, believe it or not, to me was the Mini T. So back in those days, HBI was kind of probably, to me, the biggest player with the Nitro on-road scene. My brother's first car was an HBI, and mine was the Associate RC10. But at that time, HBI had I really loved on-road. On-road sedan is what I truly love. But my father wouldn't buy us one because we went off-roading all the time. And it's like, you're not going to be able to play with it when we go. You need an off-road car. And one of the cars that I was always into was the Micro RS4 from HBI. And I always told myself, man, if they had an off-road version of that, it would be the most perfect car ever in the world for me to have, yada, yada, yada. And then Losi came out with the Mini T, which was the answer to my prayers. So to me, that just put Losi right on the top, because they gave me the product that I really wanted. And then from there, it was a Triple X NT, and the story goes on from there. So that's why Losi to me was on top.
Right. And just to go back, the HBI RS4, I just remember winning one myself because they look so cool in the magazines, and I love the scale look of the bodies, and they used to come out of the box like that. And I forgot all about the Micro RS4s and how popular they were at one point. They were like 1/18th scale, I want to say, I think.
Yeah, I think they were even a little bit smaller than that. I mean, they literally fit right in the palm of your hand. It was perfect, but they handled really well.
You know what's funny that you say that is that it seems to come back to these micro versions of what we raced, Mini T, HP, the RS4. Right now, the obviously in like the scale world, the SCX 24s and all that stuff. I have two myself.
Nice.
And Mini Z right now is really popular, and I think it's a great gateway into racing. It's huge, and I'm just shocked that more companies haven't made any to compete with them. But I've met so many people that Mini T or the smaller version. So I guess like we're even obsessed with even the smaller version of what we actually race. So it's pretty cool to say that. Cool. So. And not only that, like getting rejected. Like, look, I was trying to be a firefighter at one point, right? I got rejected once at the airport. Then I got rejected again for like structural. And I was like, that's it. I'm not going to be a firefighter. Just, forget it. I had asthma. They kind of knew that. And, they didn't really hire me. And then out of the blue, I left another job. I left being a prison officer to become a postman. And I had like 6 weeks off. And I just remember halfway into my vacation, the chief stopped me. Hey, balls in your court. We got to open it. You want it? I was like, yeah, sure. So it's funny how life works out like that. And then now so it's great that you was persistent and you knew your goals and whatnot. So you did graduate school and whatnot. So you have a.
Believe it or not, no. So that's part of the story on why I transitioned into marketing. But we can touch on it if you like. But no, actually, I'm technically a college dropout. Believe it or not.
You know what, man? So is Bill Gates, and so are a lot of people. It doesn't, I've never been to college, but I'm not as smart as you guys. I just want to know, like, what it was like. You didn't race till you was later in age, correct?
Yeah, not till I was got 18, 19, 2009 or so. Yeah.
So was you like really caught up in that you're in the mecca of RC? Was you racing a lot?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much any time that I wasn't in school, I was at the track. I mean, every big, back in the day, Revelation Raceway, which is right around the corner from the ranch pit stop. Everybody knows Revelation, Thunder Rally. Tuesdays, Thursday nights, any race that they had, I was there. Any race that was happening in California within like 3 hours of driving distance, I was at. I mean, I was in it deep.
And this is what a lot of people don't understand about California, especially SoCal. Why so many fast guys come on there? You guys race a lot, a lot. So that's good. How long did that racing last? How long was you an avid racer like that and like hitting it hard and whatnot?
Pretty much about 2 years. From like 09, like 08 was when I kind of started dabbling into racing and taking it seriously. 09, 2010, and 2011 were like my heavy racing, like traveling and whatnot. And then when I got hired onto Horizon, there just wasn't the time. Right. I had to work and then I still had school. And so it's like, I already have my foot in the door. I don't really need to network much more, honestly. So then I kind of started, hanging up the flag.
Yeah, and you know what? When you work in the candy shop, the candy isn't so sweet anymore.
That's a big thing, man. I think a lot of people say, hey, you got the best job ever. And I do, honestly. I'm super grateful for it. But at the end of the day, anybody within that I work with will tell you it's still a job. It's still challenging. It's not all rainbows over here for sure.
Oh no, it's not all unicorns and cupcakes. That's for sure. Okay, so I guess I'm just going through my notes. It was your goal to work in the industry. You got there. What was your first job at Horizon?
Oh man, it was literally I was what was kind of referred to as the deckhand, which was pretty much doing all the grunt work that nobody wanted to do. So literally my job was after all the races that I wouldn't even really go to, I'd wash all the tents and all the equipment, the chairs, and get ready for the next tent, for the next race. Reworks was a big thing. One of the big things, like the first jobs that everybody was like, oh man, that sucks, is we actually got a bunch of starter boxes in. And then we got a complaint that they were actually spinning backwards. So we had to check like 300, almost 400 starter boxes. I was essentially in charge of the project to inspect all of them, and the ones that were spinning backwards because the polarity was soldered in wrong was fix them and get them back into stock, which was kind of like a huge task, right? But like, so I remember Todd Hodge, which was my boss at the time, great guy. I have to give him a big shout out. he was expecting it was going to take me about 6 to 7 working days to get this job done. And I got it done in I think 1.5 days.
Really? On your
So
own?
that was one of that was one of the things, I was just always thinking, at that point I was going to school for engineering. I'm thinking, how can I make this process faster, whatnot? And so when I did that, I think everybody was like, wow, not only did he do it with a smile on his face, but he also did it quicker than we anticipated. He didn't lag it, So yeah, it was that kind of stuff that I first started doing. And then the next pivotal point was Zenoa, which was not Zenoa, I'm sorry. I'm blanking out on the engine company that we owned on the air side. They had just developed this 10cc gasoline engine that was huge and revolutionary on the air side, because gasoline at that point was much cheaper than nitro, whatnot. So somebody got the bright idea of what happens if you put this into a surface vehicle, an RC car. And it sat on a product developer's desk for a long time, and then finally said, hey, Brian seems like he kind of knows what he's doing. Maybe he can get the sample going for us. And one of the first things was, on our airplane engine, you started by the prop side. There is no pull start. There's no pin on the crankshaft for a pull start to grab onto or anything like that. So then I developed the first kind of a starting system for that engine to test it on an LST.
I remember that car.
Yeah. So then we tested that. That was the proof of concept. And ultimately the car, the peak RPM on that was under 10,000. So the gearing would have had to change. It just wasn't enough grunt, not enough torque. Where airplane, you're just full throttle doing boots or whatever. So that was kind of my first big engineering task that I think put me at the top of the prospect list. All right, maybe this kid's got it.
Right.
So then I ran with that project, but I think what got me my most legs was at that time at Horizon for the surface team, we would pay somebody for the bodies to actually carve them out of wood like they would in the old days, which takes a lot of time and it's really expensive. At that point, nobody had designed a body in CAD yet. So I was going SolidWorks was my drug. I was super into SolidWorks. I was pretty quick on it and efficient. So I told Todd, hey, we have an opportunity here. Why don't I try to design a TLR body in CAD? We'll be able to change it. It should be cheaper to manufacture, yada, yada, yada. And I kind of got shot down a few times, but then our body guy, the guy we outsourced, was busy. And he wasn't going to essentially start on the project for a week and a half. So I told Todd, give me the week and a half and I guarantee you I'll have the body done on CAD. So then that was a 22 2.0 body that I did. That was my first body I ever designed. And long story short, let's just say it went from us costing $7,000 to $10,000 to design a body. And then the manufacturing process and time after that, right? It would take probably up to 3 months. It cost us $300, I think, to do the first body, and we got it done in that week and a half.
Right.
So all of a sudden, we're producing product faster and cheaper, which is a key for success, right? So then I think that's when I really at that point, that's when I got hired on full time, left my intern status into an actual product development associate engineer or designer, I think it was at the time. And that's what gave me my legs, man. That's from there, it was just straight onward. I proved myself and that's what it was.
You know what? Just to clarify, intern, you was getting a salary or no?
I was getting paid hourly. It was a minimum wage hourly job, yeah.
Well, you know what, man? I think your story is great. First, you got shut down 3 times before getting the job. Then you start look, man, we all have to cut our teeth somewhere. When I started out in the tunnel work and stuff, when I started in the prison service, they put me in the crap, of all the worst part to see what I was made of. You come through that, you're all right. Same with the fire service. They always tested you. And I think that's lost on a lot of people, especially in our industry. As me, as somewhat of a team manager, I guess I'm still a team manager somewhat. I don't know. Yeah, I guess. I see so many people that want everything, but haven't put in the work to get it. And the one thing I value when Joseph gave me this job that didn't pay anything, I said, well, I want a car. He said, well, you can pay for it out of your earnings. And I was like, That's not how it works. That's not how it's supposed to work. Like, I'm supposed to get a car, but it made me appreciate working to get that car, and I still have that car. And obviously later I got a car for free and stuff for free, but too many people just don't understand. Even in RC, I mean in life, period. If you want something, it's about putting in the work to get there and sacrifice, and maybe not doing the job that you want to do right at that time. So. Yeah, man, you sound like you went through some haze in there, and you weathered the storm. And
yeah, a little bit, man. But it was honestly, I was a kid in a candy store at that time in my life. I mean, there was nothing that anybody can tell me or give me to do that I wouldn't do with a smile, Mm-hmm. I mean, also like a fun story is the first week that I started, Gary Keyes, which was an old school critical player in the early Losi days, was retiring. Mm-hmm. So we had like party at Dave & Buster's. We went go-kart racing like all in my first week, so I was also like, oh my God, this is, there was some great stuff happening at that same time while I'm out there scrubbing tents. So I was just happy to be a part of a team finally and achieve my goal.
I see that. So that's cool. I know exactly how you feel too, when you get accepted into that work clique and yeah. So how long was you an intern, more or less?
God, I would say about a year, less than a year, I would say. Okay. And then right after, the transition was so wild because I went from an intern in the back of the building sweating to like, I'm on a plane traveling to Taiwan, so it's like, it was such a crazy transition. And I just remember and not only going to Taiwan, but by myself representing the company for the first time, which was insane. A lot of pressure if I think about it, but that trip was amazing all in all. And, but yeah, it was about a year now.
You was about what? How old when that happened?
I was 20. Okay. I just turned 20.
All right. So still a young man, but getting to travel for your job, and who wouldn't love that? I've done that a lot. All right. So, you working your way up. When did you? I guess we need to talk about why you dropped out of college and how that all happened.
Yeah, man. Long story short, at that time, Horizon was at a completely different place, much different place than it was now. And one of the things that I can see is that they weren't hiring mechanical engineers or any type of degreed engineers, actually. Mm-hmm. And then through work, any mechanical engineer that I would meet. I just didn't see myself in their shoes. And the only reason why I tried to get an engineering degree is because, one, I didn't really anticipate on going in college in the first place, but I really wanted to learn SolidWorks. And when I went to college, they're like, what do you want to do? And I said, I want to learn SolidWorks. And they were like, okay, you got to be an engineer then, which was totally wrong. If I can go back again, I would do like an industrial design career is what I would do, just more of a creative. But to get back on the subject, I just didn't see value as an engineer for Horizon, nor did I see myself being there in the future. Mm-hmm. And then a lot of the guys that I met that did have cool job positions or somebody that I can see myself like in 10, 15 years, they were marketing people. So I'm like, all right, like I got to segue my way somehow, some way into the marketing game because that's what I truly see myself being passionate about. So then, and then at that point, I was also kind of honestly disgusted with school and the whole institution part of it. And I felt like just a number. They just really wanted my money. I wasn't really getting an education. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to try to drop out of school and see where that takes me. And thankfully, I think I've come out in a better position.
Yeah, I would say so.
Just staying in school. Yeah.
What was the attraction to the marketing side?
I think before, when I was young, I never saw how creative you could be in marketing, or even what marketing truly meant. I think the big thing that I can think of is at that time you had like Steve Jobs was at his peak, right? Like with the Apple, right? The iPhone. And I think people were finally starting to look at products as like art in a sense. Before it wasn't. I come from an industrial and especially from a car background where it's like, does a part make it faster? Yes or no? It doesn't really need to look cool. Whereas in that time, I think in the product space, people were starting to look at products as something cool they can identify with. And I think that's where marketing really turned me on, where it's like, all right, what can I do? How can I bring this flavor, this Steve Jobs type feeling into the RC industry?
Okay. So what was some of your first marketing successes, I would like to say, that we can look back at?
The big one was we had a Losi Audi 6. It was this huge 6-scale Audi license project. And at that time, I was still a part of the product development team. I wasn't in marketing yet. And that product went through 3 different executives, like 3 different levels, essentially people getting let go or quitting, and 4 different product developers. I was the 4th one. So by the time that I got the project, it was nearly completed, kind of, but the company had given up on it. Nobody really cared about it, although we spent a lot of money in trying to get it released. So there was really low expectations, but as I'm testing the car and bringing it to market, the car was awesome. I mean, it was just badass, you know? And I thought, okay, one of the things, what can I do to sell more of this product? So I essentially, over a weekend, I single-handedly created it's called, I think it's under the development of the Losi Audi 6. It's on YouTube. It's like a 10-minute long video as to why we created this car. It's kind of awkward because I'm not looking at the camera when I'm talking because I'm trying to read all the notes.
Yeah, I know. Like what I'm doing right now, I'm looking at you and I should be looking at the camera, but I'm talking to you.
Right. So a lot of people were like, oh, this is a really bad video or whatever. But long story short, when this video, it kind of went viral internally because dealers were calling back and say, hey, I just saw this video. I want to order more cars.
Really?
So long story short, we sold 3 times the amount of vehicles that we had expected to sell of the Audi. So from a marketing perspective, all the marketing guys at the top at that time, and including, Joe Ambrose, who was the CEO at that time, sent me a personal note, like, this is what we need out of our employees type situation. So I would consider that to be like my first big marketing thing that I did, that not only, even though I wasn't a part of the team, it got me noticed to become a part of the marketing team like about a year later or so.
Where can we find this on YouTube so I can put it in the link here?
I think if you just look up under our YouTube page, I think that the title is Developing the Losi Audi LMS Car or something, and it's like 10 minutes long. There's not many videos out there of it, so you should be able to find it pretty good.
You know, I remember that car, and I just remember thinking it looked so cool, and I thought it would make a great racing class. You know, if we could keep it stock and go around there. What did you guys don't make that no more, obviously?
Yeah, so what ended up happening was 2 things. Like I said, it was 4 bosses and 4 product developers. By the time we released the product, we were nearly up on the licensing agreement for Audi.
Oh.
And to renew it was going to be so expensive that we decided not to. So that was one thing it had going on, to where we were considering keeping it. But then, believe it or not, the manufacturer that we worked with to develop that vehicle, that essentially makes it over in Taiwan, went bankrupt.
Ooh, okay.
So it had a bunch of things going on for it. A lot of people got mad, like that we discontinued it. It sucks. Like the car wasn't popular. No, we would have kept it, but it had so many things that kept us from doing it.
Okay. But you was kind of ahead of the game there. Like you was using social media, YouTube, video. Did you know what door you was opening when you did that?
Oh, for sure, 100%. I mean, at that time, we weren't even taking Facebook seriously. Yeah. I don't think any company was. But as the low guy on the totem pole, who's going to listen to me, right? And I think, like you said, persistence. Nowadays, I think everybody knows that I opened that can of worms, or we were starting to open that can of worms, and now it's like, cool. Like maybe Brian didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And speaking of video and photography, I was looking at I was trying to research you, and it's very hard to research people. But I just looked at your pictures. I assume you're into video and photography now, or at some point?
Yeah, photography mainly. Video is still somewhat new for me, and I kind of just I never anticipated on being like the video guy or the main photo guy at Horizon, but my whole purpose in it is just to know enough of it so that I can hold a conversation with whoever the video guy is. So I'm definitely amateur when it comes to both photography and video.
Yeah, like me. But you got Thomas Tran there, and he's badass with that stuff too. And I need to get him on this podcast to talk to him.
He'd be good.
I know. I'm very, all right, I'm going to come out and say it. At one point, we thought like TLR was going to be out of racing. But now it's just like, I'm I'm actually actively trying to ramp up the AE and TLR beef. Not beef, rivalry, which I think we need. Like it was as back in the day, AE versus as TLR. And I think it's working. And I know it's a team thing. And everybody puts in input. Like I've talked to Barry Baker, I've talked to Gil Losi. But I think, I honestly think Tran was probably one of those missing pieces that came in, and I think he's done some good stuff in the short time that he's been there. I mean, TLR is really popular right now. And
I give him, honestly, majority of the reason behind why TLR is where it's at today, for sure.
Yeah, and it's good to see, because it would have been sad to see one of the founding, TLR, like we're talking about, like we use that in the same sentence as Kyosho and AE, and they're bigger than these companies now, obviously, and I'm glad to see them back. They made one of the, in 8-scale buggies, they've made probably the biggest innovation ever when they came out with the Losi 8. They've done things like the Mini T, and they're just very forward thinking. I know a lot of people don't like the whole corporate conglomerate with Horizon and all that type of stuff, but you know what? This is the way of the world now, and it just is what it is, and you just have to get over it, because Amazon's the same, eBay is the same. It's no different from any of this stuff. It's the only way to grow.
It's the only way to grow, and I think people need to understand that you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want racing to grow, if you want these brands to grow, then we do need more of these corporate structures. We do need more of this kind of funding in order to grow. We can't stay mom and pop forever.
Yeah, I think, like, I have this whole video planned of why I thought Horizon buying Proline was gonna happen anyway, and what how people were kind of upset, like, oh, Drake's not there and all this stuff. I said, but that had to happen. You guys don't understand that has to happen. You can't just continue to give product and pay people for product immensely and not getting that return. Like, it's especially in racing, so it was business decisions. I know, like, people getting the emotions and stuff like that, but you have to look at it from a business stance. And I can separate and see that. And Proline's still here and they're doing well. People still running your tires, all this type of stuff. So it doesn't make it, like, Proline isn't going nowhere. So it's good stuff. So I wanted to talk to you because look, man, I'm just basing this off your pictures and how we got to talking and, have conversations with Sean. You look, what is he named? Trujillo? Richard Trujillo? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's the guy with the scale stuff, I believe. I need to get him on here too. Him and Chris Higa are two people that I get asked for as well, because 5th scale stuff for Higa. It seems like you're really into that, the scale trail stuff, and obviously not the no prep stuff, and now the U4 stuff. But let's talk about that scale trail. I've seen some pictures. You've been out to that. You have Axial Fest, which is one event that I want to go to so badly. I just think it's, like I tell people, we're not talking about 500 entries. We're talking about 1,500 people, like, with cars.
Yep,
all having fun.
Cars just on a hill. Yes, like that, and it comes to life at night. Like when you see the night run, and you can literally see this giant mountain, and you just see a bunch of little LEDs and headlamps everywhere. You're like, now we're having fun. Like it's if any RC car guy that's never, rock crawling is one of those things where it's like, it's so boring. Like, why would people do that?
It's not though.
And if you get one crawler and one friend, I guarantee you guys will be talking crap within 5 minutes to each other about who can get over this and why can't you, and let me try it again. It's instant fun. But yeah, Axial Fest is an awesome event.
And scale trail is so big. It's such a big segment of our industry. Everybody can do it. I love it. I've got 4 of them. I went on to an event this Sunday. And unfortunately my truck not broke, but just I lost a screw and I lost more parts. But I took my buddy and I was telling him, I was like, look, I know you ain't too good as a racer. He actually has my old Losi. I gave it to him. I need to get it back from him, put it on my shelf. But I said, this is different. This is a little different. You know your basic skills on RC, and I said you'll see that you maybe not the same adrenaline rush, but you'll see. Okay, I need to do this, and he left, and we was driving home. He's like, "Yo, right, that's really fun. We need to go do this up here on the North Coast, and we need to go do video." And I said, "Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you for months. Like, we have all this beautiful scenery around us and the ocean and all this type of stuff. We need to use it." How big is scale for Horizon? It's got to be humongous. Not as big as aviation, but
you're on so many fronts. Where do I start? So, believe it or not, airside is no longer bigger than the surface side.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I'm amazed at that.
Obviously, I can't discuss too many details, but the surface team as of last year is bigger, and this year will be significantly bigger than the airside of Horizon. And I can say that Axial as a brand is a heavy chunk, and TLR is a very small chunk. Mm-hmm. I mean, percentages, I think I can share that with you. TLR is probably somewhere between 8 to 10% of the surface side of the business.
So small, man.
And between Axial, Losi, and Arma, you're looking at about 30% each.
Wow. You know what? Racing is so small. It's unfortunate.
But it's needed.
Yes.
And I think that's I think Horizon understands that. It's a lot of the innovation that you see on Losi comes from TLR side. A lot of the innovation that you see on Axial comes from the small comp crawling guys. So it's definitely needed. That's where we get a lot of our innovation from and fuels our innovation.
Oh, I agree. So I just wanted to get that clear. So TLR is the racing side. Losi is...
So the quick background is that, the original Losi that was in the 80s, that was just called Losi. And then when Horizon acquired it, this is part of the reason why there is some negative connotation towards Horizon, is because Horizon then kind of focused on RTR vehicles. Things like the Mini T, the Triple X, and so we left our racing heritage is what people were feeling. But it needed to happen again to grow. RTR was becoming a big thing. Traxxas was selling a lot of cars at that time. So then we kind of left 10-scale electric racing behind. And then we were still racing under the Losi umbrella with the Losi 8. But the company felt, this was before my time, right before my time, 2009, 2010, we separated the brands. We kept Losi as the RTR brand, and then we came out with TLR, Team Losi Racing, which is strictly racing. Okay. If there's raw rules for it, it's going to live under the TLR brand, not under Losi. So Losi from now on is essentially the race-inspired brand. So if people race those cars in full scale, KOH, NASCAR, drifting, whatever, then it'd be under the Losi brand.
That makes sense. I was a little bit confused at that, and especially when you hit me up and said, go check out the Losi Motorsports page. That's what it was?
Yeah, the Losi Motorsports.
Motorsports Facebook page, and a tour, actually, that you guys are having. And I was looking at your pictures, man. You're on all these cool full-scale real cars and bringing. I just think that is the coolest thing in the world. You was part of the Baja. Was it the fifth scale car that did a lap of that actual? Just touch on that real quick, because I think that's like the coolest thing ever.
Yeah. So again, you can say who you are, but you also have to act it, right? And Losi, we say that we're race inspired. We say that we make cars that are supposed to be like the real ones. So one of the kind of the marketing initiatives that we had was, let's team up with Mad Media and the Mint 400 and try to race our fifth scale on essentially do a lap around the course that the full trophy trucks do, right? We decided to do the fifth scale versus like a Baja Ray or a Super Baja Ray, right? Because of the battery charging. It'd just be so much easier because it's gasoline, just keep on filling it up. So yeah, we took on that task, and we went through essentially the same exact terrain that the trophy truck does. And just to prove to people that the Losi brand they stand behind what they say, and it's legit. And the fifth scales, anybody who's ever driven in one of our 5Ts knows that it's super tough. And you point and shoot with that thing. Wherever you point that car and you squeeze the throttle, that's where it's going to go. So
you guys did the whole 400 miles?
No, so we would cut certain sections of the course. We pretty much did all of the key course spots, you know. So you have chokers, you have the Fox Proving Grounds, you know, that was a super whoopee section. And then on the long stretches like Joshua Tree Highway, that's where I came in. Like we were literally chasing the car for miles on behind with the side-by-side. So depending on the course in the section, like if it didn't look cool on camera, honestly, it's like, why even go through that? Because if it doesn't look cool on camera, it means that the car is just going to go through there anyway. So we went through all the tough stuff instead.
Wow. How long did that? So you don't know how many, like, what did you guys break anything? How many? I'm sorry for all these questions. Fuel stops, anything like that?
No, it was the number one thing that we went through, believe it or not, was spark plugs, and that's it. Wow. Other than that, we broke one suspension arm. And if I remember correctly, I think that was it. I remember something with a tire. I think we hit a rock and it sliced the tire, so the foam started coming out. But spark plugs were the biggest thing, just because we're full pin majority of the time. So we were just burning through spark plugs.
That's like one of my dream cars, man. I really want to race that class. I love the 5th scale. I love the 5T. I think it's awesome. It's a little out of my price range right now, but I just think it's I think it's one of the baddest ass. Yeah, I always thought that they did this in England. The Mini Coopers that you guys made, they raced, like they made a class just for that, and I thought that was so awesome. Like pretty much stock cars, all 4-wheel drive, look like minis. So cool. So cool. Yeah,
that Mini Cooper was, I have so many stories, but I actually revised that body. I didn't design the whole body, but I designed the fenders for it after some renditions. But yeah, that was one of those cars that we put so much time into it. And unfortunately, the EU market wasn't as big as we thought. So,
well, the 5th scale market is small, you know. Yeah,
it is. And I think the thing with rally is, I think rally's cool in real life. It's amazing in real life, but rally does not translate well into RC, because as soon as you have that body that low to the ground, you can't really jump it. Anything upsets it. Bodies are expensive to replace. Right. I mean, it was just, I had a lot of things going back.
Well, these guys were just racing them on road tracks, and I thought that was cool, and I thought that's a great 5th scale entry level class and pretty stock. I thought I always wanted one of them. You know, I want everything RC, so it doesn't matter. You know. Okay, I wanna touch more on what is the Losi Motorsports Tour. What are you guys' goals? And like I think it's like, I love it. You're doing replicas of. Well, I guess this all leads back to the whole licensing thing as well, right? So I don't know if you can go into detail on how to get an actual license and all that type of stuff, but yeah, like this and the Losi Motorsports Tour, what are the goals for it and the licensing part?
So we'll start with the Losi Motorsports Tour first. So if you want to get into 10 scale electric racing or 8 scale nitro racing, or 8 scale electric racing for that matter, you can pretty much go to a hobby shop, or you can go online, look at tracks. You can quickly find events around you, right? Which is cool. The problem with some of these newer, we call it grassroots segments, let's say monster truck or even drag car. Like for the drag car races, most of these meets or races, they're just meeting behind industrial park parking lot over a weekend. But there isn't a centralized hub where you can find out who's racing, where's the racing happening. So that's the whole purpose of the Losi Motorsports Tour, is to essentially have a centralized hub of, if you wake up on a Friday or you're going to be free this weekend, you can see what racing's happening in your area. You know, that's not happening at a track, in other words. So right now it's just a Facebook group. That's how we're kind of building the community. We're currently working on a website, which will essentially have the entire United States. And then you can click in these zones and it'll show you, or color coordinate, you know, if you're into U4, if you're into drag, you know, you can filter that and it'll tell you what racing is going on where. So, and it's going to be very community based. So if you know, Joe, whatever his name is hosting a race and he's expecting to get 30, 40 people or whoever, let us know. You'll on the website, you'll be able to submit an entry in order to put your race on that calendar or on that map. So it's just a good way for, another thing we're trying to promote is hobby shops, right? Brick and mortar is going down. Hobby shops are kind of closing. Part of that reason is because online, which is fine, that's just going to happen. But one of the things that hobby shops are transitioning to doing is providing a service.
Yes.
And one of those service that they can do is host simple, fun parking lot races with either a DLMT, maybe it's U4 and you put some obstacles out there. Maybe it's drag racing, which is the easiest one to do out of all of them. Now that hobby shop, wherever it can be, they can apply really quickly and put their race to promote their race and their hobby shop, really. So that's kind of the whole purpose, is to grow the grassroots segments, which is U4, drag, monster truck, and eventually oval.
I think I told you this. You should also, like House of RC, Connie Swenson, he's kind of doing the same thing, and he just wants all RC there, like a community and all that type of stuff. So I think, like, if you could, and he used to be an avid, he still is an avid fifth scale racer. He used to race the Losi car the TLR car for a while. But I think you guys have the same vision. I just think, like, it would be like you can use that as a hub to, like, a central place as well for all of RC, and you guys can have your stuff there too. I think it's just another way of being part of a community for people. So yeah, you should check it out. I like that idea because my thing is, if we can get these guys racing, like the U4 guys. I looked at Sean's U4 race that they had her that this past weekend. It's like it looks so cool. Like I am literally coming to California. One of the reasons I'm coming to California is to go up to CTRC and do some U4 racing. I've never done any of this stuff in my life. I didn't grow up around this stuff. No, none of this stuff in Bermuda, but I just like the looks of it. I went to my scale event. I was talking to the guy there. I was like, look, we need to get these guys into the no prep stuff. And maybe, we're just doing some, like, just, we're trying to get bashers and stuff. I'm not trying to get too deep in it here because, like, I'm in RC 24/7. This is my enjoyment. But I'm fully committed. Like, at first I was like, this scale, like, we need to keep racing pure. And I do still agree with that. But been talking with guys like Mark Santamaria and all these other guys and guys like Sean and looking at what no prep's doing, which we're going to talk about in a minute.
Okay.
I am fully convinced that this is one of the keys to getting more light and more spotlight on what we do. Like, I'm hoping it just filters through to the racing side, at some point. But we're getting people in. I still think people don't know what we do per se, like as I do. But what you're doing, like, people can see, oh man, that truck looks like my Ford or that drag car, and that's what gets people. And I'm convinced. I was a little bit, but now I'm fully convinced in getting bashers into racing and branching out into, even with this podcast, branching out into different genres of RC. Monster truck, I like that. I like everything RC. So, you guys had that big monster truck that came out. I forgot about that. That was interesting because we're starting to see a growth in monster truck, I think. I mean, Jason Rona's big into it. He likes it, so he's always at these events and stuff like that, which is cool because monster truck used to be big back in the day, Clodbuster, USA Ones, all this type of stuff. I guess just how cool is it to be working alongside this full scale world, and with your RC stuff.
It's insane. I mean, I appreciate it. I never planned for it, but I mean, I'm a full scale guy myself, so it's just nice that for me, RC car is now my job and full scale is now my hobby, which is kind of nice because they're still the same. You know what I'm saying? So I'm definitely trying to keep the balance. Like, I don't really ever want to work for a full scale company just because then at that point it becomes my job. And then RC will probably just become my hobby. So it's just going to become this vicious cycle. But, I think the full scale thing's awesome. And that's part of to touch back on the licensing a little bit and the Losi Motorsports Tour. The only way that RC racing or RC cars in general are going to grow is through reaching new people, right? Most people, if you were to take 10 people out of the street randomly, 9 people have never heard or touched an RC car before. If you take them to a RC race, they get blown away at the fact that there's a bunch of grown men and women out there racing a toy car, right? So one of the things to the ways that we intend on growing the RC industry in general is through licensing. You know, for example, the new no prep drag car Camaro. There's a reason why we decided to work with Summit, because they're one of the biggest names in the drag racing scene, not only online, but at the track. So now Summit's selling that car. Summit's going to market that car. Their customers are going to go, wait, what's this little car? Now they're into no prep. Now the industry's grown.
Yep.
So that's the whole premise behind. And to me, RC racing, what we know today, 10 scale or 8 scale is going to always have a place. But to me, the way that I see it is that racing is always going to be like the F1 of RC.
Okay.
You know, it's going to be the pinnacle.
Right.
It's always going to be the most expensive. It's always going to be the most complicated. And I think that's okay, so long as, I think for a long time, we try to grow that segment and nobody was biting. And I think we know why.
Yep.
Because it's too complicated, it's too expensive. But if you start down here with no prep, with U4, and then you work your way into that, if that's your thing, now there's something in the middle. It was bashing and high-end racing before. Now there's something in the middle that I think we can use as a stepping stone. So that's kind of our goal moving forward.
Yeah, I can see that 100%, especially now you guys have the laser knot coming. Well, it's out, and I see the laser knot everywhere. Obviously, Sean and the guys have got some, and I think they're cool. And I was telling the guy about that here. This is perfect for these guys who just maybe a little bit intimidated by this 8 scale, 10 scale world that I'm in and that I love. Yes. And that U4 class is a great mix. I mean, I look at my buddy, yeah, dude, he went and made one out of an HB car, and it looks badass. And I think at the root of the day, that's what it comes down to. We want something that looks like the full scale stuff that we can control.
Yep, and definitely have. I mean, and don't forget that originally RC car racing in the 80s started from Tamiya, Sand Scorchers, and all this kind of stuff that looks scale in the first place. So it's gone full circle. And so I think that's part of it. That's actually what I talk about in the Losi, developing the Losi Audi video, is why we did that car and what we were trying to do.
I just lost some light hair myself. I'm at the electricity going on and off her all day. So if it's just a little, let me just turn this light around.
Go for it.
So yeah, I live in the Dominican Republic, so the electricity goes on and off.
Yeah, it's
okay,
all good.
We're almost done here. Let's talk about no prep, man. This is huge right now. King of the Streets is huge. You guys just come up with your TLR Summit car, which is all right. I would really like for you guys to get together and make a stock car but it's fast. It's good. It looks good. It's doing good. But I just think, like, how huge is this no prep thing for RC at the moment?
So the only thing we can reference it to is if you think about RC crawling and what that was like in 2006, 2007, right? Like it's one of those things where it's so new, it's really hard to compare it to something or its size or where it's going to go. So the only thing that I find it close to is what RC crawling was. You know, RC crawling was comp crawlers, right? Super expensive, super complicated, really technical, and then that quickly phased out because it was too expensive, too complicated, too technical. But then people started building scale crawlers, and then that blew up. Right now, drag racing is right at that point where it's starting to blow up, because now you can go out and buy this Losi car or the associated car, what have you, and go out there and compete. So how big? I mean, it's definitely massive. It's not our biggest portion of the business by any means. It's still infant according to that, like if you compare it to that. But I think it has extreme potential to blow up.
I do too. One of my fears is, like, this is how our whole conversation got started. Like, I don't want to see it die like Short Course did. And I said that the industry killed it. But you corrected me, and you gave me another talking point about that Raw actually helped kill it too. You know what I mean? By making it a class. And I'm fearful if Raw sees this, because I'm not anti-Raw, but I'm all about having governing bodies that actually do something. And the governing body should be promoting RC and getting new people and be involved in all this stuff too. And for me, honestly, Raw is not even doing anything close to that at the moment. I don't want them to get their teeth into this and And like how you explained it, let's just tell people how we kind of got on this discussion with the short course stuff real quick.
Mm-hmm.
How you explained it to me, which I thought was really good.
So short course was one of those kind of bubbles, right? Traxxas released the Slash. Then it went from everybody buying a Slash and going racing it at a local hobby shop. And then from there, it blew up. Associated came out with one, Kyosho came out with one, we came out with one. Everybody had a short course truck. And next thing you know, it just like, I don't want to say it died, but it didn't go anywhere. Mm-hmm. In a sense, it didn't really put us in a better place today than where we were already at, which I think is a lot of the discussion point. But I think your subject was the fact, I mean, your take on it was the fact that the industry or Losi associated themselves, we were kind of at fault, which I think we were. Mm-hmm. But I think the other big thing that was at fault was Roar when they made it a part of the actual race program. Because then it took something that was meant to stay fun, stay cheap, be an introduction to racing, and then it made it not. Mm-hmm. So we lost that middle ground. We went from here straight to here, and nothing was in the middle. And people started taking it too seriously. It got oversaturated.
Oh yeah,
a lot of things happened in the industry. But yeah, so now I think, and I agree with your fear. Is that what's going to happen with no prep drag racing? I don't think so. I think after going to Vegas, I'm a little more hopeful.
Yes.
But I mean, it's going to be interesting. I mean, it'd be fun to watch this video 3 years from now and see.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I like it. I loved what I saw in Vegas. I love that they followed the rules no matter who you was. I thought that was really good. The lights came back on. This is life in the DR. I really like that they followed rules. I mean, it sucked for some of the guys. I like the enthusiasm that Tyler, guys like Tim Smith bring. That has all this stuff that I want in off-road racing. It has drama. It has, competition. It has payout, all this type of stuff. This is this type of stuff that it has charisma. And that's something that we lack in the off-road industry.
The biggest thing I think that I was impressed by is the camaraderie. I was expecting there to be some drama, especially when you have over $18,000 in the line over a toy car. Every single person there, I didn't see any drama. Everybody shook hands, bumped hands, fist pump after their race, before their race. It was really, everybody was there for the same reason. And it wasn't the 18 brand, it was to have fun with RC cars for once, which was amazing. And I think that's another critical portion of off-road racing, your world, where it's like, I think that's missing, is everybody's there to win the A main, and you're there for 12 hours a day to run, however many 15 minutes. And we need to take it back a notch. And if we do want it to get fun.
I think we've lost, I think as companies, as manufacturers, we're too busy out there trying to, I hate to say it, like poach each other's drive. We're too busy trying to get up from an increasing a pool that's decreasing by like people can say what they want. We can talk about entries and fool ourselves like this, but RC racing is slowing down. Like, I mean, it's getting smaller, unfortunately, because it's hard. It's not easy to do. It's hard. It takes time. It takes patience, and it costs money. It's gotten really expensive. So in certain things, obviously you can still do it cheaply and whatnot, I believe. And I just think, like, teams seem to be too focused on it's missing. Like, back in the day when you would probably go to a race or you would pick up a magazine, you would see someone took a picture of latest products and all this type of stuff. And now it's like, oh, you don't come in my pits, like, oh, don't look at my car. And I get that. We need some of that. That's racing. I like that. But I just think we're sitting there for 13 hours a day. And like you said, you're only getting on the track for so little time, and people just think that's normal, and it's not normal. It can be different, and I think people are starting to listen and see things, but it's hard, man. Racing's hard. I think racing period is the same, full scale, RC, whatever. It comes down to competition, people wanting to beat each other, and yes, we definitely need to have more fun. I see too many people putting too much pressure on themselves at these races, and I'm like, the chances of you ever doing this for a living is so slim.
Right. Slim.
So slim. Like, you have probably a better chance of getting struck by lightning or something. You know what I mean? And I said, do you realize the amount of work that these guys have to put in, how many weekends they're on the road and stuff like that nowadays, they travel a lot. I said, you don't understand. Like, you're a 35-year-old man with kids. Like, you're not going to be a professional RC car driver. Keep it as your hobby. The sport, I consider racing a sport, but we do the hobby, like what Cavallari and all these guys do. To them, it's a sport. It's still a sport for us guys too, but we're more hobbyists. And I think we've gotten a lot of way. I'm all for having more seriousness in RC because in racing, because I'm always on about we need to have a definitive line between pro and Joes or pro and amateur. And I do think we need to do that. And I agree with you, man. We've lost a lot of this fun. We go into these races with big entries and we're just, not getting track time. And it's just, you go out and look at these U4 guys. They're out there having a blast. You know what I mean? And they're there to drive their cars and all this type of stuff. And I think if we just step back and look at this, at the end of the day, it's still core. They're still competing, but they're having fun. And I think us in the off-road industry side can take some notes and take some pointers from you guys. I'm not you guys, but your genre of RC.
Yeah, and I think JQ, by the way, I really admire Joseph for several reasons, and I have a lot of good experiences with him. But he just had that video not too long ago where he responded to Adam Drake's video on how to keep club racing fun, racing fun. And I think ultimately it does come down to Losi, Associated, Mugen, all these companies. But in reality, to me, and I hate to point a finger, it comes down to, like you said, the governing body. It should be ROAR that's working with us to make sure that we're growing, we're keeping it fun. And right now, I think ROAR is just a kind of a transitioning point, right? A lot of these guys that are a part of ROAR, from my perspective, they're not as passionate as they are about RC as they were back in the 80s and the 90s. So I think there's just a lot of room for a new governing body or for ROAR to make some drastic changes to help the RC racing segment.
Oh, I agree. In fact, in my last rant, I said, look, let's just get another body in her and get rid of ROAR, because even the guys, I feel the guys who have the passion, they're being stifled by, like it's an old, like that's their power thing. They don't want to let it go. I'm like, hey man, when Norco was around, there was competition for ROAR. That's when it was at its best, I think. And I'm all about having governing bodies and having some rules and regulations to these races and more safety for people and all this type of stuff. And just not looking like we're just some guys in black hoodies in some obscure place, like devil worshippers. So yeah, that is ROAR's job. That's EFRA's job. That's IFMAR's job. That's all these. But I think a lot of them so steeped in heritage, which I like heritage and all that type of stuff too. But if you focus on heritage and the past, you never go forward. And I believe that RC racing is still in the 80s and some things. I mean, we're still doing 5 minute 10 scale mains, like, when we could be doing 10 minute or more. But it is what it is. It takes time and it takes fresh blood and people with good ideas, and just, you got to keep hammering it. Like, you know what I mean? You just got to keep at it. Yeah. So, all right. Yeah. I had Gil Losi Jr. on her last year, and I asked him this question: what is the next big innovation in RC? And his answer was, it's not anything racing or chassis related, but it's an actual race and series. And he was really excited about the scale side of things. He's like, you don't understand how big it is. I said, I understand how big it is. I do. I get it. What do you think? What is the next innovation for us in RC?
I love Junior's response. Junior, man, I can go on for days talking about Losi Jr., but Gil Losi Jr., but it's funny because this is what happens when I talk to Junior. If he says something and it just gets me going, and I'm just like, God, I really have to think about my response here. One, because I don't want to sound like a dummy in front of him, but now I don't want to sound like a dummy in front of all your audience. Either.
Don't worry, I sound like a dummy all the time. It doesn't, not a big deal.
It's a great question. I think to directly answer your question, what most people want to know is, God, I'm trying to say this in a way where I don't spill the beans.
Oh gosh.
So forgive me.
Okay, no problem. I get it. Sensitive information here.
Yeah. No, it's all good. I mean, again,
it's okay if you can't answer it. It's cool.
No, I think I can. I just not a word. What I can say is, to be more direct, what's the next big innovation that we're working on, we're going to release? I think people are going to be extremely surprised at what happens. And you touched on this in a different element. You said RC racing was still in the 80s. Mm-hmm. I truly believe that the hobby industry is roughly anywhere from 10 to 12 years behind the current trends. And what I mean by that is, even if you look at social media, mm-hmm. right, we are severely behind what we should be doing. We have the best product to develop viral videos with. Mm-hmm. There is no reason that imagine if we had RC cars and you had Red Bull's media team, what would happen to the RC industry, mm-hmm. right? So we're behind in that sense. But what I want to say is, to get back on topic, is imagine what would happen. What would an RC car look like? What would an RC vehicle look like if you took today's modern technology, mm-hmm. literally today's modern technology, and put it into a product? Mm. Like, what would be, think about, and I think we are, for the first time in a long time or ever, gonna experience that product.
Oh, I'm excited now. I'm excited. I honestly think what you're doing with the Losi Motorsports tour and getting, obviously rubbing shoulders with this full scale scene is going to be pivotal in the growth of RC racing eventually. Yeah. And I can see that. Maybe not now, maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when you're my age, when you're 42, 43, and I'll be like, and I'll be 50 something. I'll be like, yep, I can see it, because we need you guys, these young guys, like younger people thinking, you are correct. We are so far behind. We're not even utilizing YouTube correctly. We, all these guys, I mean, even me, I'm just figuring out, look at like podcasts and all this stuff. We're so far behind on a lot of different things. And all the other industries in the world are just hammering like the Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. It's just TikTok. I mean, I'm not a big TikTok guy, but it's insane. But you
will be.
Huh?
I said you will be. Give it a year or two.
Yeah, it's probably gonna happen. I'm on a lot of social media stuff now, but it's like we can't get this. Even for like RCGP, it's like, well, we can't get this going. Like, we're not utilizing our social media platforms, and we're not rubbing short. Like, I would love to see Red Bull and Monster get into the racing side, but I think it's gonna take something that looks real and that's going to sell and be popular, so that they can say, hey, look at our big decal, or like a whole Red Bull themed, like, I'm going to go short course truck, like let's say it was like if short course ever came back. I think it has to be scale that takes it to this next scale looking vehicle with proper racing properties. Does that make sense?
I agree. And I think the next to answer the question more on a Gil Losi Jr. level, I would really, if I had a limited amount of time and budget and more power, I would definitely start, especially during COVID. I mean, it looks like sims and simulators really took off. And a lot of people have never experienced it, but FPV on an RC car that only does 6 miles an hour is one of the funnest things you can ever experience.
It's so funny. Go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying. So I think that could be then one of the big next innovations as well. Is a simple. The problem right now with that technology is that it's very expensive. So it's not easy to buy for a kid in Christmas. But if we can sell a 2-pack of FPV vehicles, Nintendo just did this with the FPV versions of the Super Mario Kart, which was an amazing compilation of all technology plus old school heritage, the whole thing. So I think, and that's a sign that the technology is getting to be more affordable. So I think once that sound starts coming into play, I think RC is going to take a severe right turn into a new realm.
So you do believe that we can get RC somewhat mainstream then?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think from my perspective, that's my goal. Okay. And if I miss my goal, at least I'll get closer to it. But just like Steve Jobs says, I mean, there needs to be a computer inside every single house in America. And a lot of people didn't believe him. And I think there needs to be an RC car in every house in America, from not only from a fun aspect, but from learning how to, I mean, I learned how to work on full cars and modify full cars from RC cars. So I think that's another spin, is like, not only can you collect, have fun with family and friends, but you can also learn something in the process. So
I'd like to see more RC getting into schools as well. I think it's a great, maybe an RC club, or like you said, it's great hands-on first, like mechanical. You build mechanical skills, like, you do.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's going to happen. But I think what needs to happen, and we touched on this, was it's always a generation behind, right? So right now, the kid that grows up, that understands RC cars and the importance, let's say myself, he's going to be a principal in 10 years. And that's what we need to happen in order to get RC cars into a mainstream schools. This is a big thing in Japan. In Japan, to me, a mini four-wheel drive is a critical part of the education system.
Really?
You learn, because, to me, a mini four-wheel drive, it teaches you fundamentally about gear ratios, weight distribution, technique. Like, it teaches you so much in such a fun way. And if you go to Japan, you can go to the mall and see mini four-wheel drives racing around. You can't go to a mall anywhere out here in California and see RC cars.
Unfortunately, and it's easy to do.
Right. But that's what we need, But in order for that to happen, for me to go try to do that at the local mall, the guy that's in charge of that mall is in his 50s and he's not going to listen. I need for that guy to retire and for the 30-year-old to go in there that understands RC cars, and then he'll listen, and then we'll get him to the mall, and then it'll become mainstream. You and I have the same goals and with the same thinking. Like in the RC, in the racing side, my hope's in the youth. Like, they get it. Yeah, for sure, 100%.
They know, like they know, like they're gonna have to market themselves and become a character and have some charisma and all that type of stuff. Because I get so tired of the same vanilla interviews and all this type of stuff. And we need charisma in the racing side to get more people in, to get people to follow this. So, and like you said, we need to get this. Those young guys are going to be like, hey, why aren't we racing this? I mean, there are people that do races in malls and stuff like that, but we don't need 1 or 2 or even 10 people doing it. We need 100 plus or 1,000 malls doing that. We need to think bigger. Let's not think small. Let's think big. I don't want to get
I was going to say, every mall has a restaurant. Every mall has a fast food restaurant. Every mall has critical things. Every mall needs to have an RC spot or a hobby shop.
Why not?
Why not? Exactly.
Cool. All right, man. We're almost at the end of this interview. It's been great. I'm getting to know you. I like it.
It's just getting fun, man.
I know. Well, U4, man. This seems to be a thing too. The U4. I've heard you mention King of Hammers quite a few times. I didn't know anything about this till I met Sean, and he's like the U4 king. He's this looks potentially like it can be an attractive thing to get people into racing.
100%. I think it's the first and only product that I can think of that it has all the characteristics that it needs. It performs. It looks the part. It actually looks legitimate. The availability is there. It's easy to get parts and whatever. I think now the next step is for current track owners to understand that and to build an infield or build mobile obstacles where you can make an 8-scale or 10-scale track into a U4 track.
Got you.
And I think that's the next step of U4. I think that's part of the Losi Motorsports Tour is once these hobby shops start jumping on board, and those light bulbs start going off. It's like, hey, well, I already have this track. I'm not using it. And this weekend, maybe I can do a U4 race that weekend and start doing this stuff. But yeah, I think and the other element to that is the full scale stuff, right? Yes. There's no reason why we shouldn't be doing. So it's something that we are planning on in the future. You know, when you go to the Mint 400 in Las Vegas, there also is going to be the Mini Mint, which is, you know, a 5th scale race. Perfect. And that we're working with, we would like to work with, you know, Matt Olson, Brian Sullivan, and all these guys, so that's the final of the year. Same thing, U4 with when you go to King of Hammers, which is an insane event. Can't put it into words of an event. There's no reason why there shouldn't be racing happening there.
I 100% agree with you, man. We need to get. This is another group of people that we're not really taking advantage of. We're not patching into that genre of people, like people that drop all this money on a full scale car. Like I am all for getting a race. Like I would like to get Brian Mayfield and all these guys, these top guys racing at, not necessarily and get that all hyped up and get, you know, have a proper announcer catering to spectators and all this. I want to have that at a full scale like event. And I'm not trying to have 1,000 entries. I just want 15 of the best guys, and we go out and put a show on, and the best man. That's what you do. You're there to put on a show. You're going to wear a uniform. You're going to look professional. You're going to give proper interviews. You're going to appeal to the crowd. That's how we get people into doing more things. And I like that thinking with the U4 stuff. I like the thinking of the Losi Motorsports Tour. I want to be, now I need to figure out how I'm going to get to some of these full-scale events and be a part of this RC stuff, because I love all of this stuff, man. And I look at, like, getting new people into RC, I don't think there's a wrong way. I think we need to do everything, you know, like we need to explore this idea. We need to take this guy's idea. We need to do this. We need to do that. But what we don't need to do is go back. We need to think forward. And yes, we can bring some things from back in the day back. Like I would like to see less sponsorship and stuff like that, but we can't do less sponsorship till we get more people, right? Like in the racing side of things. So,
yeah, it's the whole sponsorship thing. And this was a touch point too, you know, with the contracted customers. And I think it was a theory that failed significantly. And there's a lot of evidence that shows that the more people you sponsor, the worse your business. It's the kiss of death. Yeah. The more people you sponsor, the quicker your business is going to go bankrupt.
Oh yeah.
And I think I think that's another key element to it is once the core, you know, there's different types of consumers in our segment, but once the core consumer understands that Horizon, Proline, Associated, whoever it may be, they're not in the business of making people upset. They're in the business of making money and growing. And that's how you make more money. So I think if people remind themselves of that whenever we do, for example, change the structure of Proline sponsorships, and a lot of people are upset about that, they're not doing this to piss us off. They're doing this to grow. And it, you know, we might take a black eye for it in the beginning, but eventually it'll heal, and I think we'll be in a better spot.
Oh, I know all about that. We're taking a few black eyes right now, but you know, for change to happen, change actually has to happen. So exactly. I'm all for that.
And people are afraid of change. People do not like change, so.
Especially in the RC community. I mean, are we going to get to the point where we actually pay somebody to run a kit? Like, hey, here's $50 in a kit to represent us. I mean, if we're doing that, then I think it's pretty evident that the business model that we adapted to RC, 10, 15 years ago, I want to say, is collapsing on itself. And you're going to see companies doing different things as well. If they don't, they're not going to survive. It's just simple as that.
Right.
So I'm all for that. Change is needed. All right, dude. You know what? This has been a great chat, but we do have one last segment that I like to do. And this is brought to us by TNR Fuels. Chris Nelson is a good person, and he's a racer. He's making some awesome fuel. He's having his race at another sponsor of this podcast, Sun City RC Raceway, this weekend, the A-Main Challenge Tour. So if you're on the fence of going to that race, please go check it out. Chris, Joey Showers, all these are really good people passionate about racing. He's a racer that's making fuel for racers. So go check him out. And check out TNRfuels.com and send him a message, and he'll get some fuel in your hands. Thank you, Chris Nelson and TNR Fuels, for bringing us the NNRC, the TNR Fuels Stop and Go segment. Yes, I'm robbing titles. I have my buddy Joe Zaire Jr., who has Round Out Talent podcast. He has little segments like this, and I love like the RC related segments. So this used to be called the 10 question, 10-second segment. But basically, I'm going to ask you some questions here, and you got to answer them as quick as possible, possibly with one-word answers. But we never answer them quickly. All right, number one. What is your favorite RC vehicle at the moment?
Oh, man. I would say the Losi LMT.
Okay, the monster truck. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's quite obvious, but if you wasn't into RC racing, what would you be racing?
Oh, man. So many things I want to do from here on to then. I would definitely something road course.
Okay, so you're more into road full scale than anything.
Yeah, believe it or not. Yeah.
Really? I'm shocked at that. Okay. All right. Number 3, what is your favorite food, dude?
I've answered this before. If I can have sushi for the rest of my life, I'd be happy.
Really? I think sushi's good. Not as good as street tacos, but good.
I mean, I love all foods, but
yeah. Number 4, most exotic location RC has taken you.
Exotic wise, I would say, oh man, I've been a lot of places in the RC game. I would say the most exotic would be Taiwan. I think that was the most out of my element. Holy crap, I'm doing this.
Really? I'd love to go there myself. All right, number 5, Axial Fest is
the best RC event I've ever attended.
I think I'm definitely got to go. Number 6, favorite project you have worked on?
Work related?
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Okay. Yeah, it can be work related. Yeah, work related.
God, I'm supposed to take a second. This is so many.
That's
10 years and has brought a bunch of cool projects. Honestly, I think the simplest project was probably the funnest, and it's just because it was a part of my goal when I first started working there. But when I designed the 22T 3.0 body, that was probably the pinnacle of me having fun and living my dream.
Awesome. Okay, well, what is your favorite form of full scale racing? This is one of the questions, so I got to know now.
Believe it or not, I'd rather race road course, but I think off-road racing is probably the funnest to watch.
Okay. What, any particular segment that you like?
That I've been a part of, U4 racing has definitely been.
Okay, so you've done full scale U4 racing as well.
No, I haven't done it, but I've seen it. So I think that's my favorite. That's my favorite thing that I'd rather see, but I'd rather do on road.
Okay, you a Formula One fan?
Yes. Well, no, I'm not a Formula One fan, I would say, but I'm a big heritage guy, so I understand Formula One from like Adrian Newey was like one of my idols going through engineering, just from the wind tunnel. What am I trying to say? Physics and downforce and all that stuff. But I appreciate F1, but I wouldn't call myself a fan.
Well, okay. Well, I gotta ask, what's your form of on-road racing that you would like to do? Let's put it that way.
Realistically, I think go-karting. Okay. Obviously, I think racing like a full-scale Corvette or something would be fun. But to me, go-kart is like, I enjoy the fact that it's literally the most deepest connection you can have with the road, right? It's so simple that there's so much technique to it. There's so much, you have to have the athleticism for it. So I think visually, I can literally see myself go-kart racing in the next 5 to 10 years.
Ayrton Senna loved go-karting racing, and he said the same thing. Yeah. And he said he wanted to win like a world championship, and I don't think he ever did. And that's what he said, right? At the end of that movie, he's like, "When's the last time you what's been the?" I forgot what the question was, like your best experience in racing, or what can you go back to, or whatever. And he said go-kart racing, because there was no politics; it was just strictly racing. Mm-hmm. And
and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I've read his biography. It's good too. I admire him and his stubbornness, and
Yes.
yeah, he's just,
that's a part of it too.
Yeah.
Being stubborn, you have to be a little bit stubborn in order to be innovative, for sure.
Sure. Number 8. What's your favorite song at the moment?
God, dude, why are you hitting me with all these?
That's the point. That's supposed to be hard.
Yeah, because I mean, music's a big thing, and especially from the artistic side. I can never go wrong with like Eagles, Hotel California.
Okay, so yeah,
classic.
All right,
song.
yeah, old school, dude.
Yeah.
All right, I only have 9. So number 9, what is your bucket list RC event?
RC event. God, believe it or not, when it comes to RC events and stuff, it's work for me, so I don't really have like a bucket list for it, but I might be able to go to the No Limit World Finals in North Carolina.
What's that?
This year. So the No Limit World Finals was the first RC event that I ever did under Horizon. The first event that I ever traveled for Horizon. And it was my first event outside of California. So it was a lot of firsts. But what I loved about it was that it was very similar, but 10 times better than the Vegas race, the No Limit, the drag race in Vegas, because 5-year-old kids would go up, they do their race, they give each other high fives and hugs, and then they go play on the swing set for the next 20, 30 minutes. So it was, to me, the pinnacle of what RC should have been. It should be fun. It should be family. It should be everybody gets together for a bonfire afterwards. So I'm looking forward to attending that event 10 years later and seeing.
This is drag racing, right?
No, I'm sorry. No Limit. It's all monster trucks. So the event actually happens at Dennis Anderson's, or at the Anderson's compound, who's the driver of Gravedigger, Son of a Digger, all that kind of stuff. So they have a really nice compound, store, restaurant, a bunch of land in North Carolina, and they host an RC monster truck racing and freestyle event there.
Really?
And then they'll throw in probably a little bit of short course racing and stuff in there as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that event if I get to go.
When is it?
It's in May. I believe it's in the end of May, if I remember correctly. We're pretty much on board to go.
It's happening this year?
It's just a matter of, yeah.
Oh, I'm going to be in North Carolina in May, dude.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, we have to look it up. I'm pretty sure it's in May, but the only thing that's potentially keeping us from going is obviously the COVID restrictions, which we're hoping lifts here pretty soon. So,
well, if it's happening, because the plan is to come to Vegas and then do the nationals afterwards. I'm going to be in North Carolina for about 3 weeks. So after Vegas.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Cool, man. I mean, that's all I have to. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Thank you for your talk. I know we've been trying to do this for a couple months. I know you're a busy dude, and it's been a great chat. Oh, last question. Do you ever get mistaken for Mario Lopez? Because I told you look like him.
My Slater was one of my nicknames.
Yeah.
In college, people used to call me Slater all the time.
I can see
Mario
that. I can see
but
that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I want you to. I know delays or not. When can people expect that? Because I know that's the next big thing. Well, next big thing for you guys. Not big thing. It's
So they're actually now back in positive stock.
Good.
Yeah,
Awesome.
we since we announced those, we didn't think they were going to be as popular as they become. So we were out of stock for a long time, but now we're in positive stock. So they're available now.
That's good. That's good. Always a good thing. All right, man. Well, I appreciate your time and this chat of getting to know you. I can't wait to meet you and have a non-alcoholic beverage with you. And man, do you want to say thank you or shout out to anybody before we sign off here?
I mean, everybody. I mean, I first and foremost, honestly, not to be too corny, but thanks to you, man. I think people like you, and there's a lot of other people, Joseph included, from JQ, that are going to be the future of this. So I really I'm happy to be a part of it. I'm just trying to do my part. For all the younger kids that are out there wishing they're in my shoes, stay humble, understand to what you said. The eyes are always on you. People are always watching you. Things that you do today will pay off for good or for better. For better or for worse in 10 years. And yeah, man,
stay tuned
see you out here.
the Losi Motorsports Tour. Tune into it. Go to the Facebook page. Check them out. Just Losi Motorsports Tour. A lot of cool pictures. I went on there, dude. I went on your Facebook, dude. You're like mine. It's just flooded with RC stuff. So I was like, wow, yeah, this guy's in deep like me. And you are a great shining example of just like perseverance, man. And you had to go. You worked hard for it. You got shut down a few times. You had to go do the shitty jobs for a little while. And I think people can take a lot from that. Like sometimes you gotta crawl before you can walk, and you gotta walk before you can run. And you ain't even started running yet. So
nope. Yeah, I'm still walking barely. I think I just started walking.
Sweet. Well, thank you for your time, man. I hope to meet you. Maybe it's gonna be in Cali after Vegas, or maybe it's gonna be in North Carolina. But I like meeting positive people like you. I know you have the best interest in RC, which I want to see too, and I like to be around people like that. So thank you for your time, man. Have a good day, and yeah, see you around.
No problem. Thank you. See you guys.
Bye-bye.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on. Whoa. Things are about to get serious. It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
What's up, Josie? What's up, Beaker Dunn? How you doing?
What's going on?
I don't know. We're back for a rant. Okay. It's been a while since we've had a rant.
Yeah. So am I only on the rant on this episode?
You are only on the rant. I'm giving you a break because you was right.
About what?
You was right that the rotating co-host would be good because people are getting tired of your rushing to get out of her. And I get it. You answering the same questions.
People were getting tired. No, they weren't. Or maybe they were, but that wasn't the reason. I had to basically dump you.
You know
That's
what,
true.
man? I wanted to kill you at that
I dumped you and you had a hissy fit. And I said, no, I'm not going on. And you said you wouldn't do it. And I said, yes, you can. Find someone else.
Mm-hmm. This is Joseph's tough love. And trust me, that day I wanted to kill you. More than
I know, but sometimes you have to do, a drastic decision, something to get a change made. Right?
You know what? That is the exact topic of this rant. So, you know what, Joseph, you were right. I am enjoying having Max back on. I'm enjoying having Zach come on. I was hoping Zach would come on this week, but he's got a Pro Line Cup race. And the good thing about it is that, Zach's got that really good pamphlet for like beginner racers and all that stuff. So people are looking at that. People are looking at the oil treatment for his track and all that type of stuff. So he's influencing other tracks and helping out that way. So it's been a great addition. And thank you, Zach, for your time. Thank you, Max. People like Max answering the questions. He gets all science mode, just like you're Padawan. So, that's how it goes. But Joseph, you just released the video the day we're actually recording this today. It's Thursday. And this is probably one of your best videos yet. You've been hot and bothered about this for a week since EFRA released their video last week. Their live, sorry. And their new logo. So I said, your video was great. I think your video was good. You hit on a lot of topics. And I think if anybody gets mad at that, they're just mad at you. So they just don't like you and they don't want to, there's going to be people that hate what you say because you're saying the truth. But there's going to be people that just hate it because they hate you, which is fine. We know that. You can be an idiot and an asshole, so people just can't get over that. But what you said was was very true in a lot of ways. So I went back and watched the live yesterday again to make sure I didn't miss out anything. And kudos, look, I want to say something before we get even close, before we start ranting, because we're going to rant. I happen to think EFRA is the best federation we have. I think they're better than IFMAR. I think they're way heads and shoulders, way over any other federation that we have in RC right at the moment. I think what they did with RC Racing TV and all that stuff is awesome. I enjoy watching the Euros. I like having rules and federations and proper racing and all that type of stuff. I really enjoy that. But man, you know what? It's still the same bullshit. Like, it's still the same dumb crap. I think remember when we got in that rant where I told you we need to get rid of Roar? And he's like, no, we need to cut out the cancer and get new people in there. But I think it's just the cancer's too deep. I think you just got to put a bullet in the head and start all over again. You know what I mean? And a couple people actually agree with me. But I would like to cut the cancer out of Roar and put fresh people in there. Well, the same applies for EFRA. I'm sorry. I think we have very forward-thinking people in EFRA. You would know more than me. You've had your run-ins with EFRA. You've had your own issues with EFRA yourself. But what I see is, the first thing I took from this video, heritage. We need to remember the heritage and this and that. And I said, absolutely, we must remember where we come from, but we must not live in the past. We must go forward and proceed forward. And as we know, the RC industry is 10, 15 years behind the times as it is now. And the federations are just starting to, EFRA just starting to realize this. I'm all about heritage. I'm all about that stuff. But you know what? In order for things to change, that old guard needs to be gone because they don't want to change. They want to focus on the past and keep it in the past and allow and get fresh, new, younger blood in her that want to do things, that know how to attack this social media life, this social media, what's the word I'm looking for? This social media life or world that we are in now. And I'm just going to flat out fucking say it. They had 1 year of COVID. 1 year of COVID. Europe's been on complete lockdown. There's been no racing. When I watched this video, I thought I was going to see something like mind-blowing, and all I got was a fucking logo. So you're telling me it took you a year to do a logo. Well, I'm getting a logo for the NNRC Cup, and I'll have it in 2 days. You know what I mean? And it's going to cost me not much, So to say all of this, let's bring up the logo. It looks great. I think it's awesome. I love it. I love the logo, but it shouldn't have taken a year to come up with that. The year they spent on this logo, they could have spent absolutely doing the plans and things that they wanted to do. No,
they've been doing plans.
Okay.
But there's a big difference between a plan and an idea and something in reality. So I think there are two main problems, really. So I guess, one of them has to happen, and then the other one can also happen. And if only one of them happens, nothing will change. If both happen, okay, things will start to change. So one thing is what you said, the old guard, that they have just been there forever, and this is how they want to do it, and they don't see another way, or they don't accept another way. For example, the fact that EFRA should be raising money and then using that money to promote the hobby and build up the hobby to something bigger. There's a lot that EFRA could do, especially if they had more money. But one view that EFRA members have is that EFRA shouldn't be too professional. This is an amateur hobby, so this isn't professional. There shouldn't be money involved, and that includes them. So they shouldn't be raising money and spending money on this, apparently. So that's one way of thinking that just isn't compatible with today's world if you want to have something like we have in RC racing. And also, it's not even compatible with the associate members that they always brag about and talk about. So associate members are the RC companies, the RC brands themselves. Well, RC brands today, unlike before, have paid professional drivers. Also, the RC companies today are professional companies with a few staff, the smallest companies having just a few staff, to the biggest having thousands of staff members, right? So it's not an amateur hobby anymore where people just sort of build their own cars from scrap pieces of whatever toys they find. Mm-hmm. It's not like that. These are professional companies with paid professional drivers, with engineers designing cars and producing them, and then with professional race organizers these days and professional companies covering the races. This is a whole different beast to back in the day, in the 70s or 80s, right? So the way of thinking that we can be the biggest and best RC federation, but we view this as something amateur and money has nothing to do with it is just completely false in today's world. So they have to accept this, for example. Now, that was just one problem with the old way of thinking. So like you said, the old guard needs to be replaced, or they need a lobotomy, something, you know. Then the second problem is that even if every single member of EFRA was replaced with a clone of Matt, Matt being the guy from Control that does videos and was in this video too, he's sort of forward thinking. Even if all the members of EFRA were him, there would still be the problem that the way they work is also not suitable for change. But here is kind of a two-sided thing. So the way they work is they have like 20 people in a group and they bounce ideas off each other, and they have meetings about this and that, and they have a meeting about the fact that they need to have a meeting. So then in that meeting, they decide that they're going to have a meeting. Then they have another meeting deciding the group that will attend the meeting. And then they have a meeting about the subjects that they will discuss in the meeting. Okay, then they actually have the main meeting and they discuss stuff, but nothing is actually decided. So this is not a good way to create change. It's a good way to keep everything the same. Mm-hmm. So they would have to change that way of working also to be able to create change. So the ideas of the people and the way they work. But here's the thing. I think that it's a good thing that EFRA doesn't change quickly, because that's what brings stability. Rules don't change quickly. So manufacturers feel safe, like this is the cars we race. The rules won't change. Racing formats are relatively standardized. We race in the same way all around the world with the same cars all around the world. These are good things and only possible if you have a strong federation like this. So that's why it's a good thing that things don't change fast. But this makes it even more important for them to outsource the things and the projects that need to get done. For example, organizing events, they shouldn't do it. They should hire professionals to do that. Media, same thing. They already do that. Any kind of technological advancements and improvements to the live stream or improvements to their messaging online, on social media, on their website, all of this, outsource that stuff. Because those companies that they outsource to are able to make quick decisions and improve stuff and all of that, right? They can adapt. EFRA can't. So EFRA oversees those projects, right? But other companies, professional companies, do the actual work. They do the legwork. And EFRA sort of just signs off on it.
Yeah, why not?
That's how progress can be made while you still maintain the sort of safety and tradition, heritage, stability of the federation. Now, that's a step that they have to make at some point.
I just wanted to touch on that, real quick, on meetings. It kind of reminded me of back in the day when... in Bermuda, man, we was running the track. And so everybody had equal say. We had a committee and all that type of stuff. And I'm sure this happens at many different club committees and stuff. And you want everybody's opinion, nothing gets done. And I remember we would go to a meeting and try to decide on track changes or something like that. And all we ended up doing was just sitting around there and talking for 3 hours, and most of the time not even getting a definitive answer. I definitely agree with you. And by the way, just like they said on the live stream, they want criticism, so we're going to give them criticism. Because if you don't criticize, nothing improves. People criticize me all the time, so I listen to them. Sometimes I listen to them, sometimes I don't. So to say that, I totally agree with that. I also agree with that. They should be for profit, but use that, like you said, use that money to help. No,
they shouldn't be for profit. They should be non-profit.
Well, non-profit that makes money. That's like how you explained it to me once before. Like a non-profit should make money. So I believe that there should be, like, if you're going to be doing this full time, the organization should be able to pay a salary to somebody to do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I believe they should be. Time costs money. Just because it's RC cars doesn't mean that it isn't time and it isn't money.
the point of a non-profit is that the non-profit has a cause, right? So in EFRA's case, their cause is to grow and promote and conserve RC car racing around Europe,
yes,
right? And IFMA, same thing, but globally. So to do this, they need money.
Yes, of course.
And they should try to raise the maximum amount of money. But because it's a non-profit and it has a cause, that money doesn't go to enrich the board members, right? Or sort of just to grow EFRA. Like, that's not the point. The point is all that money goes into the cause. So there are many different things that EFRA could do. Let's do this. Let's pretend that EFRA was working in the way that we think they should. What would they actually be doing? Okay, so I think they would be pouring money into media. So they would be subsidizing, supporting live coverage for as many races as possible, right? They would be supporting RC websites and blogs and podcasts and all of the social media stuff, all of that stuff. They would be advertising heavily on social media and YouTube. They would be creating promotional videos of RC racing, right?
Yes.
Then they would also they would use the funds to create RC races at big events, because that costs money. So you go somewhere to an event with 100,000 people, right, over a weekend. You build a track, you host a race. That's something that they would do with that money, because they are promoting the hobby to the outside world. That's what they would do. They would work with schools and youth programs and stuff and try to find ways to introduce children to RC as a hobby. So they would pay people to go around with a traveling roadshow of RC, put up some cones, build a track, go to school, go to some, I don't know, like, let's say some, where troubled kids go.
Like group homes and stuff like that.
Yeah, group homes and this kind of stuff, but not like poor kids necessarily, but people with some issues or whatever, right?
Right.
Fuck, what if they discover RC and enjoy that? You know, that RC could literally be something that gives them a reason to focus and learn and sort of enjoy themselves with a hobby, you know? Like, this is something that can do that for people,
I'm gonna say something here real quick before you go on, because you touched on something, because I made some notes. I do like that. I like what they said about getting RC into schools and getting more youth. You know, I'm all about the youth, so I'm all for that. All for that. That takes money. It takes time.
Yeah.
And I don't see why people have I get why people have an issue of somebody like EFRA having a whole bunch of money and not using it, but they should. And I think that's the issue. People like, oh, we don't want to be, we don't, but they have the money. Use it.
They don't have a whole bunch of money. Like, if they really did a good job, 200,000 euros doesn't go a long way. They should have a lot more, Yeah,
I agree. I do. Like, I'm not here to bash EFRA. I stand by my claim that they are the best governing federation out of there. But in RC, I wish.
But we need them to change. So let's think of other things that they should be doing in this perfect world. I think that EFRA as a federation should also do the things that the market itself doesn't do. So, for example, RC racing is a great hobby for the disabled. If you're in a wheelchair, you can race RC cars. You can get the same thrill of racing a motorized vehicle against someone else. Mm-hmm. You're in a wheelchair, but your hands work, your eyes work. You can race, right? But most tracks that I go to aren't accessible for handicapped people. So you can't get around with a wheelchair. So this could be something that EFRA would focus on. Not making it so, okay, you can only have a track if you have this. No, they could create sort of standards for how to do it, figure out how to make a driver stand so that you can have wheelchair access and a good view for the person in the wheelchair and all that stuff. They could figure that out, make a plan, and work with tracks and clubs to implement that.
Yeah, or help them implement it.
Yeah,
Send them the funds,
building of that stuff. Like promote this. How many kids are there in wheelchairs that they go to some, I don't know, again, some kind of youth activity thing or kidsinwheelchairs.com. I don't know what there is because I'm not in a wheelchair, but I'm sure there's some kind of groups and associations that organize activities for these kids. Well, why not find those and contact them and say, hey, we race RC cars and we have a track here and you can access these wheelchairs.
Yes.
How many of those little boys would find that hobby and be like, man, this is awesome. I can race RC cars. That's what I can do. That's great.
I never even thought of that.
Yeah. So these are the kind of things that a federation can do and should do.
I agree.
You know?
I agree. Another thing that they touched on, which I thought was I have a couple of things that I want to criticize here. Oh, we want to make an app for EFRA. I'm like, what the? Why would you, like, this comes back to, do they want to work? Do they really want to work with somebody else? And I know they're going to say, well, you're tooting the House of RC horn here, Keenan. Well, I happen to think like what Connie's doing is pretty good, and EFRA doesn't need an app. They can just put their information there and use the House of RC app, and that's one less thing they have to worry about, because it's kind of like it's pretty easy to follow and it's pretty easy to do and all that type of stuff, and it connects them to other RC, federations and people in RC that may not know and all that type of stuff. So why go make an app? Well, if you wanted to make an app too, why didn't you do it in this 1 year of lockdown? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, you thinking about making an app, then they said, well, we're thinking about making a YouTube channel. You literally had 1 damn year of doing fuck all. Make it. Make the YouTube channel.
Here's the thing. I think that most of the friction and the sort of, even my videos that I do about or have done about EFRA, and even this rant,
yes,
it's quite relatively easily avoidable, right? This didn't need to happen this way. So before RCGP even existed, there were numerous attempts made to work with the federations, because the idea was that, okay, this is needed, but it's not supposed to be something to compete with the federations, right? Because that's never good. We've got something good going. Let's build on that. So, okay, let's collaborate. Okay, this was the plan. Nothing. It was not possible. You know my personality. You know how I am. If I want something, I don't give up very easily, right?
Right. I know that.
That's how I was. I wanted it to be the IFMAR RCGP World Series or World Championship Series. That's what I wanted. I truly wanted that. Then after IFMAR was absolutely impossible, I'm like, at least we can get EFRA, because they seem to be more open. They talk to us. Nothing.
Well, you know why?
After like 2 years of the same promises, and yes, we can find some areas of collaboration, this and that, and nothing, not even a fucking sharing a video and saying that RCGP is doing great things for our hobby and EFRA supports. Like, not even that. Like, absolutely nothing. Then it's like, you truly know where we stand and what's really going on. Yeah. So what are we going to do? Just be quiet or fight this issue and try and fix it? I decided, you know what? I'm going to try and fix this.
Yeah. When I watched the video, I was like, they don't want to be with black races. And all. I was like, what type of fucking bullshit is this? Like, black races, and what was the other term they used?
Black races are non-sanctioned races. So races that are not affiliated with EFRA. So they're like illegal races, Yeah. Like some people in EFRA think that those races shouldn't exist.
Right. That's not going away. And those races like Neo Buggy is better than any race EFRA ever puts on. So
yeah, and that's what they don't like that. Yeah. So you can see in the meeting notes, they are thinking like, why do these non-EFRA races, why do they have more participants than the EFRA races? And then when Dallas was president, he was sort of also, I compare Dallas to Javier actually, because Dallas was saying these kind of same things. And he was actually some sort of youth leader or group leader in Sweden or something. He worked with kids. So he was all for that. Like, let's do this, do that, and let's maybe we should not view these other races as competitors. Maybe we should work with them, and like these kind of thoughts. But he didn't really do anything. Well, let's be honest.
Hands tied,
to progress
man.
it.
Hands tied.
But I don't know how hard he really tried either. And that's the kind of feeling I get with Javier also.
Well, okay.
Because now, 2 years ago, I thought that, okay, this guy's good. Things going to change. Like, we're going to get there. Now, no, I changed my mind. He's just like the rest. It's no.
Okay. Now I want to comment. I want to comment on that. And I've talked to you about this before, because not everybody can be like you, Joseph. And say what they want to say. I mean, even myself, I can't say everything I want to say, because, you know, I just understand that some things shouldn't be said. Like, unlike you, who have no filter, you know, you don't care.
I have a filter.
You do. You actually do. Because if you was really to be as savage as you wanted to be, like, we would probably be dead. My point is to that, I think I got excited when people were like, well, what do you know, Lefty? You ain't a part of EFRA. You're some jackass from an island. Well, let me tell you something. I've been a part of the BRCA, and if I was to literally really look at it, I fall under EFRA as a Bermudian, as a British subject, all this stuff. I fall under EFRA. You know what I mean? But I've also been a member here at FARMAR here, because I'm part of the Dominican Republic and all that stuff. So I think Javier comes in with good intentions, but he quickly realizes that for all his good intentions, the old guard is going to continue to just beat them down. And the old guard is not just an EFRA; it's these guys in Roar that don't want to. Because remember, all these people are part of IFMAR too, right? Yeah. I believe. So you have this old guard at IFMAR that refuses to change and only thinks about heritage in the past and how good it is in the past. And we all know the RC is 15 to 20 years behind the times. And Roar's one little bit of, they have the biggest market, so they have a lot of say in IFMAR. You know what I mean? There's no IFMAR worlds without the top US drivers. They get the most slots into the IFMAR worlds. But you have these people who have this power and don't have this passion for RC anymore. They have a passion to keep their power. And to keep their power, they have to keep things the way they do. So that's
key, actually, what you just said.
Yeah, so when people like Javier, who seems younger, he's probably a little older than me, but, he's not some old guy that started IFMAR back in the 1970s and all that stuff and still trying to hold on. And no disrespect to those guys who came first and started all this stuff and blazed that trail. I'm not disrespecting that. But my mom used to say, look back, but don't go back. All we do is looking back, and we just want to. We don't want to go forward. So I feel when people like Javier gets in there, he has ideas, but he quickly comes to a conclusion that, man, if I shake too many trees and I rattle too many hornets' nests here, they're gonna kick me out of her, and I don't want to. And if I'm out of her, then I do no good. So that's okay, Javier.
Yeah, you could be right.
That's okay.
It's just the feeling I get.
Yeah, that's okay. I understand that, but you know what? It's just bullshit. And this isn't just unique to RC. This is unique to lots of things. You know what I mean? But I just feel like, man, I just think for me, at the end of the day, you're talking about a year. You had a year, no racing, no nothing. And you came up, and when they showed me the picture of the people that are involved, I saw a mixture of young guys. I saw who was it? Oh man, Nicola was in there, and I think he's very forward thinking and progressive. I saw Mao in there, and then I saw some gray hair, old guys in there. So I'm guessing that's part of it. Maybe they're forward thinking. I don't know them, but I don't see it happening. And I'm just like, EFRA has the chance to change. EFRA has the chance to change or help change RC and help change IFMAR. And they took a year to produce a logo, and I'm just like, fuck the fuck. Yeah. And then, no, but hold on, I finished my rant. They made this big deal about it. We had a study group come in here. We did this and we did that and we blah, blah. I think that money and time and effort they spent on that damn study group, they could have spent on trying to promote RC.
By the way, that was a scam. It was deceptively edited.
Really?
You know, when so you know the logo they chose. So they chose these logos, but the comments they got, oh, it's racing, it's remote control stuff. Like, they weren't about this logo. I swear, I will put big money on this.
I don't see anything that makes me say like radio controlled her.
Because the one guy was saying like that's a remote control, like even showing it with his hands. Okay, they had all these different ideas, but they made some which were like this also, right? So if you show something like this, of course people are going to say like, oh, it's car racing, something like that. And then there's a remote control. Like, is it RC, a car? Like, you know? Yeah. So there's that too. I just thought that was pretty funny. Mm-hmm. They got caught.
Well, you would know more than me. I'm sure we're going to get a shit ton of flack for this rant. But I think they're in the heart's in the right place, but they're still stuck in that damn, it's us against the world. And it doesn't have to be like that. They're not going to stop these quote-unquote black races and illegal races from happening. And they're not – what they're going to do is just giving you the same runaround. And it's the same thing with Raw, man. If you ain't going to – if you're not – sorry, go ahead.
So the situation with EFRA is like a microcosm of the world and society and countries and how governments, how things work. Mm-hmm. So – for change to happen, positive change to happen, you need two different types of fights to happen, right? You need the instigators, the people who make a fuss and
that would be us.
Expose different things, you know, like us. We're talking about this, ranting about this, making controversial statements and videos and getting people riled up and talking. That's important, right?
Yes.
In the real world, that would be like protests and marches and riots and all kinds of stuff, right? Because people aren't happy, they are discontent, right? But that doesn't actually make the change happen. That just creates that environment for where change can happen. So what needs to happen then is after all this is exposed, after enough of after enough people raise their voices against the current status quo, the situation, then what happens is people like Javier, people like Matt, who are on the inside, who play by the rules, who aren't disrespectful, who aren't yelling and screaming, who are on the inside, in the machine.
Yes.
They are in an environment where they can then actually make the change happen.
I agree with you.
It's yin and yang in that way, in my opinion. If there isn't outside pressure on EFRA to change, no change can happen from within. That I truly believe that, because the people there are like, well, we don't need to change. There's no pressure to change. If everyone's talking about it, if there are other race series that are growing, if EFRA races are getting smaller, if manufacturers and associate members are saying like, well, you know what, we don't really want to pay anymore and support you because of this and this and this. If there is pressure from the outside, then when you have that inside person who is on your side but just not using your methods, when they say, well, maybe we should do things this way, and brings it up nicely and they discuss it and they have their meetings and they make step-by-step changes, that's how you get change. You need both of those working together, not directly maybe working together, but they need to both exist.
I agree. So we're definitely the
disruptors. Our podcast isn't going to change EFRA, right?
No, but
none of my videos I make is going to change EFRA.
No, but it will change the people's perception.
They can help create the environment where Javier and Matt can get their way, for example.
Exactly. I actually feel like you. I believe Javier and Matt want change. Absolutely. But I know you've lost a little bit of faith in Javier, but you have to understand he has to. Yeah. That's politics. Like, that's not you. You are the bulldozer wrecking ball. It's like yin and yang. Like you and I. Like, I can say the same thing that you say, and people would listen because I'm not like boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? I do get like that sometimes, but you know, you are so blunt that people can't get past your bluntness, but that's needed right now. You know what I mean? Where Javier's kissing babies, shaking hands, and he's, like you said, I think he has the potential to do things better. I think do they vote these members in? I think they need to vote some of these people out and they need to get.
I don't know how. Maybe when you're in there and you just vote for yourselves.
Yeah, of course.
It's easy.
Of course, like, they need to have, but they have members. They should put it to a member vote. And I desperately, like, they're talking about we need to get on Twitch and we need to get on YouTube. No offense, dude. I'm an idiot and I'm on YouTube. You're an idiot and you're on YouTube and people's watching your stuff.
They are on YouTube. They have a YouTube
channel.
Right,
but they ain't pushing. Well, I don't know what they're talking about then. They said we need to get on YouTube. You have all this content from which I absolutely praise EFRA for doing what they done when they got RC Racing TV coming on and covering all the Euros. I think it's absolutely one of the best investments they have made. And using that money that they make, that's a perfect example of that. And I applaud them. And I think that, but I just think they still suffer from the same thing that all the other federations and just RC in general suffers from. And it's just this old guard that doesn't want to release their power, man. And they're going to this is their baby. I get this. RC is their baby. They've created this world in RC where they're champions and they're, superstars in their own minds or in their own rights, in their own bubble. And they don't want to relinquish that. But that's selfish. And that's not pushing RC forward. That's only keeping things in check for you to feel better. And the people that listen to this podcast, the people that criticize us or praise this podcast and criticize and say we go too hard sometimes, that's the people that really can affect change. The people are what affect change. People can talk with their dollars. People can talk with their attendance to races and stuff like that. And I just think that people need to have more of a say as well. Like, it's like fucking real life. If you don't like the government, that's what they're doing, you change it by voting. Well, this should be the same in these federations and organizations. Look at this. We did that whole IFMAR thing last year. I couldn't even get a response from IFMAR. No, we got a response. Oh, we got reported for the Facebook post that we made and all that type of stuff. The Facebook group and all that type of stuff we made. But I can't even get them to come on here and give a statement. I also remember something they said about independent media, which we do not have anymore in RC. Either you're hanging off the nuts and doing everything that these guys want, or you're not. So what did they mean by, they said, well, if you're willing to work with us, well, what do you mean work with us? Not call you out on your bullshit or just tell you that everything's okay? Because that's what independent media is for, is to, just like us. If we said something wrong in this, you bet your boots people's going to be like, no, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. And and you guys are, you know what? People are welcome to feel that way. But I'm just a little bit disappointed. When I was going to this live, I wasn't hoping that it wasn't going to be just a logo reveal. I was really hoping that they didn't spend a year revealing a logo, and then all I heard about is maybe this, and we need to figure out a way to do this. And I'm like, well, you've had a year to do this, Yeah.
So it's like people can say that I'm too blunt and I'm too disruptive and destructive, like I'm a negative force, Like the same way you can say that Javier is too much of a politician. Like he doesn't, if he actually wants change, then he's not doing enough to get that change. So I think you can criticize either way in that sense.
Well, you would know more about him than me. I personally don't know him.
But the truth is in the future, 1 year from now, 2 years from now, then we will actually know and we can see what the situation is. So hopefully all of us in this together are all doing our share in creating positive change. And in a few years, we'll know.
Yeah, like I said, we rant, but we also offer solutions. We also had is this the survey? I think it is.
Yeah, so we had this survey. I put this up because I wanted something more than just me talking in the video. I wanted some proof. So you shared this, I shared this. This isn't just sort of our close friends and family that are going to answer how we want. This is just anyone could fill in this survey, right?
Yes.
So in that video, he mentioned that EFRA is there to make the majority happy, because EFRA can't make everyone happy. So the goal is to make the majority happy. That was the point. And I decided to do this survey to see that what does the majority think. So the first question is, should EFRA hire more professional companies to handle things instead of doing it themselves? You know, the things we've spoken about. And 92% say yes, they should. 8% say no, EFRA should do it themselves. So, I mean, it doesn't get much clearer than this. I don't know how you dispute this. Right?
Yeah, I mean, why not hire somebody that can professionally do things? I mean, they hired RC Racing.
For example, if we think about Euros, okay, so we want a good Euros event. There's, for example, the crew that do the EOS races, they basically, that's a black race series, right? Why not pay someone like that to put on Euros? For example, like, hey, why don't you do the 10 scale off-road Euros and build it in a shopping mall? Mm-hmm. Something like that. You know, or Red RC. Red RC is the website, redrc.net news website like NeoBuggy, but they focused more on road.
Yes.
Why not work with someone like that? And hey, would you like to organize the 110 scale touring car on-road world championships at the MotoGP race in wherever? Mm-hmm. Like they expressed an interest in having us in the pits there, but we need someone to do the organizing. Yeah. You know, like that's how you get something done. You can find companies who would be willing to put in the work to organize events.
Give them a budget. Give them a budget. Make them work within that budget and put on an awesome event.
Make them find sponsors, blah, blah. They'll do it.
Yeah. But see, that's all relinquishing power. And they don't want
That's what I think too.
They don't want that. I mean, it's obvious.
Someone mentioned that this survey is biased.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I just would like to know how, because this question is straightforward. Should EFRA do things themselves or hire professional companies? Okay. Then here it's hire professionals, more efficient way. Okay. That's the argument for why they should do it. And then do it yourselves, save money, keep control. That is literally what they say. So how is this biased? This question isn't biased. This is the two sides of the story. That's literally what EFRA says. Mm-hmm. They do it themselves. They keep control and save money. So, okay, second question. Should EFRA focus on raising as much money as possible and support independent media, RC clubs, youth programs, and events with the money, or should they focus on being a low-value non-profit? This is because Javier said in the video that EFRA isn't about making money and this and that and making it a big business. Like, no, that's not EFRA. We already talked about this, but hey, people agree. 86% versus 14%. So people think that EFRA should raise money, and it's one of their most important tasks.
Can I, before we go into the next one, now, if EFRA farms this out to others, how does EFRA make money then?
So I think that the way EFRA that's really good question. I think that the best way for a federation to make money is off the licenses, because it's crowdfunding. Mm-hmm. A lot of people pay a little bit and it becomes a big number. So the national federations need money, right? But EFRA itself also needs money. That needs to come off the licenses and entry fees for races and these sorts of things where everyone is paying a bit. But because there are so many people who are paying, so many people with licenses, so many people entering the races, all that stuff, the number becomes big. Also, EFRA should raise funds because EFRA is a non-profit. Mm-hmm. There are companies with all kinds of
sponsorships
initiatives that they spend money on. Yes. Because it's sort of tax planning for big companies, really. Mm-hmm. Like you can donate money, you can invest money, you can give money to all kinds of causes as a big corporation. Well, if EFRA is a non-profit and has a cause, I'm sure there are companies who would be into that. Just as an example, the thing that I said about handicapped access and that, I'm sure that they could find some sponsors for that initiative.
Yes.
Right? I am 100% sure that's possible.
I agree.
Also, we're in Europe. The European Union gives grants to all kinds of companies and stuff and non-profits and charities and organizations. I am sure that there is some kind of way to get European Union funding for new tracks and clubs and youth centers and all kinds of stuff like that. So if they were serious about raising money, they could raise money, and then they would have they would be in a better position to actually do things that they promise in that video.
Okay, good stuff. I was just wondering about that because most of the time you would think, oh, we just have to make this off the Euros, which I agree. They have to make some money off that too. But I like that. All right, so if they start focusing on the youth and stuff, that's the key, is getting the youth, getting children with disabilities or whatever, using RC as a, what's the word I'm looking for? Some form of treatment, I want to say. Not treatment. People can think I'm crazy. But RC is some therapy. RC is some form of therapy for these kids, kids with disabilities.
Yeah, people need a hobby.
Yeah. It's just like, when they take dogs into prisons for convicts and stuff like that in America and whatnot. So not comparing kids, not comparing disabled kids and convicts. I'm just saying using the
RC to dogs.
Yeah, or RC to dogs. Like dogs make more money.
So next question.
Okay. Next question on the survey. Go ahead.
Yeah, so should EFRA collaborate with other events and organizers? Again, I think not. How is this biased? It's a direct question. Yes or no? Should EFRA collaborate with other events and organizers? Yes, everyone benefits from a strong and open federation, 97%. 3%, only 7 people said no, other events threaten EFRA's heritage and status. And
heritage. That's all I keep hearing.
This isn't biased. I am literally saying what EFRA says. Go and read their meeting minutes, the documents. This is an opinion that is stated there. No collaboration because they are competitors. They threaten EFRA. But look at what the majority think. 97% say yes, they should.
That 7% is the old guard, man. That's the 7% who consider these races illegal.
7 people, 7 people from EFRA board.
These and let's say 100% of these people absolutely hate you. So, it doesn't matter.
But okay, let's think about this. This is actually not something we've spoken about. We've just said that they should collaborate. What does that actually mean?
Yeah, what does it mean?
I think, okay, let's think about it from RCGP's perspective.
Okay.
If RCGP was IFMAR affiliated, I think it would bring a certain level of, I don't even want to say this, but in some people's eyes, it would bring some credibility to it, okay? Or if not credibility, then it would bring some prestige in the way that these kind of manufacturers like Mugen and Kyosho, they would join. Mm-hmm. I really believe they would join, because IFMAR could be like, we have the IFMAR World Championships, which is like the Olympics every 2 years, but every year we run the World Championship Series, the IFMAR RCGP World Championship Series or whatever, right? So I think those brands would join because of that reason.
Right, IFMAR gives it credibility.
Yes. So also, I think that if the federations were working correctly, and that collaboration could bring some subsidies, some funds, like, okay, so we have more funding now, we can do more stuff, we can reach more people, we can join full-scale events, we can be in front of 60,000 people, I think those things become possible when you collaborate on this level.
Well, see, but they don't, because they think about the $400 entries that they get for every Worlds and how much they want to keep that money, and that's especially in off-road, because we both know that the off-road worlds just sell out completely. So
yeah. And I think the same is true for the smaller series and smaller independent races, just on a smaller level. You know, maybe they could get like better media coverage and better sort of promotion of their events by the federation helping them.
Well, it sounds to me like if EFRA needs to actually be a non-profit charity and act like one and look for funding outside.
Not a charity, just a non-profit organization.
Okay, well, you know what I mean. Sorry, I keep thinking non-profit charity, but focus on getting like you said, getting these companies in Europe to write off their taxes by donating money to them and showing them what they want to do and how, like, hey, we're going to take a percentage of this money and put it into wheelchair access for tracks that don't have it, and we got this program that's going to go and get into this. We would like to get RC clubs into the schools, which they probably have all these ideas. I don't know. I'm not.
Ideas are worthless, though.
Yeah, it's
ideas
time to do
only
it.
Worth
It's
something
time
when
to
they
bloody
are
well
reality.
do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stop talking about it and be about it.
Yeah, and another thing actually that collaboration helps with is if they truly were open and like open-minded and willing to work with national federations, RC clubs, races, everything, like all together. If they were open, then what could be created is this really good information resource. So if you want to build a track, this is what you do. If you want to build a club, run a club, these are the procedures, this is what you need. So information bank of everything. And maybe sort of even basic stuff like we need to, all clubs need something, right? Whatever it may be, right? So EFRA could have someone figure out, hey, this is a way for all clubs in Europe to get something much cheaper because it's like a collaborative effort.
Right.
Now,
it might be just
what I mean?
compressors
Like
or
instead of
like
every club in every country trying to figure everything out for themselves, there's one place like the Federation of Europe that has it all figured out for them. And also like, okay, in the Czech Republic, they did this thing with schools and got so many new kids into RC. This is the program they ran. This is the schedule. This is how it worked. They did it every week on Wednesday nights, but they noticed that Wednesday nights are the best because of this reason. And they also noticed they have to do it one time a week, every week during the week, because then it's like a routine that parents and children get into. So let's say that they just did this in Czech Republic over 5 years and figured out that this is the best way to do it. EFRA should be that federation, the organization gathers this information and promotes it and shares it with all the national federations, all the clubs. Everyone says, look, this is a really good way of getting new people into RC. This is a done, proved, tested system. Do this. No. That's what they should be doing.
Exactly. But no, they view that as a threat.
Yeah, growing the hobby is bad.
People, anyway. You know we're going to get a lot of flack for this rant.
Why? We are literally telling the truth.
The truth gets flack. But it's fine. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, we need to end this rant on... I saw Hazelnuts saying that I'm not a narcissist because I share my opinions everywhere. We have to remind me. We're going to end the rant with that.
Okay.
So for question 4, should EFRA run at least one European Championship each year at a public event with outside RC people present? And again, I don't know how this is biased, but yes, 96%. Yes, we need new people to the sport. So yeah, let's do this. Let's organize at least €1 in a shopping center, at some motorsport event, at a music festival, at wherever there is a lot of people. Okay. And then, no, it's too expensive and difficult, not worth the effort. I mean, that's no. Why would you not do that? Because it's too expensive? Okay. Because it's too difficult? Yes. And because that effort and money is not worth it. That's why you would say no to this. So how is that biased? I don't get it. I tried to be as objective as I could with these questions. Do you want big events? Do you want RC events at big outside RC events? Yes or no? I don't know. Do you think that's biased?
No, but what was the percentage? Because that aqua bar is way bigger than that lime green bar right there.
96, 220 people say yes. 4%, 9 people say no.
Well, those 9 people probably think you're a narcissist too.
Yeah. Yeah.
You do
So,
have
I don't know.
narcissistic tendencies, but I don't consider you a narcissist. I consider you an autistic,
Okay.
like Rain
So-
Man type of guy.
Let's imagine this happens. Let's imagine that we run Euros at big events. How does that benefit us? Why should we do it?
Well, you know me, I'm always about getting what we do in front of thousands of people that don't know what we do, who are in the same. If you're going to a full scale race, you're into racing, I would assume. If you, let's say 99% of the people that go to full scale races are into racing and follow it. So now you get to see racing on a smaller level.
Yeah, my argument would be that this is the best way to get new people in, because they have seen firsthand what's possible. Seeing a video is one thing. Hearing about it is one thing. Seeing a car in a shop is one thing. Seeing an actual high-level race is a completely different thing, because you see what's possible. You see the kind of racing that you can do with these cars. If you witness a race live in person, if you are the right person that can have this as a hobby, you will want to join. That's it. Many people in RC now have joined RC because they saw a race somewhere, including me. I saw a race live. I was like, this is amazing. Right?
Yes.
A lot of people, I've met a lot of people in RC who got into RC because they saw a race. Somehow, some way, they stumbled upon an RC car race, and that was it.
I would
They
agree
were
with
at the
you.
town fair, and at the town fair, there was a RC car race, and that's how they got into it. So I just think that this is the best way. And as a federation, they should figure out the concept to get together with the professional race organizer. Over the next few years, make it a seamless transition, or something like you find an interested person and boom, they scan a QR code and they got the info and we got their email. And after 1 week after the event, they receive an email. You remember the RC car race you went to? Check this out. Boom, buy this, blah, blah, blah. Join the local club. That's how you do it these days. But these guys are fucking trying to figure out how to make an app. You know? Fuck, dude.
I know.
If we go much further, I'm gonna get mad.
No, we've been going for about 56 minutes now. It's been we was only supposed to go for half an hour, but this is a passionate rant. This is a passion.
Don't forget this.
What's that? Oh, comments.
All the comments people have made.
I can't read them all.
I shared the link. We can share the link to this in the description. I'm sure. So a lot of people have left comments.
And I want to reiterate this before people be like, "Oh, Lefty and JQ, you guys just pissing man about everything." Well, I give EFRA lots of props, and I've many of the year I still consider them the best governing federation there we have in RC, better than IFMAR, and
yeah.
I would like to see them just lead the way. I was just very disappointed that it took a year to get a logo, and I'm like, just stop thinking about doing things and just do it. Like, yes, I get the whole we need to respect heritage thing and this and that. Of course, we look back, we don't go back, we go forward. And the people that don't want to go forward, then they need to get out. Get young blood in there that want to go forward, that want to do things. You want to get on Twitch. You want to utilize social media and all this stuff. It's not old farts that are 75 years old. It's going to take some 29-year-old, or somebody that's hip to all that type of stuff. You want to get young people into RC, use a young person to promote it to them. That's like, well, I'm not that old, but that's, you just imagine like your grandpa trying to tell you, hey, you should get into RC, because when I was young, I used to do this, and we didn't even have controls. We had tethers and something, no young person's going to listen to that. Get someone hip in there. You got all these pro drivers. Use them. Use them to promote
you know
this.
what? I think that in RC it's funny, but the pro drivers are the least used sort of resource we have.
I agree.
And the least is expected of them. I don't understand these RC companies who pay their drivers And even now under COVID, it's like they're paying them not even racing and stuff, and they do nothing. They like post a couple of social media posts or make some YouTube video. That's like, I don't know, like it's really bad.
Take
really
the world
bad.
champion. Take a young guy. Take a young guy who gets it, and use him to promote to these young kids. It's not going to be somebody like me. I'm too old. Like, even though I get it, I think I'm somewhat hip. But
I'm too much of a nerd, even though I say let's not be nerds in a field.
Nobody's, you'll piss somebody off before you even get a chance. We need to get these guys involved in this, man. Get somebody in there, because you know what? It's no disrespect to these old guard and all that stuff, but that times, thank you. You've done a great job. Thank you for getting it started. It's time to relinquish and let your creation flourish. And don't hold it back, because EFRA can be the shining example for every federation out there. They are the shining example, but they can do better. And they wanted criticism, so here's the criticism. Please, EFRA, we want you to do better. Stop worrying about who's competing against you, who's going to do this. You have all these people, you have all these tools to your advantage. Use them. Yeah.
Okay, so let's end on this. Someone sent me this video. John Hazelnuts from Nemo Racing was.
He's not if Nemo Racing anymore, by the way. Oh, John Hazelwood. I keep getting him confused with
Yeah, so he owns it.
Right.
Yeah, he was saying that. He was saying they were talking about the Bruno Coelho video where he tunes an engine and he says a double idle is a good thing. And then I went in the comments and I wrote that my opinion of the double idle. Right. So then Hazelnuts just made the comment like, "Oh, what a surprise that JQ's there sharing his opinion, his narcissistic opinion." So his opinion was that I'm narcissistic and my opinion is right and other opinions don't exist.
You know what, Joseph? You do come across like that at times.
Yeah, but so here's the deal. This is a perfect moment to discuss this.
Oh, God.
First of all, narcissism, the definition is the pursuit of gratification from vanity or egotistic admiration of one's idealized self-image and attributes. Right? And, okay, so I guess it's somehow tangentially related to the fact that you think you smell your own farts and think you're always right and that kind of thing. Okay, I get that. But here's the thing. There's a reason why I have very strong opinions. And people like Hazelnuts, who they complain or they make these kind of sarcastic remarks and they belittle people like me. So hear me out.
I'm listening.
I have strong opinions on subjects that I care about and I know a lot about because I think about those things. I make up my mind and I have an opinion. So to change that opinion, which has taken a long time to develop, is hard. I won't just change it overnight, right? So like the double idle thing, I thought about that a long time. I tested, I researched, I made a video about it. Right? Mm-hmm. So it's not just an opinion I sort of suddenly had and someone says something else and I'm just going to change it. No, it doesn't work like that. But then subjects that I don't care about or know about, I don't really have a strong opinion if I have an opinion at all. Maybe I'll state an opinion, but it's not a strong one. Mm-hmm. Someone who has dedicated time and effort to it and has a sort of researched opinion, has a different opinion to me, okay, I'll look at that. I'll change my opinion because it's not something that I've really looked into. So there's that. And why do I say people like Hazelnuts criticize people like me in this instance? It's because most people don't have strong opinions. They make up their mind pretty like, what's the word? Like they make their mind up relatively easily. They don't really research. They don't really think about it on a deeper level. They just make up their mind, right? And that's it. So if you have a discussion with someone like that on these things, you'll notice that they don't really have the facts backing up their position. They just have a position. Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the thing with me is that I share these things. I talk about these things, and that's why people are like tired of fucking listening to me and seeing me, because I'm always like sharing my opinion.
Well, that's true too.
That's the problem, I think.
I think so too. And they probably get tired of us ranting about this stuff. By the way, the No Name RC podcast and Lefty do not disclaimer, because I like John Hazelwood and I want to get him here on the podcast. So the whole nickname that Joseph just gave him does not stand for the NNRC or myself, because
I don't really have a problem with him either.
I think he's got a great story. I've tried to get him on her. We was talking for a minute and then it just ghosted. And he's got a great story and I want to tell it. I hope he comes on her. But
maybe sort of my main point is, I'll forget it.
Okay, go ahead.
My main point is that people tend to focus on the messenger instead of the message.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of annoying.
You've been definitely a victim of that, aka Testman, Proline, J Concepts. I remember I wasn't even working with you, and when you made that, I was like, oh, that took balls. But the fire that you took for that, I'm like, did you make those people run those J Concepts tires? No, you just caught them and exposed it. And people were talking about how you messed with their money. And no, they messed with their money. And the ironic and hypocritical thing about that whole thing was, a week before, Proline was penalizing and admonishing drivers that was doing like lower class, the guys who pay the bills, who paying the most for tires, even though they're getting a deal, trying to throw them under the bus for it, and then their top driver at the time went and did it like a week later, and you got burnt for that. But that's society. It's not the message, it's the messenger. It's not now, it's back in the day. Like, if a messenger rode 3 days on horseback to bring a message and it was bad news, that messenger might just get killed, like, in frustration. So it is what it is, man. You know what, Joseph? Not everybody's gonna like what we have to say. We don't like what everybody has to say. But I think at the end of the day, we can all agree. I think we can all agree on one thing here, no matter what, how much we disagree on it, that we want to see RC racing be better and we want to see it grow. That's the one common denominator. The problem is, like, sometimes you do not know when to stop. I do know that. I've seen that. We've had this discussion many times about you, and I don't think that's anything narcissistic. I just think it's lack of oxygen dropped on your head, something like that. But you're learning a little bit now. You're learning how to stop a little bit, which is good. But man, come on. Come on, EFRA. Let's do better. You are showing an example, but you can do a lot better. Stop being that us versus them. They'll probably say the same thing about RCGP. Remember when RCGP came out, how much criticism they took and how they wanted to know this and everybody wanted to know that. Now, do you remember all that when Fat Jesus was all on you, you literally lost a friend because of RCGP and all that type of stuff because he wanted to know and he was stuck on heritage and all this type of stuff. We need to come out of that. And we're just not going to go forward. Get some young people in there. Use these young guys as it shouldn't be some president. It should be some young guy. Use these professionals. We don't ask much of them. And let's go, man. Like, I'm tired of talking about it. Let's do it. Let's go. Like, let's do it. If we work together, like, I want to grow RC. I want to go to the Euros. Yes, I dislike Raw and what they do, but it's not stopping me from going to the Raw Nationals in June because I think it's a great race and I can't wait to go. Hopefully I don't get kicked out of there. But I just think, fuck it. We ranted for an hour. I'm not ranting anymore. Let us know what you guys think. Do you think EFRA wasted a whole year and on a logo, which I think most people do? Can EFRA be the shining example and move RC forward and make the other federations up their game, which I would love to see? And or are we just pissing and moaning? Which I'm sure 7% will agree that we are pissing and moaning. But if you want some more info, go check out Joseph's video that he dropped yesterday, JQ Racing TV, because it's really good. Go check out the EFRA Live if you haven't seen it. It's on their Facebook page. And let's come together and have a voice. That's how it works. You know what I mean? If we can change things if we speak loud enough. We can not change things. We can start to change. Does that make sense? If we all start talking.
We can create the right environment for change to happen.
Exactly. Us, the people.
Yeah,
RC.
the people and the manufacturers.
Yes.
The manufacturers have the most power, but they don't use it. They complain, but they don't use it.
Yeah. All right.
One manufacturer can't do it. They have to all be together.
I agree. Joseph, this turned out into an epic long rant. Oh, excuse me. Thank you for your time. I'll see you next week, I guess, on the podcast. Well, I'll see you before that, obviously. We need to do some videos too. We need to do a team ranking video because now the dust is settled and we need to see who's the top teams, 8 scale and stuff now. And hey, anything that I don't know. I'm gonna do my spiel here and sign out. And then you have anything to add before we go?
No.
All right. You know what? I want to say
done.
thank you to all of the NNRC squad around the world that supports this podcast. Like, our socials are growing by the day. If you like this podcast, please go to our Facebook, give us a like and a follow. Go to the Instagram and give us a follow. Don't forget to go to our YouTube channel. Still working out the whole monetization thing with that, like with AdSense. It's been a pain in the arse. Don't forget, I still have to do the Toe of Satan challenge here. So I'm just waiting till that gets up and running because I want to donate all the super chats or super stickers to the young kid in Quebec and donate it to his GoFundMe. But I'll have links for that in the written description of this podcast. Thank you to all the patrons of the NNRC, man. You guys are making this possible. Looks like I booked my ticket. Looks like I'm going to America here, so I'm happy about that. Unless something drastically happens between now and the time I'm supposed to fly, which is about a month. And it looks like 6 weeks in America, so that's going to be good. All 6 weeks of RC. I'm happy about that. And yeah, man, thank you, patrons, because you helped make that happen. And hey, shout out to all the awesome sponsors that support this podcast. Maximum Mayako, maximum fun, maximum support. That is Mayako, obviously the new chassis company out here in RC. Obviously, this guy right here is the designer, so it's interesting to see what he's going to come out with. I may or may not have seen something here now lately, so I'm excited about that. Thank you to TNR Fuels. They're headed down to the SCRC race. They're headed down to SCRC this weekend for the TNR A-Main Challenge Tour. Everybody going to that, have fun. And shout out to Sun City RC Raceway, Showers family. It is confirmed that you're not going. You can't. I got to send you that post that Joey Showers made about you. He was like, confirmed, JQ is not attending the A-Main Challenge Tour.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Showers family, man. I love them guys. Like, they're really good people. Shout out to Beach RC. Beach RC's got their virtual Easter hunt. Come on, the NNRC is a part of that. Check them out starting next week, I believe. So thank you to Beach RC. Go show them support. We have an affiliate link in the written description that you guys can use. Show them some love. Help show us some love. Tekno RC. Ooh, Tekno RC is on top of my list for team rankings right now, Joe. So I'm sorry. But Tekno RC, shout out to you guys. Been a long time supporter of the podcast. Thank you for your support. I need to get Danny send me a techno track so we can get one of his personal techno tracks on the ad read. That'd be cool. JQ Racing, shout out to all my JQ Racing family. We still here. We're like baby as kids. We don't die. We multiply. So, it's good to see the people that believe in you sticking around and hanging out with us. I appreciate that. And I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. See, JQ Racing. Shout out to Wally Builds. He made a funny commercial this past week. So check him out. He's my co-host in the hotline. Shout out to Manscaped.com. Remember, everybody, cut through the jungle to find your manhood. And trust me, it looks bigger when all the hair is going. So go check out Manscaped.com. Use the promo code NONAME and save 20% off your order. Racecraft USA. Shout out to chasing those guys. Keeping it fresh. New videos and all that good stuff. RCGP. Shout out to them. Can't wait for Driven Episode 3. House of RC. Check them out. Fill out your profile, please, guys. It's important. It's helping everything here. And it's going to be the go-to place to get all your RC information. And, of course, shout out to our long-term sponsor, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic. Been with us for a very long time. I need to get Scooter on her to talk about his Traction Tonic. Please, people, go check them out, papawillies.net. Use our promo code NNRC. Save 10%. The stuff's good. We just need to get it in the off-road world and get it using it. So check them out. Joseph, I think that's everybody. Hey, you know what? Everybody have fun this weekend if you're racing. Send it with responsibility or not. I can't wait to see everybody's picks from this weekend. I didn't do it this week, but next week I'll be looking for some Rita Rides picks. So let's get those picks in. Send them to my Facebook. on the NNRC Facebook so I can post them up. I'm enjoying posting those pictures up to Instagram. Josie, what's up? Nothing else to say?
Well, I mean, my narcissistic cravings have been fulfilled for this past hour. I'm really happy and full of energy now. I've just been staring at my own face this whole recording, so I'm good.
There you go. You fulfilled your narcissistic needs.
Yeah.
No, you know, Joseph, you aren't wrong what you're saying. It's just that you've been saying it for so long. People just kind of think you're saying the same thing over, or some people are just waking up to seeing her what you're saying. So
I honestly think that a few years from now, when people look back, it will make sense. Mm-hmm. Probably not going to get the credit, but that honestly doesn't matter. I would rather see change, or not that credit, any credit.
It doesn't matter who does it. It just matters that it happens, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. You know what, everybody? Nitro's the glory. E-Buggy pays the bills. If you're racing this weekend, send it with responsibility. Be safe. Remember, if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Hard work beats talent, and talent doesn't work hard. Lefty and Beaker out.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. We greatly appreciate all the support and love from you, the listeners. Without all of you, none of this is possible. Special thanks to our patrons on Patreon. If you wish to support the podcast further, you can at patreon.com/NNRC podcast. As a patron, you will receive early releases, special content, and patron-only giveaways. Also, please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and our website, www.nnrcpodcast.com. Remember, Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. If you aren't having fun, it doesn't make sense. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Lefty out. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory.
That wasn't so bad.